performance metrics. This is for Autism Speaks, just so that we're very clear about what the fuck this is. Okay.
Hopefully.
So
I'm
program
back up
expenses, a percent
We'll
of the
see.
charity's total expenses spent on programs
Yes, I am.
and
Yay.
services it delivers, 74%, right? So they
I
say
don't
their
know what
administrative
happened.
expenses are 7.5%, fundraising expenses 17.5%. Their how did that happen? Their fundraising efficiency. What is my computer doing?
There you go.
I apologize. So here you go. All this stuff, let's go down. I think that's a comparable. I believe that's
Autism Speaks is really weird about how they show their numbers.
comparable to a SON, the liability to asset.
This is how AG1 works to upgrade your health routine. By
That's liability assets ratio. So they have a 6.5%. Jesus Christ. Okay, they have an 8.7%. So again, not phenomenal, not too great. So they say they have all these things as well. A donor privacy policy. I don't know why that's unchecked. I guess maybe they don't. Damn, they made $56 million. Oh, this is the 2018 statement. Okay. That's a lot. Okay.
The last one I saw was 36 million. But I thought that was 2022, but who knows?
So they claim
I will be looking into this. I've got lots and lots of time. I've got 100 hours on this stream.
in order for Autism Speaks to run this year. Okay. So they claim they made, let's see, total contributions 56. There we go. So they claim they made a total of 60 million this year. And they claim their administration expenses, and they spent a lot of money on fundraising too. So their total expenses were $40 million. So there's that for you. Back to Asan, who literally gets a fucking 100. And their ratio, there's their ratios. There's
Yeah,
their
but they
tiny
don't
little
show
sliver.
the scores
There you
on
go.
that, I don't think.
It's just kind of a big
On Autism
difference.
Speaks. Let me see if
It's
they
just a
do.
bit of a difference. But anyway,
Yeah, I
little
don't think
sliver.
she showed it for.
there you go. It's just kind of a big difference. It's just a bit of a difference. But anyway,
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that screen.
let's go on back. So,
I've never
oh,
seen
all the way, sorry, all the way back.
that
Where's the
for Autism
Asan?
Speaks at all.
Oh, I have so many tabs open right now. This is not cool. Okay, so back to this. This is their annual
I
expense
don't care
report.
about them.
This right here.
Hey, she's getting boring.
Bullshit he spouts out like this. You know what I mean?
All right.
Like our reading talk.
Don't know. Don't care. All right, let's see. The ableist saga. So yeah, we're talking about William. Okay, my views. Okay.
Hello, world. I'm Maya Sendermeyer.
So we're going to talk about William Shatner here, and Autism Speaks. William Shatner was very personally abusive to me on Twitter. He called me an idiot because I dared to say that most autistic people do not like Autism Speaks. So after that experience, I went online and found out that I was by no means alone. Now, what I take issue with is many people believe that Shatner is a representative of Autism Speaks, and he seems to know a lot about Autism Speaks, like a lot about their finances and stuff like that. It's just kind of weird. There's just a lot of weird things about it. He takes it very, very personally too. So I don't know what's going on with that, but he is very abusive to autism, to people with autism, to autistic people that express any dislike or for Autism Speaks. So I'm sure there's going to be well within that.
And I would like to welcome you to the latest episode of my vlog series. So far, I have been able to share my own experiences on what it's like for me to live with Asperger's syndrome. A second thing that I will do is give my 2 cents on what's going on with autism in the media. A third area entails providing tips and advice for those of you that are on the spectrum. I will also reach out to your friends, family members, peers, mentors, educators, employers, and anybody inside the autism communities.
I'm still here.
And finally, I will cover topics on things that I'm passionate about. But before I dive into tonight's topic, I have a few things to mention. Number one, please be sure to click up here in the upper right-hand corner. This is a TED Talk by Steve Silberman on the history of autism. And I know a lot of you on the spectrum like Steve Silberman because he's written a book called Neurodiversity Tribes. And I also would like to recommend that you check out my written blogs on wordpress.com. Now, these are scholarly and practical application-based type blogs that are also autism related. And I recently wrote two blogs on how, one on the
I don't know hardly anything about Silberman. I've got to learn.
autism spectrum can become independent. And what I would like to do now is give my 2 cents on what's going on with autism in the media. And this is all about something I recently heard. So, first and foremost, I had gone to Twitter and I had discovered that
Twitter is where he was abusive to me, where he called me an idiot. In fact, it was his Twitter, actually, that I was on.
a group of people that are autistic are complaining that William Shatner decided to join Autism Speaks, and they are starting to boycott him, and they've been writing him letters, and he has been blocking them on social media and also just muting them because they don't like what he's doing. So here's what I have to say about that. First of all, Mr. Shatner, I'm going to most likely be tagging you into a Twitter feed, but how much, Mr. Shatner, do you really know about autism? I understand that you have a special place in your heart for, quote, special kids, because I had gone to Dragon Con a number of years ago, and I marched with a group of Trekkies as I was dressed up as a Vulcan. And I had always wondered whether or not you were interested in autism or knew anything about it. So, again, how much do you really know about autism? And do you know anybody in your family that's autistic? I mean, where do you stand on this? I mean, why? Is there any reason? Do you want to cure autism? What? On the other hand, I would like to speak out to those of you that are on the spectrum. First of all, I'm really sorry that Mr. Shatner made you really uncomfortable and he put you on a fence. On the contrary, just because he's supporting Autism Speaks does not mean that you should be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, first of all, look at all the great movies that he has done. Look at all the Star Trek movies.
Now, here is where I would definitely disagree with her, because he personally flat out called me an idiot, knowing that I was autistic. My I call name, or whatever the hell you call it, is the autistic page, and I identified as actually autistic in my tweet that was on his page. And he came back and said that I called me an idiot because I said most autistic people don't like Autism Speaks.
You want to allow this to ruin your opportunity to view him as the famous Captain James T. Kirk? Or do you want to grow as a person and continue to educate people like William Shatner? Because if you stay bitter like this, there's a good chance that William Shatner will be turned off to your behavior, and people are going to continue to look at us.
Okay, this girl evidently has no idea what this man's history is. Okay, this is 6 years ago. This may have been when it first started. I don't know. But he was flatly just rude to me. Oh, okay, so here's another one. Here's about William Shatner.
Hi. The liar for today is the famous actor William Shatner.
This says William Shatner, coward, Lies about autism is the title here. Shatner promotes Autism Speaks, which is a sham charity that was created to lie about how autism is caused by mercury and vaccines. No, 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 no. I'm not even going to listen to this rhetoric. Okay. Autism Speaks was not created to. Okay. Autism Speaks was created by, their names were Wilson. Extremely rich people. They also do the, what do you call them? They're like the something house that you can go to if your family members are having surgery, that you're like hotels next to your, uh, right, usually adjacent with hospitals and so forth. Really cool. But anyway, their their grandson, they found out was autistic, and then they decided they got some other dude. I'm trying to remember his name. He donated a lot of millions to help get this thing started up too. So basically, it's these three people. Anyway, they started Autism Speaks all together, and the original intent was to cure autism. Period. That was it. And all this stuff. Speaks was around before the whole sham about vaccines and all that crap. That's actually fairly recent. So I don't know. Sorry, dude, but no. Not going to listen to you. All right. Okay, I don't see any more about. Okay, I'm gonna just Google it. Uh, William Shatner. I'm just putting William Shatner and autistic to see what pops up. First thing that pops up 6 years ago: how William Shatner betrayed autistic people's trust. Oh, there's a whole story here. Now, the thing is, I wish this was not a white screen. Okay, we're going to get through this really quick because I hate white screens. Okay, I'm not even going to do that. I can't do this. I cannot do it. I so hate white screens like that. They so hurt. Where's my glasses? Usually I have my sunglasses, but I had to leave. Anyway. Yeah, that was messed up. Here's something on Reddit. I don't go on Reddit, and this account does neither. William Shatner. Every other person on this planet goes through a form of ABA when growing up. It's about how being no, it's about being taught how polite society expects you to act. That's what ABA is to William Shatner. Wow. Wow. That's interesting. But I don't care. No, I actually got into a deal with William Shatner, neurodivergent rebel. Is it Facebook? No, I don't have an account here. I don't know anything about that. Okay, here we go. Back to this white page. Ugh. Okay, I guess I'll endure it. Ugh. I don't want to, though. They're talking about the lighted up blue. Wow. The lighted up blue campaign and the puzzle piece image are both products of Autism Speaks, a charity which is almost universally loathed by actually autistic people. Very true. If we're being polite, we might say that we take issue with the fact that the organization's naming is presumptuous. I don't know who's saying this. That almost almost none of their operating budget goes to supporting people like us. But once again, true. They prepare. They can make insane amounts of money, though. Boy, they sure do. If we're being real, some others say they promote eugenics. Yes, they have. Hate speech. Yes. And you can see all that in that I Am Autism commercial they put out in that, was it 2007? I keep on forgetting the year they put that out. It was fairly recently, 2007, 2009. So no, I don't. It wants me to create an account to read the full story. But yeah, William Shatner. I mean, just going right down the list here. I'm convinced William Shatner, this is from 2020, despises autistic people. With me, he called me an idiot. Here's 2000 Williams Shatner's controversial. What? Oh, interesting. And that's all. It doesn't say much. It's so sad. I wanted to have way more fun with William Shatner. That is such a bummer. Maybe I can get on Reddit. Okay, so yeah, this is here. I think this is an autistic. Yeah, this autistic person. So Shatner posts on Twitter with the name at William Shatner. I think that is him. For some reason, has nothing better to do than fight with everyone. I guess. Yeah. But he's saying, yeah, it took a turn for the worse when he started standing hard for Autism Speaks, I think is what that's supposed to say. Like others in the community, I hate Autism Speaks. Know what they stand for. If you're not familiar, they do not support the interests of autistic individuals. Isn't it so crazy how many autistic people feel like that Autism Speaks does not support autistic people? Does that happen with Shriners? Do you have Shriners kids that, go, boy, I went to that hospital and boy, I sure hate those Shriners. I don't trust those Shriners. Ever? Have you ever heard that? Ever? I know I haven't. And that's because their organization is legit. We have an organization that is not legit, or that let me say that the people, I'm not saying this personally, I'm saying if the people perceive it as not being legit, there's probably a good reason. And when you are hated by the actual people, the majority of the people that you propose to help, that is a real problem. That is a super sign of a cult. It's a super sign of a scam. That's all there is to it. And these people make... I know the CEO has... last I saw, it was like a $400,000 expense account. Yep. In fact, we can see. Let's check that out. Let's see... account. Let's see if it comes up that way. Annual reports. Okay, this is 2023 PDF. I've never seen this. Whee! Okay, here we go. Oh, no, I don't care about Autism Speaks itself. Okay, so they're looking at 49. Whoa. Okay, here's 81 million. Is the That doesn't mean that they have 81 million right here. I don't know what this is. Functional expect. No, I don't. Yeah, that could be over a term of 50 years or who knows. Here's up 92. No. Okay, they are not going to give us what they're giving their employees and stuff in media. $33 million in 2023. That's basically advertising. Okay, 35 million in 2023. That's down from 45 million. Assets. This is like probably buildings, crap like that. Liabilities, grants. Yeah, that all makes sense. Equipment, software, like $1 million in equipment and computer software. Okay, that's $650,000. They're saying they needed for furniture, computer software, over $500,000. This they needed just for computer software and stuff. $2.5 million, and computer software alone. That's just really weird. But and the thing is then you don't get to see where this goes or where that actually went. Unfortunately, I want to see, because I saw one where the like it was the third in line or whatever. She got like $250,000 in let's see. I'm gonna try this. No, where? No, this is not what I was looking for. Okay, here we go. Here's some. Let's see if I can get in here. Okay. I have no idea what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for something. But yeah, this, hopefully when this pops up, I have never had my computer this slow. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, nope, that's average salaries. Wow. 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 The average salary was, I saw $92,000. Yeah, see, there's no CEO or any of this area director field. What? Yeah, see. So, we're going to find this stuff. Okay, we're gonna put now if I was to get like how much the CEO of Autism Speaks, that's only gonna show you what he officially made. Now this is the at the end of the year was 41 million for Autism Speaks, but it's really not going to give us much detail on where all these expenses went. Compensation? Oh my god. Okay, creative advertising got $4 million in compensation. Facebook advertising, $500,000. Boy, I sure wish I knew what this was. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is way back in, that's kind of cool, 2020. It shows you some of the kickbacks that they get. The president. This is not how much she earns. This was her kickback. Her compensation from the organization. So it's kind of like, there are ways that you can buy things at a garage sale or whatever and take it to Walmart or something, and they'll refund you the new amount of money or whatever. And that's fraud. That's a crime. You don't do that. But there are ways that you can come up with all kinds of expenses and or just live a lavish lifestyle. Take all your friends out to $100 plate dinner, dinners. $100 a plate, but this is going to be an Autism Speaks event. So they talk about Autism Speaks for 2 minutes, and then they go on with their party. And that becomes paid for by Autism Speaks. Okay? This is where it gets even more. The strategic initiatives. This is just her kickback. This is not what these people. This is a bonus. This is a hidden bonus, basically. Is what it is because, it might show up on their. I don't know how that shows up on their things, but it's not exactly. It's not their salary. It doesn't have anything to do with their salary. Now, the president now, I think. I can't remember what he gets. I was thinking it was about 600. About that was the last number I saw. And these numbers can fluctuate depending on what they've been donated and so forth. But look at all these people getting like $250,000 each. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 getting $250,000, and 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to count that one. Getting 200,000. These office workers, that's what they're getting. From Autism Speaks. So this is crazy. I know it's totally crazy. But yeah, and I've seen how the expense accounts and stuff, how that kind of stuff works. I've seen it at corporate levels and so forth. Seeing how they report things, but they're officially showing $41 million a year, and actually I think that is down. Or yeah, that's down from what it is now. This was 2020, I think. I don't know what the most recent one was, but we're going to see. Top. Okay, we're going to see. Hopefully, they'll let us read this story. Anyway, so what I'm doing is, let's see, I'm into my, in 2.5 hours of 100 hours through April, I'm going to do of live streaming of the reasons why you should not support Autism Speaks. I so hate these white screens. Ugh. Let's see. It says Autism Speaks took in more than $69 million last year, so that would have been 2008. And that seems about right. I don't know the numbers. Over 600,000, which is paid to a single executive. That's still going on to this day. Or the most recent one I saw, which I think was for the current CEO. I'm not sure, and it was like closer to some 650 or something. Yeah, okay, maybe this is where this other number come from. The Jerry Dawson, the organization's chief science officer, received $669,000 in compensation and $269,000 in relocation expenses. Unbelievable. These numbers. Unbelievable. Dawson's base salary was, and I think the current base salary for the current CEO is, I can't remember what it is. I want to say 6 million, but I could be totally wrong. It's way up there. Let's see, but I will get the correct numbers on that. Let's go through this real quick. Dawson's base salary is, who is Dawson? The science officer. Base salary was $373,000. More than the organization's other 257 employees. Wow, there's a lot of employees here. Okay, this Mark Rothmeyer is not the president right now. That's not the person I've been talking to. They've been going through a lot of CEOs. I don't know what that is, why that is. I'm sure there's reasons. Oh my goodness. No. The move also allowed Dawson to take a position at University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Wow. Wow. Just by having her on the East Coast, not in the same town. Tell me that's not a sham. So basically, she wanted to move to the East Coast so she could go to Chapel Hill, which is North Carolina. So they paid for it. But their excuse was having her closer on the same coast. That is craziness. That is craziness. Go try that at McDonald's, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. There is no answer for... Let me turn this back on. I forgot I had it off. Come on, where am I? There we are. Come here, hello. Okay. There's no answer for what is appropriate compensation. And that's kind of true. They can determine what is appropriate compensation according to their organization. I mean, if they want 99.9% going to compensation to the CEO, then they can do that if that's what their organization deems fit, and that's how their organization structure works. If that's how that organization wants to do it, that's how they can do it. Okay, so basically, it was really making money good. This is 2009. It said that they were made 69 million in 2008, which was 20 million more than they did the previous year. And I don't think they've been having years like that recently. I thought it was like 39 million was the last I saw. We'll see what Autism Speaks 2020. Whoops, we want to go 2023. Okay. This is. I don't even know what this is. Zippa.com. It says that their annual revenue is 47 million. Okay, this says that Autism Speaks has 1,200 or 2016 employees. Over 2,000 employees. The average revenue per employee ratio is 23,000. What? I wonder if they got a lot of, quote, part-time employees or something like that, because they're saying that they only pay 23 per employee. The ratio, well, the ratio could be. Yeah, that, okay. If you are really giving the top 1% a lot of money, this number is going to look really low here, because that's a ratio. There is no competitors. Okay, I don't know what this is all about here. Come on, go back. Okay, there we go. What are 990s? What are 990s? 2022. Oh, okay, cool. 36 million. Now, yeah, see, these aren't really going to show us where this money is actually going. Like salaries, other compensation. That could be anything. Yeah, and we're not going to get anything more explicit than that. I saw something where it showed how much the top employees got. I am gonna see. I'm gonna put salaries. No, you don't want average. See, now this says average Autism Speaks salaries. This is salary.com. Is $92,000 a year, and it said, okay, yeah, this is a lot. I think this is a lot better. This says 100 to 200 employees. Yeah, I think this is a lot more accurate. However, revenue, 5 to 10 million is complete BS. So let's not trust anything there. No, I don't care what your average. I want to. I know what we'll do. Yeah, executive. I don't care if I can spell. Okay, where is this coming from? Okay, yeah, I think this might be what we're looking at. Okay. So this is Autism Speaks. So this is showing their filings. It's interesting that they've... Okay, well, it's not a church. Okay. Professional fundraising fees. We're going to compensation. I mean, we got these huge numbers. 500,000, 300,000, 300,000, 37 million and let's see. Their net is 37. Let's see if this might be able to show me some pretty good numbers. Some numbers that if you look at them, they might be very helpful. We're still going. Compensation. Yeah, this is going to be huge. Yeah, the president is compensated. This is compensation. $650,000. We're going to save that one. How do I do that? I don't even know how to do it. How do I bookmark? I don't know how to bookmark. I have no idea how to bookmark. Wait. Bookmark. Bookmark this tab. Yes. Done. Okay. I have that bookmarked for later on. Joseph Vanyo, that's Chief Operating Officer. Who knows what that is? COO. He was compensated almost $300,000. Here, Lisa, the strategic initiatives. Like, these are like made up titles, like BS titles. Like, I heard Elon Musk. Did Elon Musk came up with this stupid ass title for himself? Supreme leader, supreme genius, or some crap, because it's just all made up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. But yes, his official job title is ridiculous. But yeah, this is compensation. Now, this does not mean... this is for taking people out to dinner and stuff like that. Autism Speaks account, they can do that. That's what they do. That kind of thing. And then there's others. But this also does not include bonuses, which get up into these numbers too. The bonuses, I saw some bonuses that were, I couldn't believe. Like, I think the CEO got 400,000 or something like that. It ended up getting more than the actual people gave to any autistic cause, period. Compensation, yeah. Okay, we're going to look at this. Oh, compensation. Okay, so here's the short list. This is our short list right here. This is the people that we care about right here. Anne Marie Forbes. I wonder who that is. Jane Hadley. All these people getting these big ass kickbacks. That's almost $1 million in compensation right there. The chief science officer. What even is this chief science officer? What is this, a spaceship? Strategic initiatives. Oh no, we're back in Star Wars. Innovations. Public health inclusion. Okay, they're paying the inclusion person in compensation $250,000 a year, plus another $36,000 a year. This is the health inclusion, public health inclusion rep, vice president, senior vice president, public health inclusion officer, Andy Sheesh. $250,000 a year in compensation. That's not his pay. His compensation for inclusiveness, for his. Yet they don't have autistic people. Well, actually, supposedly they do now. Supposedly the CEO now, in his letter to me, he told me that his son was autistic. And there's another lady, I think she might be in this oh gosh, I don't know what they call her. It's another one of those stupid flowery. I think it might be strategic initiatives initiation. I don't think it's Lisa Gerbowski though. Anyway, yeah, these numbers are outrageous, freaking outrageous. The contributions were $53 million. And it gets distributed. Look at this 1 million. Here's 5, 2, 3. There's about $4 million there. And extra compensation to the highly paid staff. That's absurd. That's absurd. And I bet you they are not doing anything that oh no, they're doing a hell of a lot more. But they're not literally doing anything that a regular office worker wouldn't do at, like, for pennies, regular, almost minimum wage, And I'm not shooting down anyone's skills, because I know there are some highly, highly skilled office people, and they deserve every bit that they get. But what I'm saying here is, really, $1 million almost in compensation. That person spent $1 million on stuff that they needed to be paid back for by the company. $1 million worth of stuff. That's like personal stuff. It's like going out to dinners and hotels and stuff like that. Expenses. All right, well, I don't know if that's the actual expense account. This is compensation, what they call it. I don't think it's the actual expense account. That's different. Yeah, so the numbers here are crazy. $59 million in actual contributions. That was 18. But we're still not really seeing where this money goes. And I did see, and I will find it hopefully here, some of the other financials that I was looking at. I hope I'm not being dyslexic. We're going to see if that helps us. I'm trying to find what their CEOs Autism Speaks I'll put CEO maybe. Okay, this is the current guy, Keith Wargo. Okay, it's been tax exempt, but what year is this? Oh, okay, cool. Okay, we're gonna go back one. Yeah, it's showing to show, like, some of these people what they're getting for different things, if I am smart enough to get there. Okay, Keith Wargo. That's the current. That's 2023, and he is the person I was talking to. Was compensated $571,000. Uh, and then the chief operating officer and chief science officer, they basically got about 300,000 in compensation. Oh, there's more people. Yeah, here's that list. These are the super special people. These are the super special people for whatever reason. And then all these other people, I don't know. They probably get something. I don't know, but none of these people matter. Nobody cares about them as far as the upper hires up. These people have people that take care of these people. Okay, they don't really interact with any of these people. They don't matter. And I hate to say that. That's just how corporate places work. But that doesn't mean that these people don't make good money. Don't get me wrong. But they're just not making. They're not getting bonuses and stuff like this. If they're getting bonuses, it may be 1,000, 1,500 at the most. Nothing real serious. It's just how they work. But look at all this. We got. Let's see. There's 500,000. There's 1,000,000, 2, 3. It's about $3.5 million, and basically compensation. That all these people spent money that they had to be compensated for because they went to hotels or whatever, or they took people out to dinner, or they spent money on this or that or whatever else, entertainment, and they put it on Autism Speaks bill. That's in corporations. That's how it works, basically. Now, I can't say of any particular time that was done, but if they did, it would be perfectly illegal. That's what these accounts are. That's what they're there for. So it's not like they're not doing stuff that is not. It's not like they are doing illegal things, because they are not by any means that at least that by anyone would know about. But the thing is when people are giving like $51 million and hoping that that goes to an autistic person, and you find out that the CEO is just being compensated over $500,000. What's your $10 gonna do? Help buy his Ferrari? And these are supposed to be the people that are only doing this because they care about autistic people. This is a public service organization, right? It's a nonprofit that's supposed to be helping autistic people. Yet they're just spending money out the wazoo. And the thing is right. I cannot find. They're listing all these expenses and everything else, and I have not been able to find where any money goes to any autistic people at all. And I keep looking at this. I must not know what I'm looking at. Okay, these are just older statements. Yeah, really is not showing us. It's just showing our salaries, royalties, investment income. Like, that's probably what earning interest from being in the bank and so forth, or wherever they put their money in to save it or whatever. Because not all of their money has to be liquid all the time. They don't have to have 51 million or whatever they're supposedly have in the account all at once. Alrighty. Well, that's interesting. I still did not find what I wanted to find was the actual people that the actual autistic, what the CEO and so forth are getting paid this year. What? Okay, I'll just put. Whoa. Wow. I just knocked the living doo-doo out of the camera here. It looks so weird. It looks like it's looking over my shoulder here, and it's centered. Very strange. This is not the the camera here that I was just moving it around is not the that's on TikTok is not real expensive. Okay, CEO Autism P. I'm gonna go quiet here for just a second. All right, all right, I am back. Okay. So what we're doing is this is hour 3 of 100 hours of reasons why you should not uh, um, donate to or support Autism Speaks. So let's put. And if you guys have, if anybody has any ideas on what to cover, I would sure love to do it because I'll get bored really quick here. I'm just gonna put Google controversy. This is not. This is like a fake account kind of that I just made up for streaming. Okay, this is self advocacy network. That was the one that William Shatner was speaking out against. And frankly, if William Shatner is against it, I am all for it. But I am going to take a. I am going to go off camera here for just a second. Okay. I'm medicating right now. Okay, so very little money donated to Autism Speaks goes towards helping autistic people. Now, as far as I know, I don't know anything about this, how accurate this is. Okay, I can say that, so I cannot say that any of this information is factual because I have not personally fact check this. That being said, I've the Autism Self Advocacy Network is considered to be the most legit autism organization that there is, to my knowledge, and there's a couple of reasons. One, it's trying to do a lot right now, as far as I know, and it is operated by all autistic people, which. Kudos to them because I'm autistic and I don't think I could do that. I don't think I'm too ADHD and I drop in and out of stuff. That's why I'll probably never have a super successful channel here. What I want to do though, real quick, is go to YouTube. I'm going to put the same thing because I don't think I've ever put Speaks controversy. And what we're going to do is we're going to find out. Yeah, there it is popping up there. We're going to find out what other people are saying. I don't have to. And heck, we'll just go right down the dang list here. Too bad Indiana passed. All right, here's a.
It's so easy
page
to get your
layout.
windshield replaced using safe.
Now we're going to see what she says why you shouldn't. Because we've got 100 hours to cover here.
On my forehead today. Oh my god, hi, how are you? Welcome back to my channel. My name is Paige Lael. You may or may not know me from TikTok. I have 2.4 million followers there. Make sure you go check me out at TikTok at Paige Lael, and while you're at it, you can follow my Instagram with the same name. And I mean, while you're here, you might as well subscribe. I mean, that'd be really, really cool. I am autistic. I talk a lot about autism, amongst other things. As some of you may or may not be aware, today is Autism Awareness Day. April is actually Autism Awareness Month. So I thought we'd kick it off with this video explaining why Autism Speaks is trash balls. Before we get started, I just want to remind everybody that I am one single human being. I am not an organization, therefore my opinions are my own and no one else's. I do not, nor have I ever claimed to speak for anyone besides myself. If you know one person with autism, you know one person with autism. Everyone has a right to their own opinion. This is just mine. I will say though that usually what I talk about is the same for the majority of the autistic community. Either way, it's what I think is the least harmful and the least ableist thing to do, which I think is really important. Of course, so if you're just listening to me, you're not really listening, so make sure you're going out and looking at other autistic voices, especially autistic people of color. So I'm going to start out by saying sorry to Autism Speaks. Actually, I'm not really sorry. If you don't know very much about autism, I'm sure you've at least heard of Autism Speaks. Autism Speaks is like the #1 autism organization in North America. So Autism Speaks was founded in 2005 by Bob and Suzanne Wright because their grandson was diagnosed with autism. But who are these people? Like, was it like a small thing? No. Bob had lots of other companies. He was a lawyer. He was an author. Like, he was already richy rich. So then they started this organization, and the whole point of the organization was to fund for a cure for autism. You guys have probably seen the logo. It's a blue puzzle piece. So the puzzle piece was actually adopted from the National Autistic Society in 1963, where it at first was green with a picture of a child crying inside of it. The original creators said this because autism is a puzzling condition, and also they thought for a long time that only boys could be autistic. The world was very sexist as well, and also...
And that's why, like, my grandmother and so forth were diagnosed as schizophrenic rather than autistic in the 60s.
Confused. They also thought like autistic people could never be happy or have fulfilling lives, and also that there was a missing piece of them, and that missing piece they symbolized as the cure for autism, that you are not whole if you're autistic, you have a piece missing. So it started out green with that little face, and then Autism Speaks kind of adopted it too and made it blue. You know what you're thinking, Paige? The logo has changed since then. Yeah, like a year ago, and to slightly less blue. Come on, that's like all the genders inclusivity. But it's like, we didn't want the puzzle piece though. We didn't want the puzzle piece. You can change it to friggin' red. I don't care, it's a puzzle piece.
And they dang well knew that, or should have. I will put it this way. If they had investigated or been involved with the autistic community at all, there is no way they would have considered continuing to use the puzzle piece. impossible for that to have happened. And I will say that because it was a stupid move on their part.
Also, the puzzle piece to me also kind of makes it feel like, you know, we're all that stereotype of like a kid who is really smart and like good at puzzles. Very infantilizing. Don't like the idea that we are broken or that we're missing something. Do I like the puzzle piece for autism? Absolutely not. A lot of autistics are moving away from the puzzle piece, at least for like the last 5 years that I know of. Judy Singer created the idea of a rainbow infinity sign, which is a lot more widely appropriate and used. Rainbow, to conclude that we're all different, it's a spectrum. An infinity sign is kind of cute. It's like we are complete in ourselves. But also a big reason why I don't like the puzzle piece is because it's associated with Autism Speaks. So out of the research and stuff that they conduct, it all goes to, now they'll say early intervention, but before it was a cure for autism. They actually just took cure out of their mission statement.
And this is absolutely true. Autism Speaks. The excuse me, the reason it was created was to find a cure for autism. That's what the Wrights wanted because their grandson was autistic, and they saw him. He must have been a high support needs autistic, or probably, and I don't know this, but he may have been autistic and had intellectual disabilities. Those are often conflated. We have people with intellectual disabilities who are autistic and people who are not. However, if you are autistic, it is much more likely that you're also going to have intellectual disabilities to one extent or another. And it depends on those disabilities that they're actually talking about, that they were probably looking at. But, so they probably conflated that. But anyway, so they wanted to, quote, cure their grandson, and so that's why Autism Speaks was created.
In 2016, 5 years ago. I was diagnosed with autism almost 6 years ago, and so even at that time when I was diagnosed, they wanted to cure me. Some of you probably hear that and go, oh my god, that's awful, but I'm sure some of you are like, okay, that's more than okay. The whole cure mentality, like it's like we don't want to accommodate you or change the environment at all. We think that you're broken and that you're wrong and that you need to be more like us, which is really sucky because why can't you just, you know, work a little bit harder, not change me, but change, you know, this so I can fit in it. Neurodiversity is a very natural part of life. So the idea that there are some neurotypes that just don't work in this world, that need to be conformed into being not themselves, is just really stupid. So the idea that anyone wants to cure me makes me mad. Of course, if you're autistic, I mean, I know how hard it is to be autistic, and there are a lot of times where I wish I wasn't, but I think that mostly that's because of the world around me is just not built for me. I mean, I am trapped inside my own head a lot, but a lot of those things and thoughts and feelings are all because my outside environment doesn't fit me, and I don't have a good spot for my I don't fit in this environment. The idea that someone's like, I'm not accommodating you and you're sucky, I'm going to do a lot of harmful tests on you to make you not this way, is scary. Speaking of scary, oh god, I'm not even gonna show you because it's the worst thing you'll ever see in your life. Autism Speaks released this commercial called I Am Autism, and it looks like a horror movie. I don't even want to show you because it's actually triggering for me. I don't want to save it and put it on here and edit it. I hope that's okay. I will also see if I can link one down below in the description. So basically, for any of those who don't want to watch it, I'll just kind of go over, but it sounds like a horror movie, basically saying all these bad things that autism is, that autism is going to break up your family, that it's going to make you want to that's going to make you want to actually die, that it's going to steal your money and it's going to sneak up on you, that autism is going to break up your family, that's going to make you want to actually die, that it's going to steal your money and it's going to sneak up on you. And it sounds and is filmed like a horror movie. One of my big problems with Autism Speaks is the fear mongering. Like, it's not awareness, it's be-awareness. The thing that freaks me out so much is Do you know how many people, like, their kids just got diagnosed with autism and then they look up like, oh, I gotta find more autism, and they watch this fucking commercial?
Thank you.
Like, that's disgusting. That's not okay for parents to see, and that's definitely not okay for autistics to see. I do not want to watch anything that reminds me how much of a burden I am to everybody around me. In Autism Speaks, you wonder why our suicide rates are so incredibly high. It's because you tell everyone to fear us, and you tell everybody that we suck and we're not okay and that we need to be fixed and changed. I think this is my biggest problem with Autism Speaks out of all those things. If all those things weren't a problem already, this is probably my biggest problem. They don't care about us at all.
No, and they've never been involved with the autistic community. This week, when I got that email from the CEO of Autism Speaks, he had it phrased. I can't remember how he had it. I'll pull it up here in the next couple of days or whatever. But he phrased it in such this weird way, like, let us know how we can help the autistic community. And I'm like, you're an organization called Autism Speaks, and you're asking me, some random dude, some random guy, how to help the autistic community. You don't have any idea. You don't know any autistic people. Now, supposedly, the CEO's son is autistic, and this other, I guess, chairperson, something. She's getting paid well. Lady, supposedly, she was, I don't know. She's not, I think she's Scandinavian or something. It's hard for me to point out her accent. But anyway, supposedly she's autistic, and supposedly your son's autistic, and I have no reason to doubt any of these people for any of that. But other than that, even with that, it did not seem, when the way he had that thing worded, and I will be going over that over and over because I got 100 hours I'm going to do here. They asked for reasons or how they could help the autistic community, and people ask me the reasons not to support Autism Speaks. Well, I'm going to do 100 hours of it. 100 hours of reasons not to support Autism Speaks.
Speaks does not listen to autistics, and they literally do the opposite of it. I think Autism Speaks is an organization that they don't care about us. They care about, like, the caregivers of us. They're not here to have resources for us at all. Honestly, like, literally, there's so little organizations that actually give a fuck about us. It's all just like, here's how to cope with your child who's autistic.
And that's still kind of the attitude that they have today. I'll take a look at their site many times. But yeah, it's always been from poor mommy and daddy have this broken child perspective. And even today, that kind of bias is still seen. And they're getting better at being more subtle, and I think in fact, what they're doing is getting even better at camouflaging for someone that is not autistic, is not in the disabled community, for someone who does want to do good and does want to donate to an organization that helps disabled people, not knowing what kind of organization Autism Speaks really is and how little they do support the autistic community. And I can't, and in even saying how little they do, so it suggests somehow that they might help, and I've had some people say that it's helped them, some autistic people. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't see any that they would have any reason to lie to me. The one lady in that worked for Autism Speaks said that they paid for his son or her son to get a diagnosis. So here, out of the expense accounts that she got kicked back, that was like $250,000 or something like that. We'll take a look at that. And then, not to mention her bonus, whatever that was, or her salary, they voluntarily paid for her son's diagnosis, all of her doctor bills, because it was Autism Speaks. Now, I think it's great if that is the case, that her son was diagnosed with autism, if he is autistic. I think that's a good thing. Don't get me wrong here. But what I am saying is that she's making this massive amount of money. Like we're talking, actually at the when it's all said and done, close to maybe $1 million. Who knows? And even if it's over $500,000, that's a lot of money. And she then that same organization pays for her kid to get a free diagnosis, because I guess she couldn't afford it. I mean, I guess they have to pay her more. You know what I'm saying? What about the people who can't afford to get a diagnosis, that aren't making over $500,000 a year? What about those people?
Here's what ABA therapy is and why your child should do it. But it's never like, hey, here's who you are. All that Autism Speaks is fear-mongering and making me feel like crap for being born with my brain this way. They don't listen to autistics. They often use language that we completely disagree with. They're one of those organizations that are like, no, we know better. Autism Speaks was actually called out because they had no board members that were autistic. After they were called out, they decided to hire one guy. They hired an autism advocate, and he was also an author. He was there for a bit, and then he ended up leaving because they...
That's all completely true. This is old, I'll say, 2 years old. Now, the lady I talked to, and the lady that's on the Autism Speaks, I think the most recent Autism Speaks video, she's supposedly autistic, and her son is supposedly autistic, and supposedly the CEO's son is autistic, and I don't see any reason not to believe them.
They were just not treating him well. Way to go, Autism Speaks. you let one of us in, and then he was like, no, and then left. Like, super cool. I'm very cautious of a bunch of...
That did happen. That is true.
Neurotypicals and a bunch of allistic people that want to make rules and decisions for me. Speaking of that I Am Autism video, they also made a little documentary thing called Autism Everyday. In it, there's a mom talking about how she literally wanted to take her autistic kid.
So this is a different one, a different commercial or promotion film, not the I Am Autism one, where it portrays autism as what was it, worse than cancer and it's Parkinson or something combined or something. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, it was.
And herself in a car, and I think it was either like drive off into the river or something. But she said the only reason why
she was going to drive off a bridge. She said that she thought about driving off the bridge with her autistic child, but then she thought of her other child, that the sister, then how much she needed her, and I was like, so that saved her life. I like, oh. And this was in a promotion or commercial type thing.
She did, and it's because she has a neurotypical child too. Like, it makes you feel like garbage. Do you think that we asked to be born, for one? Born like this? Do you think we wanted this? We are being excused rather than accommodated. And Autism Speaks is profiting off of making our disability look like a scary movie. So at the end of the day, do I like Autism Speaks? No. Who do I recommend? My biggest thing is listening to autistic human beings in real life. So following autistic creators like myself is a great place to start. If you're thinking of like, oh, how do I get money to the people? Let me tell you that I have been autistic my whole life, and I've never once received a dime from any kind of autism organization ever, because most of the autism organizations that are out there are there to fund early intervention, aka detecting autism in the womb so you can abort the child, which is eugenics. Same thing with Down syndrome, like when they do that with Down syndrome babies, how you can actually like abort up to like 25 weeks or something rather than 20 weeks. Gross. Or then it's like early intervention, like therapy ASAP, and we could talk about ABA therapy. But this is not what this video is for. So if you want to help autistic people directly is the best way. Or if you're unsure, check out what their mission statement is. Is there anything about early intervention or cure? What are they doing directly for autistic people? Love Michael is one that I love, and they employ autistic adults and they make granola. And so half of it is volunteers, asking for donations to fuel this project. But in order to ask them for donations, the volunteers go through a whole learning process of what autism is, so then they can talk to their friends and peers about it while they're asking for donations. So in that way, it's understanding autism for one, and then the second thing is they employ autistic adults. They have training that's autism friendly. It's a completely autism friendly space. Love Michael is an awesome one. ASAN is awesome. Autistic Women and Non-Binary Network is another one. There are a lot of great autistic creators. I'm a funky one. I'm autistic and I've been diagnosed with autism, but I am also white. And that's the first thing you see about me is that I'm white. So I highly recommend following Black autistic creators, other autistic creators of color, trans autistic creators, and even not creators. If you can find lots of us out there somewhere doing our stuff. And I think that the biggest thing, honestly, you can do is listen to us and not talk over us. Oh, and another thing, light it up blue. No, hashtag red instead. If you change any of the lights to blue, I will cry. A lot of us are epileptic, so if you change the lights to blue, you might trigger a seizure or two. Also, that's a sensory fucking nightmare. Please don't change the lights to blue, and please don't be lighted up blue or the blue pumpkins or the blue any of that. Blue, no. We don't like Autism Speaks. I can name no autistic person that likes Autism Speaks. And I have 2.5 million followers. I know probably 100,000 autistic people, and I don't know one of them that likes Autism Speaks. Even the ones that like super disagree with me all the time because they are like struggling with internalized ableism, which I totally understand. Even those people are like, no, Autism Speaks is not very good. This is just one gal's opinion, so remember that though. I mean, some people love Autism Speaks, but I think that all those things make them not good. And how they make me feel is not a fun feeling. Maybe instead of Autism Awareness Month, we can call it Autism Acceptance Month. That's what a lot of autistics already do. So happy Autism Acceptance Month. Make sure that you are listening to autistic people. Make sure that you're asking questions and you're not speaking over us. That's the number one thing we can tell you.
Okay, that was Paige Lael.
Clorox Free and Clear is formulated to be safe around kids and pets.
You've almost certainly heard of the organization, but I'm guessing there's a good possibility you haven't heard about the controversy. In 2009, Autism Speaks ran a commercial actively spreading fear and stigma around autism, saying things like, "I will fight to take away your hope. I will make sure your marriage fails." There's so much more to this commercial, but you've almost certainly heard of the organization, but I'm guessing there's a good possibility you haven't heard about the controversy. In 2009, Autism Speaks ran a commercial.
Yeah, it's 2009.
Actively spreading fear and stigma around autism, saying things like, "I will fight to take away your hope. I will make sure your marriage fails." There's so much more to this commercial, but that is the problem, is even to this day, Autism Speaks still talks about autism as a disease, something that needs to be eradicated or cured. And if you're not familiar with autism or the autistic community, you may be wondering, well, what's the controversy? And the thing is, autism can influence a number of complications, especially depending on how it presents. But autism is not a virus or a disease. It's a neuro.
I think it's only fair. Might as well. We'll go. Only fair to go to Autism Speaks website. Let's take a look at it. The first thing that pops up. This is just give us money. I know that's kind of common, or the thing now for most sites like this, but this just shows you how commercial this is. Just you have to X out the, and then here's another donate site, another X out, another thing. That's 3 of them. Holy heck. Okay, so at least we've buried, well, we're still buried. I'm going to learn more. No, I don't care. Go away. Okay, that's not going to let me get rid of that lower bar. Change takes courage. Act fearlessly. This World Autism Month. What needs to change? Oh, this is that lady right there. That's her right there. She's I don't know where the hell she's from, but yeah, she gets like 250,000 in That's her bonuses, I think. So this must be one of these fellows must be autistic. I'm guessing these are her children, her sons. I'm guessing. Change takes courage. Change takes courage. No. Whoa. Let's take the pledge. Today, misconceptions of autism. The frequency in which people are excluded. Oh, give us money. Threaten to access vital information, resources, support autistic people or family need. Join Autism Speaks to fearlessly Oh, this is fucked. Oh my word. They want you to pledge to Autism Speaks. Pledge money, I guess. Or pledge your loyalty to Autism Speaks. Wow. This World Autism Month and beyond. Join Autism Speaks to fearlessly stand. Wow. I will be a true friend to the full autistic. Yeah, right. I don't know what's the full autistic community. I don't even know what that means. I know what the actually autistic community is. That's what most of the autistic community kind of identifies itself as. What's specifically is people who actually are autistic. And that's the community that you need to communicate with. That I've told Autism Speaks personally over and over again that's who they need to communicate with. Now, when we say autistic community by itself, that includes parents, friends, supporters, whatever. I guess basically anybody wants to be helpful or wants to be involved, what have you, are affected by autism in one way or another. That's the autism community, but I don't know what this. I've never seen this term full before. The full. Wait, we don't want them autistics. We don't want the empty autism community. Not that empty one. We want the full autism community. Get that full autism. I will clarify misconceptions about autism, guide others, reputable sources. I see. What do they consider reputable sources? Them? Autism Speaks has not ever been considered a reputable source. Not by the autistic community. Just the irony. Now this guy, I think I've seen him before. I think he's autistic. And he was interviewed by that lady on the front, that front page or whatever. That I think she's Swedish. Okay, so there's an autism walk. When is that walk? Is that in April? When do you walk? Register, donate, log in. Find your event. And then, I'm not. Okay. I'm not even going to bother. So it looks like, okay, there must be a bunch of them all over the place. I'm not familiar. I wonder if these are huge donation drives? Is that what they are? My autism guide. Okay. Let's go back here again. What is autism? Let's find out what autism is, everyone. I'm excited to find out. Very excited to find out. Let's see. No. No. No, I cannot be watching that. I cannot be. Oh my God. You go to the first tab here. what is autism? You think, oh, this is going to tell you what, kind of define what autism is. Learn about screening. Second thing to come up, screening. What is autism? Here's how to find out if your kid's got it. Whatever happened to what is autism? Okay, okay. You must have to click on that. Okay, that's horrible. That's not very intuitive. Maybe I'm just stupid, but you had to click on what is autism. It's still weird about learning about screening and stuff that they come up. They should have that tab here. What is autism? And this is what the page should be. I've actually designed web pages. I think that's a little confusing, but maybe it's just me. Okay, so ASD refers to a broad spectrum range of conditions. Broad range? No, it doesn't. No, it's not a range of conditions. Like, are they trying to say it's a broad range of illnesses, or what do they mean by conditions? I don't know even know, what does that even mean? Like, characterized by challenges with social skills, repetitive behavior, speech, nonverbal communication. Yeah, okay-ish. Okay, so this is from the census thing, I think, from what is it, 2022, something like that. I did not know that the statistics. This is probably right. That the statistics here are probably from the same source, but I just think it's interesting that it says 1 in 45, which just shows you. I totally believe that. Yeah, National Library of Medicine. Yeah, this is going to be legit, and the reason is that's just for lack of diagnosis. Well, doctors are used to getting more used to diagnosing children. And it's still kind of unheard of. It's beginning. It's becoming a lot more common. I think doctors are hearing about adults diagnosed with autism, so they're starting to pay attention to it like they didn't even 5 years ago. So, in between now and 5 years ago, there's a significant difference. Like, awareness has gone through the roof as far as doctors. Now, as far as doctors getting their diagnosis and what they think autism is and being up, that's a whole different story. But the doctors are definitely getting more traffic, and they are becoming at least more aware that adults are looking for these diagnoses. But I don't know if yes, maybe. Okay, whatever. We know that there is not one type of autism, but many. Autism looks different. Each person with autism has a distinct set of strength challenges. No, not necessarily. Maybe not. Maybe they may not have real strengths. Maybe they may not have super challenges, but they could still be autistic. Okay, I think I'm getting nitpicky on the wording here, but let's see if I'm looking for any big faux pas here or whatever, any big screws up. Some autistic people can speak while others nonverbal communicate. Some have intellectual disabilities. Well, and this is also, see, if this was an written by autistic people, then we could have we's here. And and this is like third person, so it's very clinical, which kind of sucks, but okay, whatever. Once again, I'm getting nitpicky. Some require significant support in their, okay. So it looks like they're trying to hint or talk about support needs, which is up at current, we'll say. So that's cool. On average, autism is diagnosed at age 5 in the U.S. That may be true. Signs appearing. Okay. Wow, we're already like, this is, we get a kind of definition thing here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sentences. 5 sentences. About autism, and now we're going into diagnosis and everything else. That's really, really shallow. That is so shallow. 5 sentences. That's all we're going to really talk about autism, except for this kind of like definition. And then we got it redefined here. It looks like it may be a different story. Okay, this is their definition, I guess, because it has their little tag here. Autism refers to a broad range of conditions characterized by challenges with social communications. Okay, we could use that in certain circumstances, but I don't know if that's a good definition. And then I don't know what this conditions mean. Broad range of conditions. It sound well. It could have malaria and could if they got that malaria and that bursitis all mixed up together, then they got the autism. It's a broad range of them conditions right there. Character and I don't know. It's just really weird that we get 5 sentences, but just barely a paragraph here, a short paragraph, and then we're getting into this. But now we are getting into levels. At least we're expressing them. I wonder where this goes. We'll go down this rabbit hole. Another Autism Speaks site. Okay. There. Okay. So they give it DSM. DSM-5, not the current one. They're not going to give the current one. Why are you not giving the current DSM? I'm going to have to write a note about that. Why are they not giving the current DSM definition? I know it's changed. I can't find my whiteboard. It has changed slightly. Not much, but slightly. But yeah, what is the DSM-5 TR? Is that what it's called now? So this is out of date, and this has been over a year. I think the TR has been around, so this is quite a bit out of date. That's disappointing. But that was an interesting rabbit hole go down. Okay, many people with autism experience other medical, behavioral, mental health issues that affects their quality of life, just like neurotypical people. Is what I would add right there. Just like neurotypical people. There's still a matter of separation here with this sentence. And it is just like neurotypical people. You can say neurotypical people experience other medical, behavioral, mental health issues that affect their quality of life. So even with that sentence, they're creating a weird kind of separation. Is weird that would duh. Are we going to be immune to things that other people aren't immune to because we're autistic? So we're not going to have other medical, behavioral, mental health issues that would affect our quality of life? Why would they even put that there? That's to make it look, I think, more damning, more sickly, or whatever. But that could just be, and I could just be nitpicking here. We'll go right along. Anybody can be autistic, okay. However... all-inclusive statement. However, okay, you tell me that is not the funniest thing ever. Oh my word. Holy hell. I have never, ever, ever. Oh my word. I cannot believe this. Anyone can be autistic regardless. All-inclusive statement. Regardless of sex, age, race, or ethnicity. However, research from the CDC says that boys get diagnosed with autism 4 times more often than girls. Okay, now they're even referring to the DSMTR, although they didn't appear where they should have. They should, because that has changed. But why aren't they up on that? They don't have any autistic people to tell them that? Is that what the problem is? Okay, girls may be more subtle presentation of symptoms, fewer social challenges. Their symptoms may go unrecognized by doctors. That's true. Often leading to underdiagnosis or misdiagnosis. That's very, very true. Being okay, yeah, but this is so short and callous. Autism looks different for everyone. Each person with autism has distinct strengths and challenges. Yes, maybe ish. Just like anyone else. Some autistic people can speak just like anyone else, while others are nonverbal just like anyone else. Some are minimally verbal just like anyone else. And communicate in other ways just like anyone else. Some have intellectual disabilities just like anyone else. Some do not, just like anyone else. Wow. Okay, some require significant support in their daily lives, while others need less support and, in some cases, live entirely independently, of course. And like, I was not diagnosed at 53. And they're probably not going to even mention adults here, I think, except for this part right here. I don't think they're going to get into that. And I think we're going to start getting into darker material. This is as light as it's going to be. Now it's going to be all about how to fix, where to go to, ABA, treatment, diagnosis, stuff like that. This is very impersonal. This is very objective for an organization that's supposed to be supporting autistic people. This is not putting a face to autism at all. This is very cold and calloused. White pieces of paper. That's what autism is. This is not cool. I just don't like this presentation at all. This sucks bad. This really sucks bad. Wow. Okay, so autism is a lifelong condition. Once again, what is condition? And just because this is I can find 15 or 20 different dictionary definitions of condition doesn't mean they are using it in that same way. But we're going to have to guess that they are somehow trying to use American English properly, so to speak. State of something with regard to appearance, quality, working order. That's not very medical. Circumstance affecting the way in which people live or work, especially regard to their safety or well-being. Yeah. Significant influence to determine manner or outcome of something. Okay, this is where it's, yeah, looking significant influence on our determined matter of outcome of something. And that can be true because it's true. Bring something into desired state for use. Okay, yeah, but they're not saying they're conditioning autistic people. Although that's what they are. That's what ABA does, is try to condition people to be autistic people. Something that's limited or restricted here is what they're saying. And that is a little bit ableist there, and that's how I see that word condition as being kind of that way. Like, if there's something wrong with this, okay, this is their word, lifelong condition, lifelong. Yeah, it's not a fucking condition. Why would it be a condition? That I think I would find offensive if I got offensive. If I was able to get offended at things, I think I would be very offended at that. I don't get offended. I think it's a alexithymia thing, but calling me a lifelong condition, that makes it like something's wrong. Autism is a brain type, a neurotype. And they should know that. But that's not what we're getting here. I gotta bookmark this page too, because I'm gonna have to talk about this one every single day. Let's see if try to find my bookmarks. I'm like so not good at this. History. No. Bookmarks. Bookmark this tab. Done. Hopefully it is actually bookmarking these tabs. I don't know if it is. All bookmarks. Ooh, I got them. Okay, cool. Okay, because we're going to have to be coming back to this page over and over. Let me make sure that TikTok knows I'm still there. TikTok, well, if you don't mess with it, every once in a while with changing the scene or whatever, it will decide that you might have fell asleep or left the room, whatever, and it wants you to basically say that you're still there. So we've gotten through the Heidi. So we got, this is a bad definition. This is so. It's ableist in itself. I just don't like it. I don't. Okay. We're gonna go. Okay. Okay. I did. That's as far as I could get. Was that autism is a lifelong condition? Now that's very ableist in itself. It's not a lifelong condition. There's nothing wrong with this, and we already did look up the word condition there. And yes, it does kind of have a negative thinking connotation, or can, as if something's wrong. Like, ooh, you've got a condition now, some kind of medical condition. No, that's kind of ableist. That's not cool. I don't like that. Like I said, if I could be offended, if I had that kind of emotion, I think I would find that very offensive. I just don't have that kind of. I do experience emotions. Don't get me wrong. That is not that type of emotion. Okay, so autism is a lifelong condition, and an autistic person's needs, strengths, and challenges may change over time. Yeah. Okay, I'll go with the second part of that. But we can also say any person's needs, strengths, and challenges may change over time. So now we're separating, that's making that ableist. If you can put in that neurotypical person's needs, strengths, challenges may change over time, then you're separating it and acting as if it's different from neurotypical people. Why are you doing that? Why not say, like neurotypical people are, an autistic person's. If you feel you have to say that, why don't you say like other people's or whatever, like blech, holistic peoples. But that is kind of ableist to me. That is. This is Autism Speaks, by the way. This is their site. I'm not writing. I'm not making this stuff up. We're just going live and looking at what they have on their site. They're wanting to know what I think about. Wanting me to comment, I guess, on them. So I am. I'll give them all kinds of comment. Like this DSM TR, they do mention it here, but up above, when you go to their link, or right here, they talk about the DSM-5, not the TR. And then they give the full diagnostic criteria, which is cool, of the DSM-5, but not the DSM-5 TR. So that's out of date. That should be updated. And that's been around for at least a year, I think, now. So I just a lifelong condition. Am I wrong here? Am I wrong calling it a lifelong condition? Is that like totally not uncool or what? You know? So anyway, is long okay later in life. There's no one type of but many. Who is Stephen Shore? I hope this is an autistic person. I so hope it is. STEPPH. Is an autistic professor of special education at Adelphi University. Okay. So they're okay. That's cool. That probably is his. I wonder if that is his quote. Well, let's put quotes in. Sometimes they'll pop up. Okay, he's the one who came up with. If you've met one person with autism, you met with one person with autism. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, I so hate these white pages, Google. Stop. Stop. I can't look at it. Ugh. It's hurting so much. And Autism Speaks, too. Why do you have a white page? Why would Autism Speaks have a white page? Tell me this. Really? Autism Speaks has a white page. You know how much that freaking hurts? That is hurting me. It is causing me pain to do this video and review your website right now. It is hurting me. Autism Speaks. So we got a screening questionnaire. First action toolkit. Parent's Guide to Autism. Oh my goodness. I am scared on this. If your child recently has been diagnosed with autism, what about adult autism? What about adults? Toolkit to support you. You are not alone. You are not alone in this journey. Okay, now this is where we start getting into. Now you're not alone in journey. Now you're not alone in this journey. This is where we start getting into the cultic type of stuff. We are here to answer you. Autism Speaks is here to answer you. Autism Speaks. No, I know this is in any kind of commercialism or whatever, but you're also going to find this in advertising and so forth, in which they are trying to influence you. Okay, so this is a heartstring puller, is what it is, and this guide, Autism Speaks is here to give you a guide towards finding the help you need, and I bet you that guide's going to go down the road of oh darn it, they want all this junk in here. I am not going to give them all this crap. Oh, this is so sad. Like, I want to just, like, give them fake stuff. I don't. If you're not able to see this form that you, if you're not able to see the form, no, I would not gonna do that. We're not okay. Help and information is probably gonna be the same page. Oh, okay. What is this? Oh my god, this is some kind of company. What is this? Our team members are certified resource specialists. They are certified resource specialists. Dun dun dun. Wait, we gotta get this right here. Certified. That doesn't mean anything. There's no. It's. They can call their people whatever they can certify. They can just. A certified doesn't mean anything if it's just through them. It doesn't mean anything. Certified resource specialists through Inform US and are specially trained to provide personalized information and resources to autistic. I have no idea. I don't even. Oh my goodness, what kind of rabbit hole do we have to go? What is Inform US? Now it's getting scary. I know this is going to look like more of a money trail than anything. What? So yeah, this is a paid for service? Okay. Is this the same thing? Did I? Inform. Inform USA. Okay, Inform USA. Okay. Inform USA, what is that? What is Inform? This isn't anything. Okay, so you can just make up your certification or whatever and have your certified thing go through this. So, okay, so if I start a grocery store chain and I want to have a little test thing to operate my grocery store thing, I can make up a testing thing, go through this, and then have these people get certified by going through their testing through this or organization kind of thing. I've kind of seen things like that. I think that's what that is. So why is Autism Speak connected to that? Isn't that weird? Oh, so that they can say that they're okay. So it's a way that they say that people have special training, and it doesn't mean anything. They could go to that thing and say, okay, teach them how to make beer. And they go through that. Okay, do you know how to make beer? Yep. Okay, you're certified, and then they're certified resource specialists. I mean, that's That's what that mean. It doesn't mean anything. Now autism response team. I have no idea what this is. I would love somebody to call this and record this so I can figure out what this is. I wouldn't want to go on it myself because they think I was trolling them. Just trying to figure out what it is. And I don't want... I do want to go through all this and everything, but I don't want them to feel like I'm actually trolling them or anything like that. So we already went through the DSM-5 here. That's out of date. Let's see, the DSM-5... Yeah, the DSM-5 was published in 2013. That's how bad. Oh no, that was had to be before that. TF4 is. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the DSM-5 came out in 2013. And when did that come out? That's what I want to know. That was just recently. Okay, so it's probably, okay, 2022, so that's, yeah, that was 2022, it's 2024. These guys are at their, that's way, way out of date. Come on. These people are getting paid like $1 million, $500,000 a year, and their website is like this. It's a white page, and they're showing the DSM-5 when the DSM-5 TR, which has made changes here, it is relevant. The changes are relevant. They're not very significant, I don't think, but they are relevant. They are there. And Autism Speaks has failed to do that. Newly diagnosed. Let's see what this says. Now, I'm suspecting, I'm not going to look at this. We'll minimize this or whatever. Okay, I'm suspecting that what it's going to have here is some referrals, kind of maybe at least kind of ABA-ish things. We'll see. I don't ever think they start with that exactly or directly promote that or not. We'll see. 100-day kit, and that's where they wanted that your personal stuff. Wouldn't that be funny if I did? Okay, I'm gonna get junk mail. I'm gonna get junk mail from Autism Speaks. They're gonna know exactly who I am. They're literally gonna know exactly who I am. Like, there's gonna be no mistakes. Because I'm using my real name. I'm really doing this. Oh. So anyway, yeah, I'm going to do this real quick. Let's see. Oops. Okay, finish up that email. Gotta make sure my email is correct. And it's not. Okay. Okay, yeah, I just got spammed. Okay. I'll go right back there. Why was introduction? Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, do I have to sit here and click on all this stuff? Okay, who wrote this, first of all? Okay, so we got a Autism Speaks letterhead, so this is presumably, and this is basically a PDF. Yeah, this is PDF, I guess, basically. So this is a Autism Speaks. Let's see what they have to say. You have asked for help. See, now once again here, you've asked us for help, so here we are to help you. There are, at the very beginning, they're saying we have already delivered on our promise. You've asked for help, and here it is. That's a very, very sales-ish technique. And it also goes along with grooming and cults and so forth. Now, am I faulting them for this? No. But I'm just saying that's what it is. And that's why it fits the bite model of authoritarian control. This is an important turning point in a new chapter of your life. For some families, it may be the moment after your long search for you may now have a name for something you didn't know what to call it. Okay, so they're trying to make the person pull at heartstrings. Maybe it was a teacher or a doctor. Come on, we don't care. This is just blah, blah, blah stuff. Families, they're really trying to feel like, yes, we know. They're trying to fit in here anybody's perspective. No matter what your perspective is, we understand. That's what this is all about. That's pulling us in. That's the hook. Right there is what that is. Now that you have the diagnosis, the question, where do you go from here? Now, now this is the question that we want. So now we're going to deliver here. We're going to give you the answer. And basically, no matter what that answer is, I haven't looked, I haven't cheated. They're going to be the answers, or they are going to provide the answer. And that's what all cults do, by all nature. The Autism Speaks 100-Day Kit was created to help you make the best use of the next 100 days of your life. That makes it sound like this is like so freaking... And the first 100 days of your life, this is your survival kit. Are you kidding me? Hopefully don't call it a survival kit. Please don't. Please don't call it a survival kit. Did I miss it? Okay, good. They did not call it it's a 100-day kit. It's still, I don't know. It contains information and advice collected from trusted and respected experts on autism and from parents like you, but not autistic people. You can't do this. Come on. Really? You couldn't ask? They don't mention autistic people. They compiled all this. They did all this work, but never asked an autistic person for advice. Okay, with that, I'm going to go on a quick break, and I will be right back. Oh my goodness. Because I'm going to continue this. This is hilarious. Let's see if I'm going to play something here on YouTube real quick while we're waiting. Another page. Okay, here we go. A closer look at Autism Speaks. I'll be watching this, by the way. Come on, let's go.
I am autism. I will ruin your life and destroy your family. I will steal your money and burn down your house.
That was weird Anyway, I am Foster, I'm an autistic adult, and today I'm going to speak about Autism Speaks. I do speak for the entire neurodivergent community, except for the fact that I completely don't, and I only speak for myself. So Autism Speaks is the largest autism research organization in the United States as a whole. It's a very big and popular nonprofit that has been criticized a lot by autistic adults for a lot of reasons, and it's a very dividing topic. There are a lot of non-autistic parents of autistic children who really love Autism Speaks, as well as a lot of people who work with autistic children who are also not autistic. However, a lot of actually autistic people absolutely despise this organization and frequently talk about how controversial it has been in the past. However, a lot of people say we should just get over that because it was in the past and they've changed, and today I'm going to talk about all of that. I did a lot of research and we're going to talk about the history of Autism Speaks and its old controversies, as well as its current problematic behavior and some of the things they seem to be trying to keep hidden from all of us. So let's start at the beginning. Autism Speaks was founded in 2005 by Bob and Suzanne Wright. These were just two people who started the organization after their grandson was diagnosed with autism. They looked around, they went to doctors, they found out there was no cure, so they started Autism Speaks in 2005 as a way to fund research to find a cure for autism. The original Autism Speaks mission statement read, quote, "We are dedicated to funding global biomedical research into the causes, prevention,
This is all perfectly true. All perfectly true.
treatments, and a possible cure for autism. We strive to raise public awareness about autism and its effect on individuals, families, and society. We work to bring hope to all those who deal with the hardships of this disorder." Their mission statement changed in 2016, but we'll get into all of that later. For now, all you need to remember is that the organization started as a way to cure, treat, and prevent autism. The organization was actually founded with a $25 million donation from the founder of Home Depot, Bernard Marcus. Bernard Marcus also served as a board member for Autism Speaks in the past, and Home Depot is still one of their main donors. They even sell blue light bulbs for hashtag.
Okay, all of that is absolutely true. And this lady right here, she is autism. She's a doctor. She has a channel here on. I think she's a doctor. But she has a channel here on YouTube.
Lighted up blue, which we will get into later. Remember that. The original Autism Speaks logo looked like this. However, this puzzle piece logo was actually based on this puzzle piece logo, which came from the National Autism Alliance, which we're going to talk about right now. So the old National Autism Alliance logo was a black and green puzzle piece with a child crying in the middle, a little boy. And the creators of this logo said that the point of the puzzle piece was to say that autism was a puzzling condition and that we had to find the missing piece, that being the cure. They used phrases like "until the puzzle is finished" or "until we find the missing piece," and that's all about curing autism. The crying boy in the center of the puzzle piece was supposed to serve as a reminder that autistic.
I'm pretty sure that was that came from the UK too. That was not American.
People are suffering from autism. And another thing that these two logos has in common is that they both kind of focus on boys, which is strange. So the green one has the boy crying in the middle, and the Autism Speaks logo was originally blue. A lot of us think that this is because autism for most of its history was believed to be a condition only affecting boys, and is still believed to be affecting mostly boys, even though the people who do that research completely ignore the fact that there is discrimination in that process. So a lot of autistic people don't like the puzzle piece logo because we are not confusing, we don't like being told that we are missing pieces, we don't want a cure, and we are not all boys. But when we criticize the puzzle piece logo, a lot of people will say, "Oh, it doesn't symbolize that there are any pieces missing," or like, "Oh, it means that all the pieces fit," or "it symbolizes community." Autism Speaks actually even has this defense up on their website of why they still use the puzzle piece, but no, like you can look at the history of where the puzzle piece came from, and they will directly say it's because autism is confusing and we need to fix it and find a way to solve the autism problem. It does come from that. Like, all of those things that you want to use as an excuse sound great, and you're free to use this if you're autistic and you like it. But that's not where it comes from. So when it comes to what Autism Speaks does, Suzanne Wright, who has now passed away but was one of the original founders, has said that raising awareness is the first step. And raising awareness is one of the things that Autism Speaks is most known for. They create videos, public service announcements, advertisements, and like documentaries, all to spread awareness of autism. They have also actually consulted with multiple like television producers and producers of movies who want to add autism representation. They worked with Sesame Street on creating the character Julia.
Absolutely true.
But a more interesting example is that they worked with Sia, the musician, on creating the movie Music. So if you don't know, that movie has been very widely criticized by the autism community as well.
It's bad. Like, really bad. Like, it needs a warning at the start of it sort of bad. Bad enough that it's promoting lethal methods to help autistic people. It's an absolute vomit of a mess of loud noises and vibrant colours, an entirely unwelcoming film set, and an entirely unwelcoming film for anyone with sensory issues, which autistic people...
Okay, this is a funny thing. Like, this has got to be a couple of years old, at least. Okay, 11 months ago. I don't know if this lady was aware, but Sia herself, actually, this all did happen. Sia had a girl that was not autistic play an autistic person, and it made a really weird portrayal of autistic people that a lot of autistic people didn't like. I don't know. It was just, it was kind of strange to me too. It was her artistic expression, whatever. So they went after Sia, and she apologized, and then found out later on, then I think that's been this last year, that she herself is autistic. Now, I don't think Chloe knew this at the time when she's saying this, and now this was, it says it was done 11 months ago, but it seems like it was longer, but who knows. We'll say
People have. One thing that really got me shocked was watching her interview with Variety. At one point, the interviewer says something about how this autistic girl is nonverbal, which we prefer nonvocal, because nonvocal doesn't mean you can't communicate. She goes, she's basically, because she's nonverbal.
I think I said nonverbal, so I didn't know that.
She's like an inanimate object, like a wig. And Sia's like, mm-hmm. She's like, but you gave them a voice. You gave them a voice. And Sia's like, yeah, you know, I really did give them a voice. But when we brought up those criticisms, Sia was like, I actually know what I'm doing. I'm working with Autism Speaks. And then the whole autism community was like,
oh, yeah. If you say something like that, holy moly, the autism community is just going to explode. Oh, my goodness. You know what I should do? I should make a... No, if I made a video endorsing Autism Speaks, nobody'd believe it. They'd be like, okay, there's Dave being stupid.
Like, oh, we hate them. Why would you do that? But yeah, they apparently worked with Sia on this terrible, terrible movie. That's an example of some of the work they've done to raise awareness, but we are also going to watch some of their advertisements and videos that they have posted in the past. We're starting off with a video called Autism Every Day. This focuses on mothers of autistic children and how hard it is to be the parent of an autistic child. The full video is linked below. It's on YouTube for free if you want to watch it. But I'm going to react to a few of the highlights. One notable thing about this video is that it starts with just a montage of autistic children screaming, crying, having meltdowns. Some of them are...
Like I like on the freeze face, that one like face that, like, if you're in between you know, saying two different words or whatever, those weird expressions where it freeze frames when you're editing or whatever. And people look hilarious, but yeah, I think that's the autism look, and I know that they had, like, if they had just had some autistic person, they were just, you know, sitting there or whatever, smiling. No, oh no, they had to wait for that freeze face and get that, and that's what you're gonna see here, I'm sure. I have seen this before. I don't remember it, but I know that's what's coming. Just by knowing how these things work.
Running away. Yeah, this is super upsetting, and they just like cut all the clips together so that the viewer can know how bad it is to live with an autistic child. I also noticed that in several of these clips,
Yeah, I had 2 autistic children.
specifically the ones where no one is getting hurt and no one is running away, there are several parents grabbing and like restraining their children to make them stop self-regulating and stimming, which is gross and not called out by Autism Speaks because, you know, I'm not going to show those clips.
I think they still don't call it out on their website. That'll be something to look for about stimming. See what they say on that. They're so weird and vague on their stuff that I was so disappointed. I thought it would be much deeper than what it was, but that's website from what I saw was not deep at all.
On screen because it is super disrespectful and humiliating to show your child having a meltdown to thousands of people. Like when you click play on the video, it's just automatically, immediately a montage of children in extreme distress and their parents not helping them. And nobody benefits from you posting meltdowns online. It's not educational, it's not helping the child, it's not helping the parents. It's literally disgusting. And I don't really see why anyone has ever done this, but they still keep doing it. And the whole point of this in this video seems to be to make it seem like autism is just entirely bad and that autism is a disease that is torturing these children and making them a burden on their families. But don't worry, it gets much worse.
And absolutely, I agree. It really... To me, this is the type of offense. The way they demonize autistic people. I'll get back on camera here. The way they make autistic people look here is so bad that you can't forgive it. It's kind of like someone saying, well, I didn't know the Holocaust was wrong, and so I participated in it, or something. Something that is like, no, you of course, you know, you can't say, oops. You know, once you have gone there, and once you have portrayed autistic people as a nuisance, a menace, a horrible thing to have and to be, and when that is your opinion and that's how you approach autism, there's no oops in that. There's no I made a mistake in that. You know, if they said, well, I said autistic person versus a person with autism, okay, that's nuance, so what? You know, I mean, I have my own preferences in that, but the thing is there's a nuance there. But this is deeply fundamental as depersonifying an autistic person, making them less than human, making them and portraying us as being less than human. There's no coming back from that if that's what your view walking in is. That's what's wrong with Autism Speaks. This isn't, I misunderstood, or I didn't know that you personally had audio processing disorder, so we miscommunicated. No, that's, so what? This is fundamental stuff, considering an autistic person to be a monster. A person that considers an autistic person to be a monster should in no way ever represent or think they should represent an autistic person. Really? That would be like ask... I can't say it. If I say it, then people will get all mad at me. But it's just ridiculous. Yes, absolutely ridiculous.
Remember how I said that posting a video of your child having a meltdown is very humiliating and you shouldn't do that? 5 seconds later, one of these mothers is changing her kid's diaper just live in front of the cameraman, also in front of the 200,000 people that watch this video. The kid's like 5 or 6 and she's talking about how much of an inconvenience it is to still have to change his diaper while recording almost like barely censored footage of her wiping her kid's ass. I feel like if I said this to the mother in that video, she wouldn't see what the problem is, but if I posted a video of her wiping her ass and showed it to a couple thousand people, if I showed it to even like 5 people, I think she would take me to court.
Oh.
Weird how that is. Okay, next the moms start talking about how autism ruined their lives, basically, that they had to give up who they are, they had to give up their friends, all of their lives revolve around autism now, they've all quit their jobs.
Everything I do is about autism. I really had to give up my entire life as I knew it.
Well, I left the job that I never intended to leave.
And I did have to quit my job.
Our entire social life revolves around autism.
Oh, if you're still there, Purple, I am able to put both Google. This is actually dark mode on YouTube, and I know you go into this up here. Let's see. There's a way that you get in there. There's languages. Just I cannot remember where I looked it up. Somebody made a video about how to get maybe system. For YouTube is a lot quicker than that. YouTube's actually pretty easy. I've somehow... Oh, I think if you go into settings... No, okay, this is wanting me to go... No, I don't want to go. Bye-bye. Ah, I just lost the whole thing. Come on, let me back on. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. I totally lost my place too. Totally lost my place. Okay, and I didn't keep track of it. I completely forgot what the heck I was talking about. Yeah, okay, I know there's a way on YouTube to, it's somewhere like in your, where you signed in or whatever, and it's your preference. It might be the dots here, and it says, and I think it may depend on if you have Windows 11 or 10, but it'll say something like dark mode or one of these. This is a 10 version, so I had to go to another menu in here. I don't think I've got a history. Hey. Nope. Darn it. I totally forgot what I was talking about. How funny. Anyway, I was talking about, that's right. I want to go back. I was looking at different videos why people don't like Autism Speaks, but I want to go back real quick to Autism Speaks website, because I thought that was okay. Here it is. I love it. It's so classic. First page, you have to X out of give us money. Give us money. That's the first page. That's so crazy that I can't even believe that. So yeah, and then I was looking here. Now this is all white and everything, and I go to this what is autism, and I thought it was a drop down, but you actually have to click onto this what is autism to get into their definition. Went over how autism is a lifelong condition They consider it a condition. Ugh. See, then they get into screening. They got another page for screening, just like I thought they would. What causes autism? Now, this is going to be interesting. Okay, I have not seen this one, including social determinants. I so hope that that is not something like... I hope they're... not saying something about, like, trying to make it about homosexuals or trying to make it about immorality or some kind of weird, like, what is socially acceptable and what is not thing. I hope that's not what they're going at for there. Okay, I'm going to ask Google. Okay, autism, social determinants. Oh my God, something's social determinants of health. Something is actually popping up. Social determinants of health and autism prevalence estimates, including SDOH, including historical community factors related to housing, employment status, food insecurity, cumulative persistent experience over life courses. No! Because you can't become autistic. You're born autistic. It isn't what happens over your lifetime that makes you autistic. What are they? Am I misreading this? Are particular salient for what is salient? I don't remember. For autistic individuals and their families who not only experience distinct socioeconomic challenges, but particularly severe stressors in the forms of psychosocial changes? Really? Isolation, exclusion. That's everybody. Lifelong struggles accessing healthcare. So they're saying if you have a lifelong health struggle, you're going to be more autistic, not your kids. Or is that what they must be trying to say, that your kids are more likely to be autistic if you come from economic stressors. I have never heard that before. Supposedly they have some references here. Disparities detection. Oh, this is disparities of like detection of autism. That's where they. Oh, what the? Okay, that was weird. Okay, the social determinants. Okay. So what they're talking about there is they're talking about in some areas, if you have better medical access to care or better psychological care, for in the case of autism, because that's how we are diagnosed. Let's say I'm a white male. Because I'm a white male, because of what do you call it? White white privilege or something. Was I more likely to get an autism diagnosis than someone of a different social class or economic class, blah, 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 that kind of thing. And So that's what they're saying, that is a factor in who gets diagnosed and so forth. Yeah, that of course it is. But that's not a cause. There are many causes of autism. They are not including that as a cause, though, of autism. Don't tell me they're... Yes, they're including it as a cause, not as a reason for getting diagnosed, but a cause. The causes of autism, social determinants. So, if you are born in an area where they cannot determine if you're autistic or not, that causes autism, is what they're saying. Okay. Here, like, they got pop-ups here. Give me money. Oh, this is so white. Autism Speaks. Come on, you should so know better. Has an autistic person ever looked at their website? Ever? God, this hurts bad. It really hurts. I am so sorry. Most appear, and I can't turn this down. I've already got my YouTube on like a dark mode or whatever. See, that's my YouTube right there. It's in dark mode. This is just their page. Okay, so how do genetic and environmental influences give rise to autism? It's a weird way to say it. Give rise. That almost, once again, it almost makes it sound infectious, like an infection thing. Like, how does it make it more infectious? Give rise? Just a weird... How do genetic and environmental influence affect? What does give rise mean? Cause to happen. Give rise. So how do genetics and environmental influences cause autism? How do genetic and environmental influences cause autism? Okay, yeah, that's a weird way of phrasing it. Okay, I guess you could put it that way. That was so weird. Okay. Do vaccines cause autism? Vaccines do not cause autism. Okay, this paragraph here is because this has not always been here. In fact, they did at one time. They didn't overtly say, I think, but they suggested that it could or something. It was very bad. I do not exactly remember, but due to that event, whatever happened, they had to actually strongly, finally, because I think they actually did say, and I'm saying I think, I'm pretty sure they were saying that and supporting the idea that vaccines did cause autism at one time. And this is why they had to take that down and then put this up, that vaccines do not cause autism, because the person who came up with that published it when it shouldn't have been published because it hadn't been peer-reviewed, and it was wrong, and later it was found out that he knowingly put disinformation in it, and he lost his doctor's license because of it. And even after that happened, they still persisted for a while, I believe. The results of this research is clear: vaccines do not cause autism. Yeah, so at least they did the right thing here. It's too bad they had to have their arms twisted, so to speak, to get it done. Is autism genetic? Research tells us autism tends to run in families. Meta-analysis 7 claim 60. Just say yes. If you have a child with autism, you are more likely to have another autistic child. Your other family just a child with ASD. Why don't you just say it? Tell the truth, Autism Speaks. Why don't you just say, if you have a child that's autistic, it's likely you are too. There's a dang good chance you ought to just look into it. Just saying. No matter what, if you definitely have a child that is autistic and you do not think you're autistic, you ought to look into it. No matter what. Just saying. Because it is very genetic. Okay, and it doesn't mean that you can be neurotypical and have an autistic child. Don't get me wrong, but it's a very, very strong family trait, and so I would take it very seriously that you could be autistic if you have an autistic child. And I am very serious about that. My mother, probably my grandmother. My mother definitely was autistic. I'm autistic. Both of my children are autistic. And I don't know about my grandkids yet. Alrighty, moving right along. If your child so basically they're just not saying it straight. Your other family members are also more likely to have a child with ASD. That is true. Changes certain genes in your what? Changes in certain genes, your genomes increase the risk that a child will develop autism. If a parent carries one or more of these genes, we don't know. Oh my God, I can't believe they're putting this. Sort of, but no. We don't know as much about genetics as we think we do here. And so they're saying if both parents are autistic, it's more likely that your child is autistic. Yes, or whatever, but they're really starting to go down that genetic thing of they started out trying to eliminate autism, trying to make it to where people could not be born autistic. They wanted to cure autism. That's the only way you could do it, is genetically change a person. And so and by genetically changing them, you would not have the same person. So you would basically unlife the person or kill the person that wasn't there, that had previously existed. They're talking about DNA changes. This is looking like kind of scary language to me. The majority of these DNA changes do not cause autism by themselves, but work in conjunction with many other... Yeah, this is getting a little scary. I don't know why they need to do this right here. I don't even know that this is necessary to add all of this. Is autism genetic? Yes, it absolutely can be. But the way they get the but not necessarily. Go to your doctor, find out. But the way they're wording all this or whatever is just, I don't know, not cool. I don't like it anyway. You know, if they were really smart, that they would watch my live streams and they'll. So, okay, we got past the vaccines. Okay, if your child has autism or ASD, we recommend you explore genetic testing. Going right down that freaking genetic trail. Why? Genetic. See, they're talking about all this genetic testing and everything. And the thing is that's not really how you test for autism. It's by family history and behaviors and how a person reacts to their situation and life history. It's we don't have a quote genetic test now, and they're still pushing this whole genetic thing. And most autistic people do not like this whole genetic thing because no matter what, it leads to genocide for autistic people. That's the end of the road here for us. Because they're going to say they're not going to take into account the Einsteins in the world, the Nikola Teslas, the Galileos, who knows, maybe Al Jazeera, all these amazing people that have made our world what it is today. And some of these, a handful of people, have had a profound effect on our lives. Profound. And to lose autistic people would be a travesty to mankind. And I mean that by advances that never could have been made because you didn't have autistic people to do that, to have that hyper focus, because we do have certain gifts, and I'm going to say it's in the way that we think, or at least for me. I'm not particularly gifted in anything, but that's how you got to look at and understand that with those strengths, they can be almost superhuman. Because we have that ability to focus, and then there's just some of us that happen to be geniuses and autistic. I'm not one of them. And then that's where we get these like super geniuses and so forth. But yeah, they're talking about Rett syndrome, Fragile X syndrome. Now, and these are important things to talk about. Don't get me wrong. Is this the right place to talk about it? Is this, or is it better what I just said? Yes, it's genetic. If have your family checked out, because if one person's got it, it's likely somebody else does. It's a good idea to have everybody checked out, or to see if you're autistic or whatever, if you want to. And there's also advantages and disadvantages to getting diagnosed. You may not want your child to get diagnosed. They may not want to be diagnosed for political reasons and so forth. As far as moving from one country to another, serving in the military. I served in the military and was honorably discharged. Never knew I was autistic. I was discharged at 21? And didn't know until I was 50 that I was autistic. So, yeah. Okay, genetic testing could show you genetic cause. See, genetic cause. And once again, even in genetics, we don't know that the specific genes and this is like an old type of thinking that this gene does this and this gene does this, that, and so forth. It doesn't necessarily work like that. We have I can't remember what they're called, but basically switches. And you can have a whole bunch of switches that cause each gene to interact in a different way. So it's more up to the switches than the genes themselves. However, these switches are within certain genes and blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all, quote, genetic as we have formally thought of it. And to this day, there have been certain genes that are in certain things, bacteria and so forth. And I think some genes that are found more common in autistic people, but there is no autistic gene or set of genes. It's just not there. There's no evidence for that. It may exist, but if so, it's going to be a lot of genes. So it's going to be a lot of factors that are all involved at the same time. If your child has ASD, we recommend you to explore genetic testing. And a lot of the autistic community would say no. No, I don't think so. So, and it's if they want to put this, then they should put that many in the autistic community or whatever at least fairly represent the autistic community. This part of the autistic community, most in the autistic whatever, do not agree with this. Do not agree with the genetic testing. So this is not in line with what I know of the autistic community. And now I could be wrong. Maybe I'm whatever. I have no idea. But as far as I know, I would not characterize this at all as being the opinion of the autistic community. In fact, I would say that I wouldn't even want to talk about genetic testing with any of the autistic community unless everybody knew that that was going to be the subject, because it's just that bad of a subject that you wouldn't want to start out. It's like trying to talk politics and religion to your father-in-law that is a different political party and a different religion. At first time meeting them, there's just things that you are at work or whatever. You just don't want to do those things. And talking about a lot of genetic stuff, even mentioning it just is such a hot spot in the autistic community. People just mentioning it can get people really upset. And there's reasons for that. Anyway, so genetic testing could show you the genetic cause. That's where they stopped me before, of your child's autism. Your child's autism. Now, what they're doing here, they are separating the autism from the child. It's a disease. It's your child's autism. There is no separation between us and autism. None whatsoever. Zero separation. We are autistic because of how our brains work. It's how we're born. It's how our brains are formed. It's not a disease that goes downhill that affects us or whatever. No, it's just how our brains form, how our brains operate, how our brains work. But they are separating by saying your child's autism. Separating the child from the autism. No one in the autism community would ever do that. I don't know of anyone that would separate the child from the autism. The autism from the person. We don't do that in this community. Because we are autistic. And, a lot of autistic people say I am autistic, or, autistic person. That doesn't matter. But we are autistic people. We are autistic. We are not afflicted with autism. It's not something we have. This is like your child's cold. Your child's humanism. Because your child's still a human. See, and reveal any genetic mutations, mutation languages, that might be linked to serious co-occurring conditions like epilepsy. See how they're working that in there? That's how they're justifying. Oh, you don't want your kid to have epilepsy. Oh, you don't want your kid to have Downs. Oh, you don't want your kid to be autistic. You don't want your kid to have ADHD. You don't want your kid, whatever. You don't want your kid to be white. Whatever. So, yeah, I don't like that. But this is really not, this whole thing talking about this genetic thing is not something that a actually autistic organization would tread very, very lightly here. And they would also talk about how the autism community feels about this stuff. None of this is being mentioned about how the autistic community feels about this stuff. Not any of it. It makes it more scientific, medical. a medical thing to be fixed, a scientific thing to be a problem to be solved by making it genetic. See how we're depersonifying the autistic person here? Now, this is probably not intentional, and this could be the best intent. I completely understand that. And that's fine. We have good people that have good intent, you know. Have to let TikTok know I'm still here. So, okay, what are our environmental factors? Okay, I'm going to tell you what environmental factors mean. When scientists, when doctors, professors of autism, and doctors, actual medical doctors of autism, whatever, when they say environmental factors, it means I have no freaking clue. It's got to have something to do with something somewhere. And that's for sure. And you can bank on that. It has something to do with something somewhere, somehow. And I ain't going to lie about that. Nothing. Okay? Right there. Somewhere in there. Okay. And that's the best that you're getting. That's what environmental factors are. It's just, we just don't know. And so, is it... And what people translate is that mean that there's something in the water? Does that mean there's something in the air? Does it too much sunlight, not enough sunlight? I have no idea. And all those could be. And that's the problem. We don't know. Is it how much gravity the moon has? Is it where Pisces is in the... No, I have no idea. So is autism genetic? Okay. Yes. What environmental factors? Okay, we're looking at the Autism Speaks website here. This is what I'm critiquing here. We are doing 100 hours. I'm doing 100 hours live of critiquing Autism Speaks. So, what are environmental factors? What are associated with autism? According to National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. What the? Okay, now we got to go down this. Okay, no. Let's stay here. Okay, I am going to try to go to this. Boom. Okay, according to the United States government, let's see what the government says. Autism, also known as Autism, is a broad range of conditions, they're using that word conditions again, that affect communication and behavior, usually occurring by age 2. Okay, people with autism may have difficulty with communication, social... Restricted. Okay, restricted. I hate this. Okay, this is from the government, but this isn't Autism Speaks, but restricted, repetitive. All this is so subjective. It's really from a neurotypical's point of view. Inability to function correctly is so, once again, effectively in school, work, and other. Yeah, well, it depends on the environment. Let's see, although scientists are trying to understand why some people develop autism. Oh my word, the ableist wording of this. Why some people develop autism as if it's developed as a disease or something. Well, some people get it. No, it's why some people why some people's brains form in some ways, and some people's brains form in other ways, and some are autistic and some are not. That's what you say, not why people develop autism. That is so freaking ableist. That's a government website, by the way. Sibling with the autism, older parents, genetic condition, Downs, Fragile X, Rett. What causes autism? Studies indicate the rate of autism. This is a government site. I cannot believe how ugh, boy, if this is where Autism Speaks is getting their information from, holy heck. Wow. Let's see. So, what environmental factors are associated with autism? Advanced parental age. I have heard that with CP. I've really actually never heard that with autism. Maybe that is true. I have heard, not CP, Downs. I have heard that with Downs. About parental age. I have not heard that, and that probably is true. Don't get me wrong. It's probably perfectly true. Advanced parental age may be a factor, risk factor. Parental exposure to air pollution or certain pesticides. I have not seen any decisive anything on that. Okay, so according to the National this is that government side, certain environmental influences may increase. So this is the government saying we don't know either. Extreme prematurity, very low birth weight, birth complications, oxygen deprivation, stuff like that. That's very interesting. I don't know. They're still using this word may. So that's saying we don't know. It could be some of these things, or it could be one or all, or it may or may not be any of them. May is really, really open. So, okay. Okay, so, but the answer is, let's see. What environmental factors are associated with autism? The answer is we don't know. And there could be certain chemicals and so forth in whatever that we are in contact with, maybe things we ingest, whatever, that could be associated with it. It could be hormone levels. It could be in the mother or in the probably the mother, I'm guessing. But it could be all kinds of different vitamin, mineral levels in the parents. It could be stress factors that affect where their psyche affects it. There could be all kinds of factors that help. It's kind of like if you get a cold. If you're in top shape and went up to the Rockies and skied and had fun or whatever, and you came back with a cold, that's one thing. But if you're probably going to heal up and be okay, and it's not going to be a big deal. But if you have a lung condition and you have heart condition and you have other conditions like emphysema where you can't breathe, okay, you have all these other things, that's going to be a big deal, and it's going to be a big factor. But in most cases it may not be, and that's kind of the same thing. There's so many things that could factor in, but we don't know, and because we don't know, that kind of indicates that they're not a big factor. Because if there was one that really stood out, if it was advanced parental age and 90% of kids born after age 41, a mother, then we could say, wow, okay, that's definitely, but none of these stand out like that. These are all could affect, kind of, as far as from what I've seen, the Tylenol thing, but that's something different. So, so on this, no, this is not the best information you could get, I don't think. Signs and symptoms, oh no. Signs and symptoms. And once again, I would not, if I represented myself, I'm going to mess with the lights here and stuff for a second. I turn off my cameras. If I represented any organization, I would definitely want to have the best face on it, as you could at any time. And I would like to have the most accurate information. but I would want to represent the autistic community, and I would in no way, now get back here to this. I in no way would use this language of symptoms. And I probably would have capitalized autism. It's probably not grammatically correct to capitalize it there, but symptoms. Once again, it's making it sound like a disease to be treated. You could okay. So here are signs of autism. That's okay. So sensitivities to core are signs of autism. So they're saying the symptoms are challenges with social communication, interaction, and restricted repetitive behaviors. Yeah. What? Okay, so I am getting confused here by restricted behaviors. That's weird that they put it into two. And I don't know why my brain is going blank right now, but they're putting this into two categories. Let's see. So your main categories of autism is social challenges, repetitive behaviors, and that's the two they have. There should be there's a third one in there. I'm gonna put signs of autism. Is gonna. Let's see if it gives something. Three main. Three main characteristics: social skills, different communication. Okay, so social skills, communication. They're okay. They're kind of put those together then. And then restricted behaviors are repetitive behaviors, and that's a lot of stimming or hyper focus is kind of the restrictive things like that. But anyway, okay. So let's see. I want to see. Take a look at what they're having to say here. Oh, this is interesting. How did I get here? I don't know how I got here. Okay, here we go. Oh no! They're using the word severity level. I cannot believe this. They're using the word severity levels. The severity levels. Okay, you don't have, as an autistic person, you don't have severity levels. You are autistic or you are not autistic. There's not a severity of autism. You've either had, you're either pregnant or not pregnant, not a little pregnant. But once again, that's very, very ableist to kind of put it in the way of severity levels. And that's not. They're not called severity levels. They're called support levels, which they requiring support. And they put that in, yeah, as quotes. Yeah, but the thing is that's what it is literally support level. So why are they putting severity levels here? And they even have it in a little... Where are they going with that? Can you believe they're using severity levels in this? Wow. This is so unbelievable. Unbelievable that they would say that. That is... If I could be offended, I would be really offended by that. I have alexithymia very much so. And I think this is absurd and hilarious, but I don't actually get offended like neurotypical people do. But if I did, I would find very offensive. Severity. I'm not somewhat severely autistic one day and not very severely autistic the next day. What are they doing? What are they thinking here? You know? That's craziness. Wow. So, okay, so in 2013, so we're still referring to the DSM-5, not the most updated one from 2 years ago. And it's not now. The DSM-5 should not be the handbook used to diagnose mental disorders, including autism. It should be the DSM-5 TR. So that's not correct. How is it that I'm just a autistic guy, and I can pick apart their website like this? Come on, it's like I am nothing special. I'm not super smart, and they've got more than 100 employees. Is that it? Maybe less. I don't know. Wow. And this is Autism Speaks website here. Okay. DSM-5 3 severity levels. I don't think it called them severity. I don't think it does. And I know the autistic community. Now, if they wanted to put severity levels and put that in quote, that the DSM-5 said that, that's one thing. But no, they are using this language here. So once again, we're treating autism as a disease. Not a type of human, not a human condition. That's what's so very, very wrong with this. Okay, severity levels for autism. For severity. I still can't believe they put severity levels for autism spectrum disorder. Level 3, requiring very substantial support. Communications. Actually, I've just barely seen this before. Let's see if this is in line with what I've seen before. Severe what? Yeah, severe deficits in verbal and nonverbal social communication skills, impairments in functioning, very limited initiation, social interactions. Now, this very limited initiation, that's so subjective. Minimal response to social overtones from another, once again, kind of subjective. For example, a person with few words of intelligible speech who rarely initiates interaction, and when or she does, usually approaches to meet needs only response. Okay. Restricted repetitive behaviors. Okay, so this is just going through. I think this is what I don't know if this is exactly what the DSM-5 has exactly. I can't remember, but is definitely in line with the definitions and stuff that I've seen before. But it's kind of weird that they're still on the DSM-5. Take a 2-minute... Related sources. And, okay, I knew somehow they were going to be into ABA. And here it is now, finally. And this is so far out. I mean, it's not directly at all. But, take a 2-minute screening of your child's keyword behavior. So we're getting into ABA here. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm going to test my kid. If I point to something... okay, this is on the Autism Speaks website, okay? This is not my doing. No, 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 no. I don't want to give you money. Say, this is their website, so... okay. If you point at something across the room, does your child look at it? Yes. Maybe. Have you ever wondered if your child might be deaf? No. Does your child pretend or make believe? Yeah. Does your child climb on things? Oh, hell yeah. Does your child make unusual things? Okay, did they stem? Yeah. I'm kind of answering this according to how my children would. Now, they're definitely autistic. I don't know. These questions here, like a bunch of the other ones, I think they're going to lean towards those kids weren't autistic. But just because they learned certain behavioral patterns and so forth and learn to do certain things doesn't mean that they're not autistic. Does your child point with one finger, ask something to get help? Not necessarily. No. 7. Does your child point with one finger to show something interesting? No, because they didn't give a rat's butt. Is your child interested in? Not necessarily. Does your child show things by bringing them to you or holding them for you to see? Not. No. Okay, this is interesting. Where is this thing coming from? I wonder where this thing came from. That's what I want to find out. Okay, so it has this trademark here, whatever. Our copyright Diana Robbins, Devon Freen, and Marianne Barton. Okay. Does your child respond to when you call her name? Well, maybe. Yes. Eventually. I mean, eventually. I don't know. Those are kind of weird. I guess, yeah. Does your child get upset by... probably. Does your child walk? See, now my daughter walked really young, but my son didn't. Your child look you in the eye. See, we can. I have always been able to look, like, I could look my mom in the eye. I could look my dad in the eye. I had to look my dad in the eye. Ooh, he beat that into me when I got in trouble. But with my kids, I can, but we still don't communicate that way usually. We're not really looking at each other when we talk. So I guess no. No. Those are yeah, they would. See, a lot of these, and it kind of depends on how old they are. Does your child try to get you to watch? No, not necessarily. I didn't give a crap. Does your child understand when you tell them? Yeah, for the most part, they did. I'm almost at 20 here, and that I'm answering for both kids here. So, if something new happens, does your child look you in the face to see how you feel about it? No. Why would they? Does your child like movement activities? See, my son didn't. I'll put no. Okay, my daughter, she wanted to be. It's a 12. Okay, so the risk factor is a 12, which I have no idea what that means. It's probably not even a risk factor. And it doesn't tell you. Wait, assess the... Okay, I have no idea what they're trying to do here. I'm getting away from here. But yeah, that's kind of... Okay, that was kind of a waste of time. And let's see, find local providers, autism services. all of these are going to eventually kind of get you to ABA stuff, I imagine. I don't know what this is, but whose website is this? HealthLink Dimensions. So somebody's getting paid for this one too. Let's see. So they might be. Oh, does this work where this company pays Autism Speaks to have their directory on here? Because basically this is like a Google search, but directly through this company. So they must be getting a kickback or something. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I wonder how that works. That would be very interesting to know how that works. I don't know about that. It's like so modern business that I wouldn't know anymore. Signs and symptoms, autism diagnosis. Okay, so, we got through what causes. There are many causes of autism? What? What? Oh, we're still going through all that. Okay. No, we don't want signs and symptoms. Autism oh, wait. Oh, we didn't go girls. I want to do, let's go back to the girls. There was signs of autism in adults. 1 in 45 adults. I have not seen this. Once again, this is a United States website here from the U.S. government, and this is really confusing to look at. Okay, so it looks like it's from 2017. Anything more recent? Nope. Okay, so that's from 2017. Society is much more aware. Yeah, I'm looking for high functioning. I haven't seen high functioning yet in their on this page yet, but it's kind of weird how they use this language that is not. Okay, I see. Okay, Purple. Yeah, what you're saying was with mapping the human genome, the main thing they learned is that genetics is far more complicated than their theories allowed for. Yeah, and it's from what I understand, now they're kind of, yes, we're getting good at messing with stuff and figuring out that stuff does work, and kind of how things work, but the whys, we have no idea, and that's kind of dangerous. Because much like when we applied humors medically to the human body, much of what was done medically using the humors theory did work. Medically, it did work. But that didn't mean that it... the theory behind it, and it couldn't work a lot better if they understood about microbes and stuff like that, bacteria, etc. So while society is much more aware of autism today than ever before, thanks to improved public health outreach, actually, I'm gonna give Autism Speaks the one credit that is due. It is because of Autism Speaks in the United States, anyway, that people even know what autism is. That Autism Speaks really did start the whole autism. What was Autism Awareness Month? Is that what it started out as? And Autism Speaks, they really did. I think they led that, actually. Unfortunately, they did not represent autistic people. At least the autistic community does not, in general, feel that way. Okay, so while society is much more aware of autism today than ever before, thanks to improved public health outreach and increased screening advocacy and awareness effects, there are likely many adults with autism that never received a diagnosis misdiagnosed. Okay, I was. Yeah, okay. I was 50. That was about 3 years ago. You may have spent your entire life. Okay, now they're trying to get into my head. Not realizing some of the issues and feelings you dealt with. Yeah, they're trying to get mushy in the heart, trying to pull heartstrings. If you suspect you may be autistic, many adults, spectrum learning. Okay, so the basic. I've seen this page before. They've had this up for a while. I've seen this was a long time ago. Okay, many autistic adults choose to mask. Many autistic, Audie Bailey, and many autistic people choose to mask. I was 50 years old when I discovered I was autistic, and I guarantee you I did not choose to mask Autism Speaks. I masked to survive. And I guess unless you want to call survival a choice, and I mean actual living, the ability to live or not live. That is not a choice by any means. Howdy, Bailey, Trevor. Trevor, are you still here? So, yeah. Okay, research shows that autistic people may engage in masking because they want to fit in, be accepted, avoid drawing attention to themselves in social situations. All true. Others resort to masking as a mean to avoid bullying. That's where I was getting into survival. Avoid bullying, maintain friendships. Bleak. Maintain friendships, succeed at work and school. Yeah, but I would not. I didn't choose to be autistic either. And neurotypical people didn't get to choose to be neurotypical. I'm going to adjust my lighting here. I'm going to turn off my cameras for just a second. And adjust my lighting. But yeah, I did not choose to be autistic. That was not any choice at all. Let's get a little bit more light there. I think and maybe I am nitpicking here, but I think a lot of autistic people would agree with me on the wording on a lot of this. I think it would be very interesting to get these pages and have autistic people, if autistic people were to rewrite this, I think it would look very, very different. This looks like it was written by neurotypical people. It is like, I don't think an autistic person would put many adults choose to mask. I do not think an autistic person would put that. Not if they knew that they were autistic. Unless they were having some kind of communication difficulties, because we do not choose. It's possible to mask your autism without even realizing it. Well, yeah, that's what I did all my life, of course. Some people, masking looks like adopting more subtle, stimming behaviors. And I used to do stuff under the table and stuff, fidget with my foot or whatever, shake my ankle, that kind of thing. Sometimes I'd pinch my leg on the inside of the leg, sometimes very, very hard, so that way, that was the only way I could get it out. It was through pain, without flapping and, looking, quote, ridiculous. So it was what it was. So here we have imitating the speech, body languages of others during social interactions. I think I've done that, and I think I do that a lot. I think a lot of people do that. And that's like, you picked up accents and so forth when you move to a new area. So I don't, I wouldn't call that necessarily autistic. Uh, it says some force themselves to make eye contact. Well, I tell you what, particularly as a man, and you're interacting with another man, at least of my generation, I'm 50 years old. It may have changed to an extent now, but if you had to look someone in the eye for them to take you seriously, or they were told socially that you were not paying attention to them. And my father, he actually beat that into me. I will never forget the words. Look at me when I'm talking to you, son. Because I'd be looking away, and yeah, I got my butt blistered for that one. That was one thing that he did not like. Because that was showing a sign of disrespect, basically, is what he thought it meant. Okay. All right. So, some force themselves, blah, blah, blah. While masking may help some autistic adults navigate social situation, research shows it can have a negative effect on mental health. That's true. Some people find masking draining, exhausting. Yeah, the autistic people do. While others report feeling isolated, misunderstood. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I don't know what these other things that read about autism diagnosis in adults. Oh my goodness. Is it going to get even more ableist? Oh boy. Oh boy. Now, it's interesting. Wait, this must not be an autistic person. That's because he doesn't have the look. He's just smiling, looking off camera. Let's see. Maybe he's supposed to be a poster child. We'll see. Most people diagnosed with autism in childhood, but however, as autism becomes better understood, more adults are getting diagnosed later in life. That is true. I am one of them. There are many reasons why autistics may remain undiagnosed. Some may not be aware that their behaviors are related to autism. Behaviors are related to autism. We're not talking about sensitivities. There's thought processes. This goes down to that very ableist view of behaviors in ABA. These people are just acting out. Or they're just acting weird because of their autism. To autism. I just don't, no. Others have learned that coping strategies allow them to navigate differences in their, still others find that the cost of diagnosis to be in excess to cost, it can cost too much in a lot of places. And it is not accessible, particularly if you happen to be a black young man. That in particular, that's actually, if you're a black young man, you are most likely to get shot by the police or get unlifed by the police if you're autistic and a black young man. That's number. And then being a black woman would be the most hard to get a diagnosis. Currently, there are relatively few clinicians who specialize in evaluating adults with autism. That is true. I happen to find some. You may want to start with appointment with primary care. Okay, so here they say you may want to contact your doctor. I would contact the autistic community and ask them, because they may the autistic community is probably gonna be able they're gonna be able to, if they don't know where those resources are, if they're available, they'll be able to point you to them very quickly. More so than any primary care physician. They're not going to have any idea. But particularly if you get on Facebook or whatever, anywhere in the autistic community, particularly the more local you can get, the better answers you're going to get. Make sure it is the actually autistic community, not the parents of autistic people community. Makes a big difference. The only way to know for sure if you're autistic is to get a formal diagnosis. Bullshit. Bullshit. That is absolute, complete bullshit. I knew I was autistic instantly. It dawned on me. And I knew I was autistic. And I did go straight to the diagnosis. Well, not exactly straight, but I went right to the diagnosis very quickly. And I discovered that it fit me perfectly. That I fit the diagnostic criteria perfectly. Which was no surprise because I already knew I was autistic. And a lot of that had to do with my friends and so forth that I had been around, that I had known were had been diagnosed with Asperger's or autism and so forth. And one particular person I know made a video and talked about it, and that's when it just dawned on me. He was like, oh, wait a minute, I'm autistic. And I was absolutely correct. But, I mean, come on. The only way to know for sure is if you get a formal diagnosis. Well, that's kind of shitting on the people that can never get a formal diagnosis. And you can know for sure if you're autistic or not. I know for sure my mother was autistic, but I can't get her if I formal diagnosis because she's passed. But I know for sure she was. So I don't know. That's just really weird. Currently, the autistic community is going to say self-diagnosis is valid. And that's what all of this is probably going to lack here. And we'll take a look. Currently, there are relatively few. Evaluating treating adult gold standard is to obtain a diagnosis from a psychologist, psychiatrist, or similar trained clinician who specialized in ASD. That is actually kind of true. But you may want to start by making an appointment with your primary care, who isn't going to know a damn thing. You should expect your doctor will want to rule out other conditions that commonly co-occur with autism. Okay. I've never really heard that. I don't think if doctors know enough about autism to worry about commonly co-occurred conditions. They don't know that much about autism to know what comorbidities are. Are you kidding me? Expect your doctor will want to rule out other conditions to uncover conditions that commonly co-occur. Bullshit. Bullshit. That is not in the United States. You can check with. I mean, ideally that would be the case, but no. Hell no. You can expect to check with a respected autism. Check with a respected autism center in your area. Oh no! Which is gonna put people right to ABA stuff. Oh, no, no, no. And this is another one of those weird kind of paid things that they're trying to get you into, which is just really weird. Oh, no, that's so horrible. But I guarantee you this is going to start taking you straight to ABA stuff. Adult testing. That's so weird. And why would they take you there to ABA stuff? All it's going to take you is to ABA stuff and kids stuff. Guarantee you. Guarantee you. If you follow any of those trails. I've done that. Done so many searches. Let's see. Basically, they're saying that with it, they can be more challenging with the adult because of getting a history and so forth, because it's been so long ago when you're a kid, and a lot of that history is very important. That was kind of the case with me, but actually, I'm so damn autistic that I think in my case, even if they hadn't had that, well, I know in my case they wouldn't have, it wouldn't have mattered. Benefits. Okay, there are benefits, but there are reasons not to get diagnosed. So basically, I can say you can get like SSI with the under ADA. Well, under the, is that not under ADA, but SSDI. This is talking about the Americans. Evaluation with formal diagnosis, eligible for supports and protections under the ADA, but it's going to also help you get to Social Security if you're in the United States, if that's appropriate. You may want specific type of therapy. They're always going to push you towards ABA therapy. I'm surprised they haven't even they have been very careful here not to mention ABA. I am actually very impressed here because I've been looking at this for a while and I have not seen any reference to ABA yet. Let's see, it would not have been easy diagnosis except for the fact that as a child my mother kept a diary for my development. Yeah. Oh, come on. Signs, resources, adults, roadmap of self-empowerment for adults. Oh no. What are you doing? What is this roadmap thing? This is supposed to be for helping for autistic people, adults. Identify your challenges. Okay. That kind of looks cool, I guess. Okay, now this is interesting that they're measuring sensory issues, and it's actually a first here. That's so interesting, because most of your ABA stuff, we completely ignore that. And what they say with most ABA is that the reason we respond the way that it is because we want something, and so we're responding in a certain way to get a certain response, instead of realizing that we may have social issues, or they're saying that we are having trouble communicating when we may not know what to communicate. Like my sister-in-law who just passed. Okay, we're now TikTok's wanting to kick me off. Okay, so in my so I've had the sensory. I'm completely lost where the hell I was. Yeah, they are. There's a good chance this is all going to be misunderstood. They still don't take into account what not only the sensory issues, but emotional issues, like if you have alexithymia. What has your experience been in that area and in that situation before? Like your what PTSD, excuse me, issues like that. What psychological factors are there? And a lot of times, this is what I'm going to try to say. They say that you're not communicating, that you can't communicate. It's not that you can't communicate. You may not know what to communicate. You may not know to communicate. When I was young, I told my stepmother that when I put my leg out, I wasn't there, and that's why I hit my leg wasn't there. And that's why I would fall on my face, because while I was walking, my leg wouldn't be there. I put it out there, and it just wasn't be there, and I'd fall. And she said, well, put it there next time. Well, what was happening is I was having epileptic seizures. And my leg was becoming paralyzed. But 8 years old, I didn't know what paralysis was. And my leg wasn't there. I couldn't put pressure on it. But I couldn't even say I couldn't put pressure on it. I just could. All I could say is it wasn't there. And she said, put it there. And so in that respect, I was very much gaslit. And that wasn't her intention, but she did not understand what I was trying to express. And I did not understand what I was trying to express. My sister-in-law just passed very recently, and she had a bowel obstruction. Long story short, she didn't know when she needed to poo, which is very common with autistic ADHD people. I have the same issues a lot of times. And she passed because of it, because she got too backed up and didn't make it to the doctor in time. So we do have sensory issues, and so if she couldn't communicate that she needed to go until she knew she needed to go. And then when she knew she needed to go, she kind of put that off a little bit. And unfortunately that took her life. And this is just recently. My sister-in-law lived right here in my house. And so that's very, very personal thing. So you may have things that you cannot communicate, that you're not aware of. Maybe you're hungry and you don't know to say I'm hungry, or don't know that you have permission, or whatever. That or you don't know that that's a hunger feeling. And that's been another sensory issue that I have. I don't know if I'm hungry a lot of times. And my wife will just say, well, here, eat this. And I will obey her, essentially, and start eating. And then, hey, honey, you're right. I was hungry. Thanks. But I won't know until I start eating. And I won't ever initiate it until I'm eating. So with that communication, that's a very, very big thing in ABA and so forth, where they really, really get it wrong and misinterpret everything back into that behaviors thing. So that's where it gets real, real dangerous. So this actually kind of might be okay in general. I never have seen this or whatever, but that's kind of cool, I guess. I've never seen that. I'm going to pause this live for just a little bit. I need to go see facilities and so forth. Take a quick little about 5-minute break, and I will be right back. Alrighty. I am back. Alrighty, cool. Severity. Okay, so we're back to severity. Level. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I don't care about any of this. Diagnosis criteria. Severity levels. Asperger's. Oh no, what's it going to say about Asperger's? Okay, Asperger's is a previously used diagnosis on the autism spectrum, which is correct. It was folded into the, and that's also correct. And now, okay, see, they have the DSM-5 TR, but when they cite it on that other page, they're still using the DSM-5, which I think is really absurd, considering this, that's, what, 2 years old, and this is an autism website. That's just amazing to me. Previous autism diagnosis categories included autistic disorder, childhood, and okay, yeah, okay. These are a lot of those things that were all kind of what they were doing is kind of confusing doctors, and then they put them all together into ASD, and you know, okay, technically, what is Asperger's syndrome called today? It's not called anything. It doesn't exist. And they're saying, well, today, yes, they would probably be diagnosed as a level 1 autistic, probably. But I just hate doing that. I hate putting that in a box like that. That's kind of saying that everyone that is Asperger's is exactly the same, I guess, is what my issue with that is. That had Asperger's was exactly the same. And I think that there might have been some people that may have qualified for an Asperger's syndrome that may have actually been level 2-ish. Because, like, for instance, there's been times in my life that have changed where I've been more self-sufficient and less self-sufficient. And right now I'm not very self-sufficient. I need some help with some things, but it is what it is. So, okay, that's how it's diagnosed, level 1 autism. And then, yes, okay. Yes, that's technically true. Okay, so why? Okay, but this is really just kind of disappointing. Okay, I want to go to the adults. What happened to the girls? They had a female thing that we didn't get to. Severity, no. Autism screening. I swore they had something they were saying about females. Oh, okay. Signs of, okay. Yeah, and see, this is kind of weird too. Because of their autism symptoms tend to be more subtle. Women with and girls without intellectual disability or language delays often struggle to get an autism diagnosed. Yeah, that's or get my misdiagnosed. That's very, very true. And that's why, of course, there's less women to this day that actually get an autism diagnosis. That is the reason that is. I don't know. I don't know who Dr. Levin is, but I was actually relieved. All of a sudden, I understood my life problems. Okay, yeah, whatever. Oh, okay. Must be a lady, so that's why they're putting it here. Okay, like that's relevant. Whatever. Cool. Nicely said. So basically, yes, this is just saying they also receive a diagnosis almost a year later than boys. I did not know that. In fact, I would say it's probably way later than that. I'd say that's being as conservative as possible. Girls do not get diagnosed like boys do, even to this day. Okay, so those who receive diagnosis are more likely to have co-occurring intellectual disabilities, epilepsy, anxieties. Um, yeah, yeah. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. There's lots of things. The POTS, even ADHD. Yeah, so yeah, there's all kinds of things, and that's not necessarily specific to girls, but I really hate nowadays. I mean, I guess we're kind of stuck with the boy-girl thing to a large extent, but I would hope that medically that we would look at a person more individualistically, as a person, that rather than just putting them in the boy girl box or whatever, so to speak. And that may be appropriate at certain times or whatever, but I think we really need to look at people as individuals. So let's see. Helpful information by topic. Directory, resource guide. Resource guide? That's interesting. Information by topic. What? Oh, this is so scary looking. How funny. So it looks like somebody, yeah. Okay, well, yeah, you can get a hold of Social Security. Okay, whatever. So I could do that at home. So what? So it's really not providing any resource there. So when they're saying they do stuff for autistic people, this is what they're talking about. This right here. They have like a little web page that says safety in the community. So you can read what they say as an autistic person. That's what they're doing for the autistic community. I mean, is that what's going on here? My goodness. This is okay. Resource is it? Oh yeah, and then we go back to this. This is again a search engine. What is going on here? And this is going to give you like real general stuff. It's not going to give you anything. It's just a search engine. That's all it is. So by having a search engine on the website, it's really helping autistic people. Is that what's going on here? Oh, howdy, Pink. Hospitalized for dehydrating. Oh, that is so not good. I was a hospital corpsman in the Navy, and I've always had POTS, so I've always had polydipsia, which is basically always being thirsty. And so I think that's helped me, because I've always been so thirsty. So many times I thought I had diabetes, but I didn't. I do have pre-diabetes now, though. Yay! Okay, I'm getting tired of looking out at this Autism Speaks thing for right now. I want to go back to, let's see if I can find anything else on I can't think of his name. Who's Captain Kirk? Who was it? Shatner. William Shatner. William Shatner. Now we're going to put the magic word. Now I did do this earlier. I'm not going to watch the same video that I did earlier today, but I'm going to see if I can find some more because okay, I don't remember seeing this one. Now I personally had a run-in with William Shatner on Twitter about 4 years ago. He there was a discussion about where Autism Speaks came up, and somebody said it was a great organization. Me being the autistic page, I went in there and tweeted on that thread that you know, and I also put actually autistic in the thread, but I put that most autistic people would not agree with you. And that's when William Shatner came in and called me an idiot. And at first, I kind of like restated. I said, "No, I think you're getting this confused." And no, and he was very specific that he was calling me an idiot. That Autism Speaks was a great organization or whatever. I don't have that. I know it's got to be somewhere on my Twitter. I wouldn't know how to find it. Okay, yeah, this actually did happen, and I may have come in there like in 2018, 19. I can't remember. It seems like it was about 4 or 5 years ago. So I don't know, but so this has had to have been a few years after this, and that incident with me happened. So this is an ongoing thing that's gone on for years. Oh, I know that techno music was painful. And I don't have any problem with him as an actor. That's whatever. Yeah, and Shatner did go to he did block a lot of autistic people, and he just flat out got very belligerent with autistic people. And like I said, I later on had nothing to do with this incident. Probably a couple of years later is when I had that run-in with them myself. And that's how I found out about this. I was like, what? I finally Googled William Shatner and autism, and I found out. I was like, whoa. Let's see, what was that? In finding a cure, this is William Shatner. In finding a quote cure, they obviously need to find the causes first. So at least up to that point, everyone should be on board with that. And autistic ally and journalist, in general, Autism Speaks message on research has focused on cure rather than ameliorate, what is that? Obstacles to societal inclusion. Okay. Yeah, from what I understand, there was all kinds of people, and there were some autistic authors and so forth. Some people that I guess names would be recognized in the community that tried to communicate with them and say, this feels insensitive or whatever, and Shatner just got really nasty. And this is the thing: people believe that William Shatner represents Autism Speaks. People, because he has been so outspoken and so supportive of Autism Speaks, they believe that he is an actual spokesperson, but he never has been. And he has actually done and said some really weird things defending Autism Speaks, as if he really knew the inner workings of how the committees worked and so forth, which is very odd. And he takes it very personal, as if it was the William Shatner autism organization or something like that. It's just very odd how he responds to this whole thing. And what my problem with Autism Speaks is if I was in charge of Autism Speaks and William Shatner had come out and people thought he was representing my organization and he was bullying the autistic people, I would make a statement that William Shatner did not represent Autism Speaks. That's simple. And that what William Shatner says and does is his own thing, and what we do is our own thing. Bam. But at least you have actively, openly separated yourself from that situation. But they have never, ever spoken out against William Shatner, like I said, who most people believe is actually a representative of Autism Speaks. And he's also the one celebrity that is known for being really nasty to autistic people. There's no other celebrity that even compares. I don't even know of this even been mentioned. And yeah, and Purple, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That it is Purple saying he's free publicity for them. I think that's kind of how they look at it. And these things where he's kind of nasty to autistic people on Twitter, that's not going to make national news. It just isn't. I mean, it might make one of those tabloid magazines or something, maybe, but it's just not gonna really. But what is gonna make the news is like that new William Shatner movie that's about William Shatner. That's gonna make the news, and how many tickets did it sell and so forth. But these little things like this, they just really aren't gonna show up in the news. He's also been very, very nasty to trans people. He doesn't even care about autistic people. That's the thing. They're saying, that, that he does not care at all. He has a lack of understanding of autism, politics. I don't even think he cares. I don't think he cares at all. I think he thought he was going to show off or whatever and donate to this organization, Autism Speaks, and look good. And I think he's probably got a huge ego. And when somebody said, hey, that's not cool, he took that personally as a personal attack and then proceeded to attack the very people he supposedly was supporting. And that shows you, that's a very, very shows you how shallow of a person that is, that would do such a thing, to be so nasty to the people that he publicly supports. But he doesn't really. So yeah, this is just saying that every time an autistic person was trying to educate him, he just blocked him. Now, I don't think he blocked me. I was in so much shock that I didn't really respond back. Now, I have heard this multiple times, that he sent his fans, that he actively basically said, hey, go to so-and-so's Twitter and let them know what an idiot they are, or whatever, that kind of thing. That's what they're talking about, dogpiling. And I don't know about this happening, but I've seen this accusation many times for whatever reason. I don't know if this is from one source or from multiple sources that has been repeated many times. Or if this is an event that happened many times. And I have also heard about this one too. Let's see, you adapt to society, not verse versa. Nothing can be done. Yeah, that's basic. So that's what William Shatner's ideas on disability and accessibility is. You adapt to society, not vice versa, and nothing can be done about that. Yeah, society should be amiable to society, because we are part of society. And what he's doing here is he's separating us from society here. You adapt to society. You adapt to other people. You're not a people. You're not one of us, is what this is saying here. It's a very, very ableist thing. It really is. Nothing can be done like that. This conversation's over, and a lot could be done about that. It's very, very sad that this is how he thinks and operates. And like I said, I really wouldn't be on this big William Shatner trip, but this happened to me personally on his Twitter. Personally, he calls me an idiot. Me, David Page, an idiot. Because I suggested that most autistic people most of the people in the autistic community do not support Autism Speaks. I don't have, yes. And what is so weird is this is that kind of cultist mentality that I talk about. I think to him, he was supporting an organization that was called Autism Speaks, and maybe he had the best of intentions. And maybe he thought that he was doing the best that he could. And maybe he thought that he was being a helpful, good person. And then when it was pointed out that Autism Speaks was hated by autistic people, for whatever reason, when that happened, he took it personally. He took it like a personal attack, that they were saying, Billy, you're a bad boy. And I don't think that is what's happening. What was happening at all. People were trying to explain to him that Autism Speaks is not helpful to autistic people. And I think something happened, because what is going on with this man, and I'm not just throwing stuff around here, but I am very, very concerned about his mental health. Now, from what I understand, he is very, very intelligent and is very well read. But in this one area, there's a lot to be questioned. All right, I'm going to look at another one here. Okay, I'm not finding any more about Shatner, so I'm going to go back to Autism Speaks for a while. Oops. I hate it when my keyboard does this. Yeah, there's controversy. That's always a nice one. Who is this? Foster on the Spectrum? I don't remember this. I don't think.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
I am autism. I will ruin your life and destroy your family. I will steal your money and burn down.
Let's see what else we got. There's a Paige Lael one. That's a pretty good one. I don't know that I've seen
Autism Speaks is the biggest autism organization in the US. That's terrible, and here's why. First of all, I'm gonna be reading this little bit for ultimate accuracy. According to the FBI, a hate group's primary purpose is to promote animosity, hostility, and malice against persons belonging to a race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, or ethnicity/national origin, which differs from that of the members of the organization. Keep that in mind. Now, getting into why they're so terrible. First of all, they do not help autistic people. You would think they do! Only 4% goes towards helping autistic people and their families via their family grants. I think that's how you pronounce that. And in comparison to that, 22% of their massive budget goes towards fundraising efforts. They pay their CEO more than the people they claim to support. Where does the rest of the budget go though? Well, the majority of their funding goes towards researching a cure. To be precise, what they want to find is a genetic marker that would allow you to diagnose an unborn fetus with having autism and then being able to abort it. Absolutely they wish true. I were never born. I'm laughing because I'm failing to comprehend this. That's not where their efforts stop though. They have no problem with letting a board member talk about wanting to murder her autistic daughter in one of their own videos that they have produced. I'll be coming back to that in a bit, but for now, staying on the topic of parents murdering autistic kids when they actually do kill their innocent fucking child, Autism Speaks claims they understand the murderer and then go ahead and demonize the victim. an autistic kid. Saying things like, oh, they were so hard to live with. These two things sound too horrific to be real. And God, I wish they were made up. But they're not. And these two things, I think, are the most important things to list sources for. So they will be the very first two links you see in the description. Just so you know that I am not making this up. This is so important to know that this is real. Of course, the rest will be there as well, my sources, but these two will be a bit separate and above the rest. I can't say anything to recover from that, can I? So we're just gonna move on. Autism Speaks leadership is completely non-autistic. Last time I checked, they didn't have a single autistic board member. What? All of them.
Now, as of now, let's see when this was made. I don't know about their board. This is 3 years ago. I know the CEO has an autistic kid. There's another lady who's like third in command or something like that. She's like Swiss or something. I don't know. She has an accent. I can't remember what her title is. It's weird. But she claims to be autistic and claims that her son is autistic. I don't find any reason not to believe her. So that would be the only autistic people that they appear to have contact with, as far as I know. The way they talk, the way their website is set up, the way it's written, it very much appears that they do not have contact with the autistic community by any means.
Are allistic, which is just another fancy word for saying someone who is not autistic. Allistic. And they don't target us autistic people either. Who they target is the parents of autistic kids. We've already gone over that spending 4% of, again, a massive budget on helping the people you claim to be supporting is a bit less. A tiny bit. Yes, actually, a tiny bit. How else do we know that they are...
This is... I hate to be so cliche, but... This is like the Nazi Party saying that they support Jewish people. And then when they talk about Jewish people, you hear what the Nazi Party's beliefs were. And the entire time they claim that they support. That's kind of how that feels to me. And I guess if I was to put an emotion or word type of that, I see it as analogous. I see it as similar. Completely absurd. Completely absurd that they would demonize us and characterize us as worse than cancer. What is it? Worse than cancer and something else? Polio combined, I think. They said it was horrible that they would say such a thing like that. But that's what their view of autistic people was. And they are the people who are claiming to support us and going, oh, well, that was years ago that we said that. So yeah, they were saying it was years ago that they said that, and obviously that doesn't make much difference.
Not interested in helping us.
In their eyes, they just think they can just write that off. I don't know. It's so weird. It's like a Catholic swearing they're Catholic all their life and then rebuking Jesus one day. You're like, what? everything you say and do is the opposite of what you say you're doing.
Other than condoning our murders and wanting to eradicate us before we're even born. Well, when one of us actually speaks up, as for example an activist, they try to shut us down. Whenever we're trying to make ourselves heard, they come and try to dismiss us and mock us and somehow label our experiences as not valid? Again, none of the board members are autistic themselves. They do not include us when talking about decisions that could possibly affect our lives. Well, first of all, how could they if their entire board is...
They do not have any contact with the autistic community in any way. There is no channels of communication open. There's nothing like that going on. No exchange of ideas. This is not a charity. That's what the point is. This is not a charity. It is an organization that was set up to to eliminate, to kill, destroy autism. It has been found that that is not possible, because you would have to genetically do that at this point in time. That it's just not possible. And we can't, if we change someone from an autistic person into an holistic person to a person that is not autistic, now that is not the same person anymore. So you are, by definition, you are killing that person, the autistic person, by curing them. That's what the danger is. And what the danger to humanity is, the fact that if we lose all the autistic people, we lose potential Galileos, potential Nikola Teslas, Einsteins, maybe, I don't know, Al Jazeera. I don't know about his life, if he was autistic or not. But the others all thought to have been autistic. I think even Edison was considered to possibly have been autistic. But these people who have had major impacts in humankind, a lot of them have been autistic. And I'm talking about the top, 10 handful of people, most of which are thought to be autistic. So eliminating autistic people from humankind would be a travesty to humankind. Because you would always want those autistic people who think differently, who see things differently, and that potential for that new Galileo, that new, Bill Gates now, if you want to put him in. I don't know if you would call him Galileo, but if you want to put him in that kind of category as having a huge impact on mankind, yes, you absolutely could. So, but if you would never want to have a computer revolution. Alan Turing, I bet you he was autistic. Almost positive. I'm sure he was autistic. The thing is, Turing, I think there was a lot of people that think he was autistic. So the thing is would you want to lose those human beings and never have the possibility of having those types of human beings in human history ever again? And what's to say... I mean, up to now, this autistic people, as far as we have known, have always been a part of the human genome. We don't know that it's ever been any different. So, who's to say that we are not part of the normal human genome? If you were to eliminate us, then we would no longer exist and would no longer be part of the normal human genome. But we are now. And it's always been that way, evidently, from what we can tell. And maybe that's a good thing. Just saying, but I think it's very, very dangerous and a disservice to humankind to conceptualize the idea of eliminating autistic people. Now, helping us with our symptoms and so forth, like the alexithymia and so forth. My son committed suicide from partially having alexithymia, being autistic and having alexithymia. So I know exactly how serious it is. But I've lost my train of thought thinking about my son. Let's move right along.
When they never invest in any initiative that could help us existing autistic people in our day-to-day lives. We cannot all of a sudden just not be autistic anymore, but I guess helping us as already existing people is less important than killing unborn autistic
Totally
kids.
true.
Am I right? That we're just supposed to shut up, I guess. I bet they'd also campaign for making abortions legal.
And what you're saying, what you said there, Purple, about them, it is a charity. They collect millions of dollars to help their executives, and that's exactly what it is. And you can see that in their finances. I'll be going back and over those again probably every day, just because. But yeah, that's exactly a part of it. Is she too loud now?
20 years after your kid is born, once they see me. And if it helps their goal of eliminating all autistic people. That is... Does it sound insane? I feel like it does. Autism Speaks does not spread awareness or acceptance, they spread fear. They want to sell the public on that we need early interventions and treatments.
And it was interesting with my experience with what they have said to me is they want to turn a new leaf, so to speak, or better connect or whatever. And I've told them how to, and they never did respond. So I guess they weren't that serious.
As if we're diseased to make us...
And basically what I told them to do is contact and connect with the autistic community. And they have not done that in any way, shape, or form. And had they, it would be huge news. And, you know, the autistic... There would be a lot of stirring up going on if there started to be communication on Twitter or whatever between actual autistic people, or actually autistic people, and Autism Speaks. If they're actually got a dialogue goal, the dialogue going on social media, yeah, that would be big news. Yeah.
Look as normal as possible. Something that I have discussed in another video does not help us, it damages us. And also they base our value on how normal we look and act. I think you'd base a human's value on that they're a human and have human rights, but...
But the thing is, and I've talked about this a lot, our human worth is measured in generally in human society around the world. In general, human life is measured by productivity. I hate to say that. It's not good for disabled people, but it is what it is. That is the truth. And so as disabled person, as soon as you are in that group, and that can be a sudden overnight thing, you could be in a car accident. But as soon as you're in that disabled community, you are a different class citizen. I am not saying that you actually are a human-wise or anything else. I am saying you are perceived and treated as a different class of citizen, a sub-citizen. And Look at what Purple's saying here. Yeah, for the most part, like, now I was the opposite. I figured out I was autistic, and then after I discovered that I was autistic, that's when I ended up diagnosing my kids, basically.
They completely misinterpret autism.
You know what's really funny, Purple? Nobody so far, and I've been so waiting for it, nobody has called me out when I said I diagnosed my kids. And I've been waiting for you're not a doctor. You can't diagnose your kids without them knowing that I was a hospital corpsman and that was my job. So I am trained in that department. And actually with my daughter, it took me about 2 years to decide for sure that she was autistic. And I stand by that. But
they reach out to families talking about the eternal suffering that we're gonna cause.
What is this girl's accent? I cannot identify it.
And that an autistic kid is never gonna feel anything other than pain and suffering and yada yada yada, which is just wrong. Again, I have a video about this.
Yada yada yada. What is that? What nations use that? That's a kind of a I think that came from America, that term, but it doesn't mean it's not Brit or something else.
They spread the propaganda, might I say, that we will only cause harm and suffering to our families and those around us. And they even make pretty high budget videos to propagate their bullshit. Now, one of them is called I Am Autism, in which autism kind of speaks. I did not realize how ironic that was. I have picked some quotes. Let me read them for you. I know where you live. If you're happy.
Okay, Danish, that's okay. That would be okay. That wouldn't actually. That would be. Maybe you're right.
Married. I will make sure that your marriage...
It doesn't sound like a harsh German accent. I don't know what Swiss accents are like. Doesn't sound Scandinavian. Sounds a little bit more the Germanic-ish.
Fails.
But that would make sense if it was Danish, because, yeah.
You are scared, and you should be. Tell me that this is not spreading fear and also misinformation. I said I'd come back to that mother discussing wanting to kill her autistic daughter earlier. Yeah, that's from one of these videos. It is called Autism Every Day. And in this video, a bunch of mothers talk about how they struggle every day with their autistic kids in the room. That sure didn't damage them. I
don't know what it is about people that grow up learning German. Somehow, when their brains engage and learn that language, something crosses in human brains that makes it very, very difficult for German speakers to speak in other languages without the German accent, for whatever reason. And it's a human condition thing with that language. It's very interesting to me.
Not watch the entire thing because it's just making me cry in anger.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I knew a guy in the military. He was from Florida, but everybody thought he was Jamaican. I did, because both of his parents were Jamaican. They had come to Florida from Jamaica, so just growing up in his house, he had a natural Jamaican accent.
And sadness for the kids, and I feel that it's affecting me already just thinking about it. But may I just say, monsters. Absolutely fucking cruel human beings. If you don't want to hear the description of what she said in that video, you can skip to here. I'm gonna give you a bit of time to skip, because it's kind of graphic and a bit disturbing. So here we go. Again, I'm gonna have to read a bit to achieve ultimate accuracy. She says that she seriously contemplated putting her autistic daughter in the car and driving off a bridge. She only
So this is the second commercial that came out after I Am Autism, is what she's talking about. And this is the scene where the lady actually, I guess she was an executive at the time, but she said she had an autistic daughter who was standing there in the background, right behind, like if this was her mother here, she was standing right there in the background looking out a window, and she was talking about how she wanted to drive off a bridge to kill her and herself, but she had the other daughter that wasn't autistic, so that's what saved them all.
Didn't do that because she has a second daughter who is not autistic. I'm sorry, but shouldn't the kid be taken from her if she says something like this openly, publicly? Just a suggestion.
Yeah, and actually, to my knowledge, nothing. I don't know that anything happened, and I'm not saying that I would wish any harm on her by any means, but I don't know that there was any repercussions or anything from her. I mean, it was public. It was a public statement. You know, she used her name. I don't know if she had any personal, got any hate mail or anything like that. I don't know what happened on that, but I think it's very, very chilling that someone would do that.
But that video is pretty old, so I don't think there's...
Yeah, Purple's like, yeah, I think it sounds like they would have done it if they could have gotten away with it. Yeah, maybe.
Much that can be done anymore. They portray autism as completely tragic, that there is no hope, and again that life will become eternal suffering. That is just plain wrong. It is a lie. It is a straight up lie. The thing is, I don't even have to try and talk sense into them because they completely ignore autistic voices. Those of us who say that they are wrong. Whenever we say that we are happy the way we are, that we are proud of who we are, they come along and say stuff like that we are not actually autistic. Apparently, autism only presents itself in the form of screaming, hitting, and soiling, and not communicating, if I'm correct here. Let me look that up. Yes, I was correct. And that is just demonstrably wrong. That is going against fact. That is lying. That is lying.
And like I say...
do they get away with this? They don't want to hear that most of us have been there, that we've done that. The thing is that we have become better, that we have developed better coping mechanisms because we were loved and accepted and embraced. They don't want to hear that we are doing better in a loving environment that loves, accepts, embraces us. They also don't want to hear that not communicating is impossible. Everybody communicates.
And what's sad is because if a person can just be in a loving environment, if an autistic person, that basically what that's saying is that it doesn't need ABA, it doesn't need Autism Speaks, that kind of thing. And if ABA is not needed, if Autism Speaks is not needed, then those organizations are not needed.
Even if I don't say something, I am communicating. I am communicating that I don't want to speak. Back in high school, in German class, we had extensive lessons about that not communicating is impossible. Everybody always communicates. You just have to learn their language.
And as an autistic person and animal trainer, I've trained a lot of different animals. I've trained most domesticated and even some domesticated exotic animals like llamas and even goldfish. I had alpacas and just different things like that, house pig. But anyway, all species, everything, every interaction you have, and I've said this many times on this channel, you are communicating. You are trying to influence the other thing, be it an animal, person, or whatever else. It is communication, just like she's saying.
You want to understand them. I cannot stress this enough, which is why I'm going to be saying this again. We can cope a lot better with the difficulties that come along with being autistic and are part of autism, because it wouldn't be a disability if it wouldn't affect us at all. It does. But we can cope better in an environment that helps us and that accepts us and that does not want to change who we are, but rather help us learn to cope. Doesn't that make sense? Isn't that common fucking knowledge? Isn't that... I mean, do allistic people not work like that? Do allistic people not feel better in an environment in which they are accepted and loved? They make money off of the misinformation that they spread. They mislead so many parents and they make money off of them. In the meantime, they're ruining thousands upon thousands of autistic lives. And not just young lives of...
It's the same thing with ABA. Excuse me, let's go back here a little bit.
They mislead so many parents and help us learn to cope. Doesn't that make sense? Isn't that common fucking knowledge? Isn't that... I mean, do allistic people not work like that? Do allistic people not feel better in an environment in which they are accepted and loved? They make money off of the misinformation.
And throughout the for the last since I've been on here, if you just rephrase it into terms with holistic people, like normal people, and you say the same things they say about us, is so weird how it changes everything.
That they spread. They mislead so many parents.
And it shows you how ableist it actually is.
And they make money off of them. In the meantime, they're ruining thousands upon thousands of autistic lives. And not just young lives of the parents that they blatantly misguide. They also ruin and make life harder for us adult autistic people. Unnecessarily so. We are shamed every day because of the misinformation that they spread. We develop self-hatred because of the fucking lies that they spread. At first, I was scared of speaking up as an autistic person, as outing myself as autistic, because most all they know...
I think my son, he didn't like really care one way or another, but I think that he saw having a mental illness or whatever, and he saw basically like autism kind of as being a mental illness. Basically, if you were flawed or whatever, and you had to go to a head doctor, I think he felt so stigmatized by that he never went, and I think that cost him his life in a big respect, a huge respect. And when you have commercials coming out, like Autism Speaks did put out, like I am autism, etc., and then the second commercial, I can't remember what it was called. When they demonize autistic people and make people, autistic people seem that dreaded, that horrible, and then an autistic person goes and takes their own life, you cannot argue that commercial helped the situation, that it helped their confidence. By demonizing autistic people, by making us seem horrific. And that can never ever be excused. You can't just get over that and say, oops, that was a mistake. That I saw you as a horrible person because you were autistic. You can't do that. There's a point to where you've gone way too far for there ever to be any coming back. When you have the audacity to consider putting out an ad like that, you have no business representing an autistic person in any way, shape, or form, ever. Period.
From this pathetic source. And it's not their fault. It's the fault of this organization that they spread lies knowingly. I am so scared of that just hearing the word autistic will drive away potential new friends.
Right, and they did. I looked at the site today, and I'm going to keep on revisiting it. But the thing is they still kind of have that overtone of something's wrong, something's broken. There is not a positive overtone to it at all that I saw. And I'm not saying that you should make something that isn't positive or anything like that, or lie or be deceitful. But despite the fact that I have deficits and so forth, there are also very many positive things. But it doesn't matter what deficits I do have, I am a human being. And to classify it any other way or to suggest any other thing is simply wrong. That's all there is to it. And, whoa! Trying to turn this TikTok back. Okay, there we go. Let's see what she
Or
says.
that in my darkest hours, I was like, I'm gonna die alone because nobody wants to deal with me. Which is a lie, again. That's not true. But they have made me think that. Autism Speaks actively makes money off of...
Hey, you know what? I think you were right, Purple. I had some friends that they were...
Our misery.
They spoke German, but they were Swiss. So they also spoke Swiss. And they didn't sound exactly German. And their Swiss didn't sound like German for sure, but it didn't... When they did speak German, it just... It sounded different. And I wonder if this isn't kind of the same thing that you were hearing here. Because I kind of was thinking, yeah, maybe Switzerland. But then she said German class, which kind of means that maybe she was Swiss and spent some time in Germany or whatever. Because that's what like these people were. And the father was American and the mother was Swiss, and somehow they ended up in German. The kids were German and spoke German basically, but they also spoke Swiss and English because of their parents.
Of spreading misinformation and lies and ruined lives. And the fact that they're making money off of it is why they're not gonna stop. Autism Speaks does not speak for me, and it does not speak for any of us autistic people. Not a single one. You know what, Autism Speaks? You're scared. And you should be.
Okay. That was interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Wait. Electrifying the past? I don't know.
Hey, attention everyone!
I don't know if I've reviewed this.
I've been trying to catch the Pontiac Bandit for 8 years.
Today is April 2nd, and today is Autism Speaks Light It Up Blue campaign. According to them, Autism Speaks celebrates the UN-sanctioned World Autism Day every single year on April 2nd. And to do this, they encourage you to wear blue.
Okay, so this was done 3 years ago, and so they're talking about wearing blue here. I'm going to start that over.
Today is Autism Speaks Light It Up Blue campaign. According to them, Autism Speaks celebrates the UN-sanctioned World Autism Day every single year on April 2nd. And to do this, they encourage you to wear blue. Now, in my last video, many of you in the comment section mentioned to wear hashtag red instead, which is a counter movement to the hashtag...
I don't know who she is. I don't know who that is. Oh, okay. Okay, that was... Okay, that's the one that... I don't know. That was kind of interesting. We'll see. Truth About Autism Speaks, Part 1. Okay, this is Stephanie Bethany, and... Yeah, I don't agree with her on a lot of things. On this, actually, she's actually pretty accurate, so I'm going to let her speak on my channel here because she's being pretty much factually correct in her biases towards queer people and trans people or whatever are not being voiced here. And she actually does present well there, but I do not agree with those views at all. That's why
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and today
I do not normally watch her channel. In fact, I'm not even subscribed to her anymore. Wow, this person's not, or this account's not subscribed either.
we're talking about autism.
Unfortunately, religion got to Stephanie Bethany, and it made her do some very questionable, in my opinion, decisions, and have some questionable values.
Speaks.
I've never met any autistic person who supports Autism Speaks or thinks that they are a good organization.
I am autism. I'm visible in your children, but if I can help it, I am invisible to you until it's too late.
Because everybody knows how terrible this autism epidemic is and how it's taking our children into the darkness.
I had sat in the car for about 15 minutes and actually contemplated putting Jody in the car.
Yeah, I remember that once you said that.
Driving off the George Washington Bridge.
If the diagnosis is becoming better, great.
You know what? This is
going to be part 1 of a mini series on this, where we're going to go through the timeline of Autism Speaks. Why
she's one that there's so many YouTubers that really have the their intro just cranked up, which is so hurtful.
And how it was created, founders, and starting to get into kind of their history and some of the things that have either marked, defined, or upset people about this particular organization. This research project has definitely sparked my interest.
And she is not friendly towards trans people at all. Basically, with her Christianity, she has the opinions that you would think of any fundamentalist. I was a fundamentalist at one time as a kid, so that's what basically how I would say her beliefs go that way. But on as far as this particular subject, she's actually correct here, so that's the only reason she's on.
Interest in a lot of other things, and maybe some areas of Autism Speaks or little things that I came across that I want to look into more in depth. So later on, after this little mini parts series of Autism Speaks, I will be going more in depth in separate videos throughout my channel's lifetime. However, I did think that would be a bit too much for this one video, albeit this video is split into parts. I hope that you will stick around with me and find out the truth about Autism Speaks.
Let's start at the beginning.
See if I can turn up my
mic.
mic.
Boy named Christian was born.
There.
He was his family's world. His mother, Katie Wright, was a happy mom. Her parents, Bob and Suzanne Wright, were doting grandparents. As he got older, he was walking, talking, and was described as precocious. But then they noticed some changes, and he seemed to withdraw, lose speech, hand flap, and go in circles. Now, as you might have guessed, Christian is autistic.
And you gotta understand, so this is a very, very, very wealthy grandchild. Very wealthy grandchild. This kid is... These people are like billionaires, kind of. These are ultra rich people. These aren't just regular rich people. And you can see the blue puzzle piece right there. That's the Autism Speaks. Right there is lapel.
Without as much information readily available, his loving grandparents wanted to do the best for him. See, Bob Wright was the head of NBC, and their family was well off with some serious connections. So, they go expecting to get the best-in-class care to cure their grandchild of the autism. And then they hear that there is no such thing. There is no real help or information readily available. The thing is, this was an absolute tragedy to them because they felt as though they had lost Christian, as if he had been kidnapped by this awful thing called autism.
And I remember Katie saying, I'm losing him, I'm losing Christian.
So, in reaction to reality, where despite power, money, and influence, the family had to be waitlisted for therapies and had little information, they started Autism Speaks in 2005. Their mission statement read, "We are dedicated to funding global biomedical research into the causes, prevention, treatments, and a possible cure for autism.
There it is, cure for autism. So this represents a fundamental misunderstanding of what autism is, and that's what the problem is. If you were to cure autism, you would, one, deprive all the humankind of autistic people, which would be a travesty and could possibly be the end of us. Just because sometimes there's been problem solvers that are autistic people that have changed our world. We strive to raise public awareness about autism. They strive to raise public monies because and use autism, its effects on individuals, families, and societies. We will work and see, and what its perception of effects on individual families and society has been that we are horrible monsters. That's what their awareness, that's what they've always thought traditionally. We can take a look and see what they're talking about now. Yeah, see, yeah, here we go. Yeah, actually, this is a little bit, but the thing, I think they've changed their how they phrase that a bit now. It's yeah, okay, yeah. This is 4 years ago, and you are absolutely correct, Bridget. Let's go on. This is
Strive to raise public awareness.
Stephanie Bethany. I don't agree with everything she says on this. As far as giving the history here, it is actually, she's very accurate here.
About autism and its effects on individuals, families, and society. And we work to bring hope to all those who deal with the hardships of this disorder. From the beginning, Autism Speaks had a very negative view of autism, and it was coming from the point of view of the family, not the actual child with autism. They got Bernie Marcus.
And it is still that way to this day. It is still very, even if you look at the website, it is still parent oriented or whatever. The whole perspective is from the victim family. That's where it came from. And it's not overt. And I don't think they're trying to be overt. And I don't think they're trying to cover up anything. But when that's your foundation, when that's where you come from, it's still going to be, you can still see it. And so with the way that they word things and so forth, it's still a disease. And it's still something that autistic people, or that human or people get. It's autism is not a brain type. Okay. Hopefully I'm still back on. Okay, yeah, I'm back on. Okay, hopefully I got enough juice. This will still work. But so yeah, it's you can tell that perspective. That's the problem here. And I will be going over I've got 100 hours to go. Let's see, there's 93 hours to go on this through April, and I will be going back to their website time and again and discussing it over and over. Where I will nitpick, and I can. I'm their website as far as different things that I see. Some are just so boring.
Co-founder of Home Depot on board, who donated $25 million to their efforts. With money and influence on their side, Bob and Suzanne began to tell the world about the horrors of autism. This included a 10-year
listen to
public
factual
service
information.
Campaign. Their campaigns definitely
this actually
brought
happened as far as what she's saying here. This is how where Autism Speaks came from.
Awareness to their organization, which is now the most easily recognizable organization to do with autism in the United States and even in other countries. Suzanne helped create the blue autism puzzle piece symbol, which you can see her and her husband wearing nearly any time they are in front of a camera. Apparently, this particular symbol was supposed to reflect how adrift and disconnected autism patients and their families could feel, according to a 2016 article by the New York Times. And yes, that says patients. They managed to get a World Autism Day approved, which to their credit is difficult and isn't organization specific. However, the tactics they will go on to use
So, okay, because of research by Autism Speaks, the medical community no longer believes there is a cure. I have never heard any reference to that before. Not to say that you're wrong, but I do not know any way. Can you show that or give me a reference or whatever so I could see that? I would certainly like to know.
To get the government's and the public's attention on autism will prove to be concerning for those who actually are on the spectrum. Now, many might have thought that this was a well-meaning group of rich people making real changes for autism. And as well-meaning as they were for their grandchild, Bob and Suzanne Wright began the journey of spreading the message of their organization and of how awful and horrible autism is to the world.
Yeah, they started fundraising pretty hard. And to their credit, the reason that we know about Autism Awareness Month, whatever, that most people have even heard about it is because of the rights here. That's the absolute truth. Autism Speaks really pushed that autism awareness thing, and that's why most people know about it. That is the only good thing that they have done for the community. However, what that was to prey on the communities to collect the monies of well-intentioned people.
Their beloved facts they often perpetuated included equating autism with actual diseases. As one of their favorites to use was more children will be diagnosed with autism this year than with AIDS, diabetes, and cancer combined.
And there you go, as if it's a disease.
How much autism costs the nation. In 2005, their facts page said that, quote, autism costs the nation over $90 billion per year, a figure expected to double in the next decade. P.S. Fast forward to 2011, that was changed to say, quote, autism costs the nation over $35 billion per year, a figure expected to significantly increase in the next decade. Nice. In the next year of their organization's existence...
And I would very much like to know but what they consider cost. Because if they consider cost... well, how much did Bill Gates contribute? Whether you like him or not, Elon Musk, how much did they financially contribute? How much have autistic people contributed financially to the, quote, GDP of this system? Now, if you just take Bill Gates and Elon Musk... just their buying power alone, that's hugely significant. Hugely significant. And how they changed, how they changed the world in their own respects or whatever, whether, like I said, whether you like either one or not, they have had huge changes, huge impact on the world. So, do they take that into account?
Autism Speaks releases Autism Every Day in 2006. This video serves to highlight how awful the lives of the families are that have to deal with autism. This video is particularly well known for the following clip. The person speaking is one of Autism Speaks directors, Allison Tepper Singer.
When I realized I had sat in the car for about 15 minutes and actually contemplated putting Jody in the car and driving off the George Washington Bridge.
In front of her autistic daughter, she admits thinking of driving them both off of a bridge. She mentions in another version that she only didn't do it because of her other daughter, who, by the way, happens to be neurotypical. 2 years later, Allison did come to her own defense by trying to clarify that her younger brother had been institutionalized and it was a traumatic thing for him. And she thought it was better for her to take such a tragic action if that kind of thing were the only thing available to her daughter. As
this is the funny thing is because I was autistic, I think. When I raised my son and he didn't go potty and he wasn't talking and he was like getting to be 5 or so. He could say certain words and he could communicate, and I knew he understood, so I didn't care. I was like, he'll get around to it when on his time. And I knew he had a kind of epilepsy and things like that. So I knew there was things going on with his head, and I was like, yep, you'll get to it, and he did. And at one point in time, I actually looked at him and was like, look, you're going to school. You're going to either be in a diaper and nobody else is, and you got to be able to talk. Because everybody else is going to be able to. And so then I actually taught him how to speak, how to talk. But that did not require ABA to help. That just required me being a parent and me taking my time and helping while doing my best to help him.
As she claims it was suggested to her. Only days after the video was released, autistic 3-year-old Katie McCarran was murdered by her mother.
How do I do it all? With a little help.
I
and
did
to support
not,
my family's
I do
immune
not
health,
remember
I
this.
choose airborne.
To, according to the mother, end both of their suffering. Many believe that she had seen autism every day and was emboldened in her actions. While it is important to note that it is not proven that this video was the catalyst for such a tragedy, it should be noted that these kinds of messages have the potential to influence people, and negatively so. In addition, Harry Slatkin, board member of Autism Speaks, described in a documentary called Autism True Lives a pond in their backyard that he secretly hoped his autistic son would fall in and drown. Later, he explains that he's come to peace with his son's autism, but they still actively chose to leave that part and statement in. Well,
isn't that bizarre? That is so bizarre that he would say that. Basically, oh my word. That's... Okay. Holy...
That these kinds of messages have the potential to influence people, and negatively so. In addition, Harry Slatkin, board member of Autism Speaks, described in a documentary called Autism True Lives a pond in their backyard that he secretly hoped his autistic son would fall in and drown. Later, he explains that he's come to peace with his son's autism, but they still actively chose to leave that part and statement in. While sharing about struggles can be helpful,
I'm stuttering. I'm stuttering. Okay. We're going to watch this a little bit more so I can actually start talking. Yeah, they completely demonized autistic people as if we're monsters. It makes it sound like they're just horrible things. I am a horrible person, but not because of the autism. It has nothing to do with the autism.
The sentiment from Autism Speaks in 2006 is that autism is something that may not be worth living with. Moving to 2007, more complaints surface about Autism Speaks, namely their budget. Even in such a short amount of time, they've become a huge organization with donations pouring in from around the country. Expenses from their Form 990 gives a ton of money towards things that people find questionable, including 3 members of the board receiving $2.5 million for their own organizations, the company president, Mark Roithmeyer, receiving a 5-year contract for about $2 million, including bonuses, without any background in autism.
And there's a lot of bonuses floating around. A lot of bonuses floating around in Autism Speaks, from what I could see. It's so hard to find. I wish I could find the one page where I was able to find some of the bonuses. And just unbelievable, like $250,000, $400,000 there. Just outrageous amounts of, quote, bonuses for doing this thing. And this is like the CEO and then other board members and so forth.
And even a note for an expense of a private jet plane for $57,000 for someone that entertained at one of the events. People call this out because it seemed abnormal for the age of the nonprofit, but this was started by the head of NBC and his connections. Despite some questionable expense allotment, Autism Speaks goes on to spread its lovely message of doom and gloom about autism. Autism Speaks YouTube channel shares a talk about autism, and co-founder Suzanne Wright starts with how terrible autism is and how it's taken their children into the darkness.
It's my vacation, and I couldn't imagine being happier than we had that walk with a huge turnout. I mean, it was just amazing. And any of you that walked, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It was really so tearful just watching.
Okay, the walk. Autism Speaks has done this traditional, I guess, walk for autism, whatever. It's to make money for Autism Speaks. That's what these walks are about. They're not about helping autistic people. It's about making money for Autism Speaks.
Watching everybody be on the walk for all the right reasons, because everybody knows how terrible this autism epidemic.
They are preying on people's generosity. They are preying on people's good faith. They are preying on people's goodwill and making victims of the very victims they profess to help.
Is and how it's taking our children into the darkness. I mean, here in your school system, I think, Nina, you've identified 15 with autism, and those 15 children have at least in their orbit another 20 people that are affected by autism. I know how it's affected my entire family. It's really quite devastating to get them all the right treatments and practices that they need.
During this year, the organization Cure Autism Now merges with Autism Speaks. And this year will bring more change with a public disagreement between Bob and Suzanne Wright and their daughter Katie over vaccines and autism. Katie believes that vaccines caused her son Christian to get autism. Her parents make it clear that she doesn't speak on behalf of Autism Speaks, though they have put funding into vaccines as a possible cause or activation. They did seem more convinced of the research already being done, showing...
And they were very slow, as I recall, to refute vaccines cause autism on their website. There are some problems with that, as I recall.
Cause through DNA. Katie Wright later goes on to become a board member of Safe Minds, which is looking into quote-unquote environmental factors for autism, basically finding autism to be an illness that is possibly caused by vaccines. In fact, in the bio for Katie on their page, they say that she resigned from a position as director for SACC when, quote, her son Christian became ill. Moving on to 2008, Autism Speaks shares a parent video promoting Ian on their YouTube channel, which is basically parents sharing info about their autistic children to find a cure. Yes, they use the word cure and act like their children are just trapped inside their bodies.
You could just tell by his...
And they still, in their language, I'll be going back to, I don't know if I'm going to do it on this stream, but I will be going back to the Autism Speaks website, where they still treat it, they still use language of it being a disease or a defect.
His eyes. He so desperately wants to communicate with you.
You really wonder when you see them sitting in a chair by themselves. Are they happy? Are they sad? It's hard to figure out what's going on up there.
Does she know how much we love her?
I don't expect a cure overnight, but moving along at all is, moving in the right direction.
Sharing more insight into the thoughts of the co-founders on autism, in an interview, co-founder Suzanne Wright states that they want to eradicate autism for the future generations and hopefully...
That's very important information right there.
...within her lifetime. Welcome to 2009, where you would hope that maybe, just maybe, Autism Speaks would have started to consider the actual voices of autism and not just think about how terrible it is for a person to be a parent of an autistic child. Nope. You would be wrong, though. Autism Speaks goes on to release a video called I Am Autism, with a seriously creepy voice meant to personify autism much like a stalker. To make things worse, they received its video clips from parents by releasing a prior press release claiming that they were going to shine a great spotlight on autism.
Where you live. And guess what? I live there too.
Yeah, they made this to look. So maybe these were some actual clips from the 60s or whatever. So that's what gives it that creepy look, because it does. This was made in 2009, but when you look at this video, these clips look like they're these 6mm reels, which is actually even before VHS. At the best, these look like they don't even look like good VHS. I think VHS would have recorded better than this. The old VHS camcorders would have probably still done better. So it's definitely stylistically got this old 70s, early 70s, late 60s feel to it. There's more actually 70s, maybe early 80s feel to it here.
I hover around all of you. I know no color barrier.
And this is also kind of that stylistically that you would see in that era.
No religion, no morality, no currency. I speak your language fluently, and with every voice I take away, I acquire yet another language. I work very quickly. I work faster than pediatric AIDS, cancer, and diabetes combined. And if you are happily married, I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own self-gain. I don't sleep, so I make sure you don't either. I will make it virtually impossible for your family to easily attend a temple, a birthday party, a public park, without a struggle, without embarrassment, without pain. You have no cure for me. Your scientists don't have the resources, and I relish their desperation. Your neighbors are happier to pretend that I don't exist, of course, until it's their child. I am autism. I have no interest in right or wrong. I derive great pleasure out of your loneliness. I will fight to take away your hope. I will plot to rob you of your children and your dreams. I will make sure that every day you wake up, you will cry.
This is my daughter, Aya. She said to me, why we have to move. When we get back to our home, I don't have the answer. My experience for myself and my family, I evacuated.
They had to cut out at a bad time. I want to go back a little bit there.
Autism Speaks goes on to release a video called I Am Autism, with a seriously creepy voice meant to personify autism much like a stalker. To make things worse, they received its video clips from parents by releasing a prior press release claiming that they were going to shine a great spotlight on autism.
Where you live. And guess what? I live there too. I hover around all of you. I know no color barrier, no religion, no morality, no currency. I speak your language fluently, and with every voice I take away, I acquire yet another language. I work very quickly. I work faster than pediatric AIDS, cancer, and diabetes combined. And if you are happily married, I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own self-gain. I don't sleep, so I make sure you don't either. I will make it virtually impossible for your family to easily attend a temple, a birthday party, a public park, without a struggle, without embarrassment, without pain. You have no cure for me. Your scientists don't have the resources, and I relish their desperation. Your neighbors are happier to pretend that I don't exist, of course, until it's their child. I am autism. I have no interest in right or wrong. I derive great pleasure out of your loneliness. I will fight to take away your hope. I will plot to rob you of your children and your dreams. I will make sure that every day you wake up, you will cry.
Through their Autism Cares project, they used the story of a woman opening a school for those with autism the day Katrina hit to raise money. Autism Speaks made it seem like they were donating to her to help her rebuild the school, and others but the woman says she never got a cent. Even more complaints arise about the amount of money paid to individuals in the organization, specifically that of Jerry Dawson. As Autism Speaks Chief Science Officer, she received $669,751 in total compensation in 2008, which did include a relocation expense amount of $269,721. Representative Representatives of Autism Speaks claim that her compensation is in the mid-range for those in similar positions in the nonprofit health sector. I'm going to assume that this is true, or the IRS would have been knocking on their door. Allison Singer, the mom in the Autism Everyday documentary, resigns due to plans to vote against Autism Speaks' stance on vaccine research, saying that there's no reason to spend more money on researching it as the cause and the money could be better used elsewhere. She goes on to found Autism Science Foundation thereafter. In 2010, the Autism Science Foundation signs on to an open letter to Autism Speaks, which was written by the Association for Science in Autism Treatment to encourage them to revise their statements on their website, which at the time read, "Several epidemiological studies have explored whether the MMR vaccine or thimerosal, a preservative previously used in vaccines, are linked to autism, and these studies have not supported a link. But these studies were not designed to identify effects in a small population of potentially vulnerable children due to rare genetic and/or medical conditions." Despite openly disagreeing with Katie Wright about Christian possibly receiving autism from vaccines, the organization still left it open to the possibility that somehow vaccines could trigger this hypothetical group of somehow potentially vulnerable children. 2010 also shows how Autism Speaks' message impacts people. A very misled Autism Speaks chapter at Ohio State makes signs with things like 80% of parents with autistic children get divorced and posts them all over campus. This is seriously damaging to anyone who is autistic, putting the blame on them for any relationship troubles their parents may have had and further demonizing autism. Now, to Autism Speaks' credit, I did not find the 80% number on their facts page or any mention of autism and divorce for any year before or on 2010. However, it was a number floated as a myth for a long time and has since been debunked. The Autism Speaks chapter at Ohio State did use other statistics available on the facts page for other signs though. Note, during all this time, the leadership and board of Autism Speaks had absolutely no openly autistic members. They had some people who had children or family members with autism, but no one on the...
And that has changed, but I wonder how much that's just by chance. I mean, eventually somebody's got to have an autistic kid or dad or something sometime. I mean, if in 1 in 100, and I think they have 100+ employees, no matter what, statistically, somebody's going to have an autistic kid. Right? So, so that's the best defense I can give them there. But statistically, no matter what, it would happen. And supposedly they do have that now.
The board or in leadership was openly autistic. John Elder Robison was one of the only openly autistic people to be involved in Autism Speaks, though he served on their science and treatment boards, not as a part of leadership or on the board of directors.
Right, and then this guy, he was on there a short time, but he got really frustrated, and he, from what I understand, basically his frustration is that he was like, okay, I'm here because I am autistic, and to help advise or whatever, and I kind of see it from this, and they didn't want to hear anything about it. They did not want to hear about his perspectives as an autistic person, and I think he really had the greatest of intentions and really thought he was going to be doing something good there, and they blocked him from having any input whatsoever, so he eventually left.
States that in 2011, members of Autism Speaks Science Board asked the top leaders to drop the cure language from its mission statement. The response was that the executive board is controlled by the co-founders, and they're not ready to hear that. Bob and Suzanne were set in their ways and were not interested in hearing that their perfect grandchild wouldn't be cured and freed from the evils of autism. Also in 2011, Autism Speaks puts a quote from Cassiane Sibley's book in their transition toolkit out of context and with inaccurate attribution. Cassiane Sibley, now Cassiane Asamasu, is an autistic.
They still have that toolkit. I was just looking at it. What was it called?
Cured and freed from the evils of autism. Also in 2011, Autism Speaks puts a quote from Cassiane Sibley's book in their transition toolkit out of context.
Transition toolkit? Okay, I don't know. I think they have a couple of what they call toolkits, like adult toolkit or something, parents toolkit, I don't know.
And with inaccurate attribution.
I was not particularly impressed with them.
Cassiane Sibley, now Cassiane Asamasu, is an autistic rights activist and blogger. When called out, they claim to have gotten permission from the publisher of her book, where they got the quote from, but the publisher says that they did not give permission. After that, it appeared they removed the quote, but instead white texted it, meaning when you're reading you won't see it, but if you were to highlight it, it would show up. More importantly, that means that the text is logged for SEO, or search engine optimization, which puts a person who does not align with Autism Speaks looking like she does due to search ranking.
Being a nurse in the United States Air Force is rewarding. I get to...
So, I don't understand
2012,
what that... I don't understand what that means.
That means that the text is logged for SEO, or search engine optimization, which puts a person who does not align with Autism Speaks looking like she does due to search ranking.
Yeah, search ranking or whatever. That's... So, okay.
2012 comes along...
I'll tell you one thing about search rankings, too. When I was looking for doctors that could treat me medically as an autistic person, and psychiatrists that could treat me mentally as a autistic person, I found that whenever you put the word autism, every company learned, every search engine learned that if you're trying to promote a doctor, if you're trying to get a doctor business, no matter what, put autism. And so no matter who you called, it would say in the search engine right there that this person specializes in autism. And that was not factually correct once you called the company. And I remember going through like the first 30 some odd that I could find that were supposedly in my area working out, and not one of them had anything to do with adult autism. Not one. But that's all that showed up on that search engine, because they knew that if you put autism, that's a money-making thing, that's a highly searched thing, and that's gonna get that person's attention and get them on that page. So they didn't care if it applied or not. They just were trying to get the numbers, the hits on that page.
And once again, Autism Speaks is getting criticized for its budget. It is reported that only 3% of their budget went towards families and the people who actually have autism.
Okay, why are you doing this? Why are you doing flashy stuff? Stephanie, come on. Why are you doing flashy stuff? What the hell? That hurts.
Them to help and support them, while approximately
Oh,
25%.
That crap in the background, I can't even keep up with what the hell she's saying. Oh, that hurts so bad. Okay, I'm just going to cover my eyes for a
went
second.
to scientific research, which includes in its purpose to find a way to pre-screen for autism in the womb.
This brings up an important point regarding many people's hatred toward Autism Speaks.
In the search for a cure, research was actively being done to find out information about the genetic markers for autism.
Okay, I am very sensitive right now for whatever reason.
Well, it's great to learn more. The intent is what is concerning. Autism Speaks has involvement with the Autism Genome Project, in which part of its mission is to be able to develop perinatal screenings for autism.
And now this like Spark, which supposedly was put down by autistic people complaining or whatever, but since supposedly it stopped, I have still seen advertisements for it. So I don't know if it was because they were previously contracted to make the put out these ads for such period of time, so therefore they had to do it, whether the organization existed or whatever, so they didn't get sued. I don't know, but yeah, I still have seen some advertisements. You would think if they've been gotten paid recently or whatever, that it just seems like they've been going for a little bit too long for that to have been completely stopped.
This to many is a clear attempt to cause babies with the potential of being autistic to be aborted, therefore containing somewhat of a eugenics agenda. Autism Speaks then shows more failure to actually care. Simone Griggs, a mother of an autistic child, sues for disability discrimination due to Autism Speaks retracting their employment offer to her of a...
The way I found mine is I started calling, I literally started at the A's, so to speak, in the phone book, and worked my way through it and talked to whoever I got a hold of and said, I'm looking for a doctor that specializes in autism. And this lady's like, oh yeah, that's what we do. And I was like, no, this is, and I got like, more, no, she's like, that's what we do. We specialize in developmental disabilities, but we're a medical office in Colorado Springs. I was like, really? And but it was by random chance, kind of like what you're saying. You said you checked more than 30 before you found one. Yeah. And it was so difficult because it's that word autism is spammed so much. But the reason the word autism is spammed so much is we're a $1 billion money-making machine. That no matter how you want to look at it, if they say that we cause a deficit in the economy or anything else, that's a lot of people, for whatever reason, that are sucking off of that economy and making it even worse, by making part of the sector of humans dependent on something that is not needed, so people can make money and get like money from Medicare and things like that from the government by treating autistic kids. And that's why ABA and Autism Speaks need to be politically involved, why they need to have that support from politicians, support politicians, etc., play the games so that laws and so forth are tailored more towards them, to favor them, to further the money-making potentials of the organizations. And I'm not saying that all ABA is a big conspiracy, but no matter what, it does fit the BITE model of authoritarian control. That's just the facts.
Walk events manager because she asked if she could have some flexibility on Wednesdays due to her autistic son. After she ended up telling them never mind because her mom could watch her son, she was told she would be seen on the 14th, and then they rescinded the offer. Now, in an attempt to understand a lot of legal jargon, it looks like her suit failed in court. She started with claims that they breached an employment contract and engaged in disability and race discrimination. When the other side moved to dismiss, she filed an amended complaint abandoning her previous accusations and went with just saying that there was a violation of the association provision of the ADA. There's a response, she files another amendment that gets thrown out for being futile. I think what all that means is legally she didn't have a case and they threw it out. Now, 2012 is by no means the end of all of the wonderful things that go on with Autism Speaks throughout time, and 2013 will definitely prove to be a spectacular year in the history of Autism Speaks. However, you're going to have to stick around this channel to check out what happens 2013 and onward in the next part of this mini video series. I hope that so far you've been informed and enjoyed how I put this video together. I worked really hard on it and I hope that you do enjoy it and find it informative. I'm going to leave reference links in the description below. Feel free to go ahead and check those out for yourself if you don't want to wait.
Alright, so she's De Niro address. What? That's interesting. Okay, so I just put Autism Speaks controversy here. I'm kind of curious as to what's coming up. I want to see if there's something more recent in the last month or so, maybe. So I'm just randomly looking up. Are autism moms really that bad? You know, want more Autism Speaks stuff. I am not. Why isn't Autism Speaks not coming up? Okay, maybe I have to go back to the last year. Mind your misconceptions.
My name is Eileen Lam. And
Okay. Actually, this is fun. This is great. Now, this is a lady from Autism Speaks. Now, she, and she, I don't know if this is video, but I've seen some of what she says. This is being produced by Autism Speaks. That's where I really need to go. But yeah, this is done 6 months ago. I don't know what her accent is. I wish somebody would say. Of course, they've got the comments turned off. They do have some videos where they're still on, but the more recent videos of the comments are off. Like I said, I don't know what her accent is. I know she's an executive, like third in command-ish. I can't remember. I think she will identify herself. But she claims to be autistic and claims that her son is autistic. She also says that Autism Speaks paid for her son's diagnosis. And now this is the woman, I believe, that just in a bonus, got $250,000 as a bonus. Yeah. Pink, remember her? I don't know if this is that same one, but we're going to be watching her because I totally forgot about that I was going to do this, but I'm going to go to Autism Speaks. Heck, let's just go.
We wanted help, but we just didn't have a turn to get.
No, I'm going to go through. I want to really go through all of their videos because it's their videos. I want to see what they have to say. Wow, they got a lot of video. Oh, some of these are looking creepy. Yeah, we're starting to look creepy. Okay, so they got videos 7 to 8 years ago. Those are so... Well, I guess maybe we'll start from most recent. Let's see. I think I did this... Yeah. Adulting on the spectrum. Yeah, I did do that. For some reason, she's got 2 videos of the same thing. I think. I don't know if it's the same broadcast though. Okay, let's take a quick look at this. This is hate comments and misinformation, social media challenges for the autism and autistic communities. Now, the thing is like I said, she says she's autistic. And I will give her that. If that's the case, then whatever. But that does not mean that she is involved with the autistic community. And from everything that I've seen thus far, she seems to have like seen it from afar, not be a part of the autistic community from the phrases, the way she uses phrases and so forth. She doesn't know how to speak in the autistic community, but she's heard of issues about the autistic community, is what the way she talks. It's like from a distance.
Welcome back to Talking About Autism, the podcast where hard questions are asked, controversial subjects are addressed, and everyone...
I have seen her mug there, her face, on the Autism Speaks website. I think. I'm pretty dang sure she's on the website right now. Her picture is as one of like the Autism Speaks executive blah blah blah. Let's see if I can find her on their site. No, see, the thing that pops up is gifts. That's so annoying. Careers, events, about us, maybe. Board of direct leadership. Like, okay, that's not her. Stop it. That's not her either. I don't think. I'm face blind, like I'm supposed to know. That could be her for all I know. Oh, I know she's got some kind of like, she was supposed to be, oh, it's not Apple. I can't remember her name. Doesn't she give her name here? I'm pretty sure she gives her name. Elaine Lamb, Director of Social Media at Autism Speaks. That is current. I know this because she emailed me, I think, once, that I basically ignored. I publicly answered her on TikTok, is what I did.
I'm Eileen Lamb, and each week, me and
Eileen Lamb. But I don't know where she's from. She definitely does not have a Georgia accent. It's not an American accent by any means. Not to say that she is not American. I just don't know what her origins are. It does not sound like she was born in America.
I guess dive headfirst into a topic important to the autistic community. As the director of social media at Autism Speaks, I'm here to share insight into our organization's work, but my perspective is broader than that. I'm more than just my job title. I'm a published author, influencer, and autistic mother of 3, 2 on the spectrum, and I care deeply about building a supportive online community. So welcome to our table.
Okay, so I was wrong. Evidently, she says she has 2 on the spectrum, or maybe that's been revised since what I heard before. But so yeah, here she's claiming she has 2, and she also said that she was autistic, and I wouldn't. Okay, yeah, so Asperger's. So that would mean that she was diagnosed before 2013, presumably, unless she was diagnosed overseas. And I used the, what is it, something 10, ASD 10,
I'm excited to welcome
ADS 10,
back Gillis Williams.
It's the one, the Europeans, that basically it's the identical, almost identical ACD-10. That's what it's called, that they use in Europe.
Also known as GW.
And so it may have had that word in there for a little bit longer. I don't know.
He's an autistic self-advocate, TikTok influencer, and above all, entrepreneur. He's the owner, founder, and CEO of Autism Chose Me. Did I forget anything, GW?
I can't stop laughing when you say entrepreneur. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of you, Eileen. I know you have a French accent. I got an American accent, but it's too fun.
Okay, he's saying French accent. Okay, my sister's French. Okay, my sister is from around Lyon, which would be Western France. and she's more of a outlying villager or whatever, so the accents may be very, very different, but she doesn't sound like my sister.
Funny. On another note,
but that she may be, like I say, it may be a different accent.
You didn't forget anything, but you're too funny, Eileen. Don't stop being funny.
Thank you. Right back at ya.
Sonic $1.99 crispy tender wraps.
I don't even want to look at. And here's another one. Thank you, YouTube.
So GW, we've been talking in the past few months about all the negative comments we receive on social media, and you know that's part of the game. But in a way, it's
okay. Pink. So, my sister's French, and to tell you the story, there, my father was American. He went to France when in the Air Force and met a very, very nice French girl, and my sister happened, and the lady basically said that she was French and she was going to stay French or whatever. So he came back to the United States, and later met my mother, and I happened. So that's how my sister is French, and I am American.
Really damaging to the autistic and autism community. I mean, these comments, they have a big impact, not just on, you know, people's mental health, but they have a big impact on us as an organization, because it's making it harder. It's making our fundraising efforts harder. You know, there is a lot of misinformation out there. There is a lot of damaging.
Wait a minute. This is great information. This is good to know. What's she saying here?
So GW, we've been talking in the past few months about all the negative comments we receive on social media, and you know that's part of the game. But
okay, see, this is the thing. They're receiving all these negative comments. Do we hear all these negative comments about the Shriners? Right? Okay, at Pink, you're an amputee. I know there's organizations or whatever that help amputees or whatever with prosthetics and or things, whatever. Do you hear all this horrible negative talk about those organizations that help people with prosthetics? No, no, you don't. But with this one organization, Autism Speaks, there's all this negative stuff. Why is that? They're bringing it on themselves. Oh, is it bad too with amputees? I know something like I like even remember with like my daughter used to donate her hair, and like the lots of love or whatever. They were actually like, I don't know if it was that one, something like that, but one of them, they were actually making money on it, and like big money, and people were donating this stuff. There are better organizations though now that I know don't do that, but yeah. So my daughter started donating to that, but this is kind of interesting.
In a way, it's really damaging to the autistic and autism community. I mean, these comments, they have a big impact, not just on, you know.
So they have a big impact. So maybe that's why she gave me an email. I got an email from the CEO. I can't remember his name. I should know because I've talked about him enough. But she also sent me an email, basically saying, "Oh, I didn't know. It looks like you didn't respond." So, and then I made a response video on TikTok about her email to me.
People's mental health, but they have a big impact on us.
Well, did you see when you pull up that the Autism Speaks website, the first thing that pops up, it's a pop-up that you have to X out, which is donate. And then there's several other pop-ups in order to see the site that you have to X out that are all donate. It's like donate, 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 donate. By the way, please donate.
us as an organization because it's making it
Oh, no,
harder.
we
It's
are
making
not
it
playing victim
on
here.
us as an autism community. I mean, these comments, they have a big impact, not just on, you know, people's mental health, but
These negative impacts are having a negative impact on our mental health. That is literally what she is saying. This woman got paid $250,000 as a bonus. A bonus. That's what she got paid this last year. That is not including her salary, which was way more than that. I can't remember what it was. But it was more than that. And that doesn't, that's not to mention her expense account. And I don't know what that is. It's probably less than $250,000. It may have been, who knows what. But yeah. So this and she is the one that was saying that her son, she was thankful that Autism Speaks helped her with getting her son diagnosed by paying for all of that. She got a $250,000 bonus. Bonus. And she can't afford to have her son diagnosed. So when people say that Autism Speaks do give to autistic people, she's on the board. She is a representative of and on the payroll. Does that not look weird? Just no, and she has two boys that are diagnosed, or at least one boy. Well, she said she has two diagnosed kids now, at least. And the fact that they got diagnosed, I think, is great. Don't get me wrong. And I am not going to argue or against any organization that made it possible for them to get diagnosed, just for that fact alone. But this is absolutely out of control. This lady probably made well over $500,000 from Autism Speaks and take home. Like I said, there's expense accounts, there's her bonuses and her pay. All these things, it doesn't look like, so much when it's, she gets paid $350,000 a year. I don't know if that is what she got paid or not, but I think it was about 300 though, actually. I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong, but nonetheless, it was a big amount of money. I don't know what is bothering me on my shirt. Something is bothering me. Having an autistic moment there. But yeah, here she is. She's playing victim here. Completely playing victim. I cannot believe she is playing victim here. That when people speak out against Autism Speak, it's bad on their mental health.
They have a big impact on us as an organization because it's making it harder. It's making our fundraising efforts harder.
That's my intent. That's my intent. When was this made? Oh my word! 3 weeks ago. Do you realize, Pink, what's going on here? Uh-oh. Yes, it's about me. This is literally, I think, about me, Pink. Oh, my word.
There is a lot of misinformation out there. There is a lot of disinformation. And then there is also all the, ignorance and hate on social media. And all of these things, they really impact.
You know what I hate? I hate the fact that my son was stigmatized about getting mental health, and he committed suicide to the point that he put a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. When mental health is stigmatized to the point that someone would rather do that than go get mental health, that is a big problem. And when you put out the ads that you did, stigmatizing autistic people and making us look like monsters that are a burden on our parents. That's what causes that kind of stigma that makes 22-year-old people blow their brains out.
Like the autistic community, we need to find a common ground. We need to bring people.
Okay, yeah. How about you have some contact with the autistic community and actually support it? But like I said, from that perspective, when you see us as monsters, when you see us as less than human beings, are you really going to feel... Are you even really going to try to deal with us?
Together so we can reach that same goal.
And the thing is I made it very direct. I made those videos where I said, they asked me, and I showed the email where they asked what to do, and I said, contact the autistic community and ask them what you should do. And it never did happen as far as I know.
We all want more services and more support for autistic people. So I think it would be great, GW, if you maybe read some of the negative comments you receive on social media, just so people are aware.
Wait, are the comments on this? I bet you they're all... Oh, the comments are on. Oh my goodness, because, okay, I have criticized, particularly Autism Speaks here. I don't know about now, but most of the recent videos, the comments were off. The older ones they were on, but the recent ones they were all off. And I've mentioned that over and over, and here they have the comments on. This is so funny. Oh my goodness gracious. This is hilarious. I cannot believe this. Oh my goodness, Pink. Woo! I think she was definitely talking directly. This is 3 weeks ago. So I think she's definitely talking about me. Which is crazy. It has 14,000 views. How funny.
No, because there is no... we need some awareness.
But she was saying directly that I had an effect on her. On them already, which is amazing to me. This is something maybe to talk about. Maybe I should make a little video about that, or a little short TikTok about it. That's interesting. And if I am having an impact on it, I want the truth to come out. I'm autistic. I do not care what the outcomes of that truth is. And the truth is, your organization spends an outrageous amount of money. You are getting an outrageous amount of money, and that is not going towards the autistic community. Well, actually, technically, if you are autistic in your case, it actually is. You're the one rarity, evidently, that is autistic and directly benefiting from it. And so is the CEO, evidently, whose son is autistic. But I think it's very interesting that these people are autistic, these two. Like I said, is it circumstantial? I don't know. But this is rarity. She is making money off of this. The autistic community is not a part of Autism Speaks. The autistic community, by and large, does not agree with Autism Speaks. I have had a couple of people that wanted to defend autism, that said they were autistic on TikTok. I don't know if they were or not, but they were really defending Autism Speaks. I think maybe they were autistic. I don't know, but whatever.
Of these things, so we can walk through them and make them better. So why don't you share some of these negative comments you're receiving on social media?
Oh boy, sure. This is going to be interesting. I don't know who this guy is.
So I have a few comments right here. One of them I think is the biggest one, but very hurtful. I knew a girl who had autism. She believed she could fly and ended up in the hospital after she jumped out a window. Now, depending on how you interpreted that, don't know if that's true or not, but I interpreted that as a joke, a dumb joke. and it's unacceptable and shouldn't, very insensitive and on shouldn't be on anybody's platform. Another comment I got.
Whoa. 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 Okay, she was talking about people who disagree with Autism Speaks. Now he's talking about someone making a comment about an autistic girl jumping out a window. Are we trying to equate these together? Is that what we're trying to do? What is going on here? What are you trying to say? There is no connection there whatsoever.
How did bro manage to make autism his entire personality? Kind of funny to me because I do talk about autism on all my videos, but that's literally almost every autistic advocate. They talk about autism, and the way he's saying it carries a lot of weight. It's supposed to be like, hey dude, just go away, stop making autism your whole personality. Another one, he said if he never said I'm autistic on his TikTok account, bro would have no followers. Well, dude, what am I supposed to post? Because I'm an autistic advocate. I'm an autistic content creator. I don't just say
I don't have any idea who this guy is.
Autistic in all my videos. I go through some other things. I delve into some other things that are humorous and fun. But yeah, it's like if you don't like it, then.
And the thing is that it's absolutely a fact that there are people that were brainwashed as children that are autistic and that still are buying the story that ABA helped them and so forth, and Autism Speaks is a great organization and are still going to support that organization and so forth because they have never ever left the cult. They have always been a part of that, and they are dependent. Their identities are dependent upon ABA and how it helped them and so forth, and who they are and what they are, because that's what they've been taught. So of course you're going to have people like this. That's what cults do. That's their intent. Now a lot of times now, like Autism Speaks, no, they set out to do this. No, this is how cults survive and so forth. And this is any kind of corporate organization, be it profit, non-profit, the whole intent is to survive and to grow and to make more money.
Don't follow me. One guy said, and we'll get into this in a little bit, is bro acoustic. And let me explain that real quick. It's basically an immature trend started from like 13 and.
Okay, this is crazy. They are talking about completely nuanced stuff. We went from talking about me and how autistic, or I'm gonna let this roll again because we were talking about me specifically, I think, and how people are not agreeing with Autism Speaks and how spreading disinformation. And then we're talking about this weird nuanced stuff. Bro managed to make autism all about yourself, your personality. That's nuanced, petty stuff. And how are we making this transition? This is so bizarre. Isn't as a GW? What's a GW? I don't know what a GW is.
Gillis Williams, also known as GW.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Gillis Williams. That's what this guy's name is.
You. He's an autistic self-advocate, TikTok influencer.
No, where's she talking about me?
A podcast where hard questions are asked, controversial subjects are addressed, and everyone has a seat at the table. I'm Eileen Lam, and each week, me and a guest dive headfirst into a topic important to the autistic community. As the director of social media at Autism Speaks, I'm here to share insight into our organization's work, but my perspective is broader than that. I'm more than just my job title. I'm a published author, influencer, and autistic mother of 3, 2 on the spectrum, and I care deeply.
Yeah, okay, she's saying autistic. Well, okay, she has said that I am autistic. This is kind of autistic mother of 3. Does that mean I think that it would infer that she was saying that she was autistic, and she did say that she has 2 autistic boys. So I think that is what she was trying to identify there as autistic.
About building a supportive online community. So welcome to our table. I'm excited to welcome back Gillis Williams, also known as GW. He's an autistic self-advocate, TikTok influencer, and above all, entrepreneur. He's the owner, founder, and CEO of Autism Chose Me. Did I forget anything, GW?
I can't stop laughing when you say entrepreneur. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of you, Eileen. I know you have a French accent. I got an American accent, but it's too funny. On another note, you didn't forget anything, but you're too funny, Eileen. Don't stop being funny.
Thank you. Right back at ya.
It is so weird what's going on. I'm just going to let this thing roll again.
So GW, we've been talking in the past few months about all the negative comments we receive on social media, and that's part of the game. But in a way, it's really
part of the game. I don't know. That's kind of weird. She's talking about social media. That's part of the game. You're characterizing it as a game. We all receive comments on social media, and it's part of the game. She's characterizing it as a game. This is autistic people expressing themselves, and she's characterizing it as a social media posturing. Yeah, a game. That's literally what she says here. Yeah, this is our lives. That's what I'm thinking here. This is kind of weird that she's characterizing it. And autistic people can be ableist. Okay? And autistic people can also have a perspective and act against autistic people. It's just how it is. And that's unfortunately what looks like what's going on here.
In the past few months about all the negative comments we receive on social media. And, that's part of the game. But in a way, it's...
Okay, and that's where they're talking about me, the negative comments, social media.
Really damaging to the autistic and autism community. I mean, these comments, they have a big impact, not just on, people's mental health, but they have a big impact.
So the fact that I've had made negative comments and had made a negative impact on their earning potential has had, she's saying that it's had a negative impact on their mental health. The fact that somebody's spoken out against Autism Speaks. That's literally what she is saying.
On us as an organization, because it's making it harder. It's making our fundraising efforts harder. There is a lot of misinformation out there. There is a lot of disinformation. And then there is also all the...
So what I'm doing right now is a 100-hour... they asked me, and Pink actually saw this. I think she's seen it already a couple of times. But where the email was, is they asked how can you help or whatever. And I said, ask the autistic community. So what I'm doing now is I'm giving them 100 hours of reasons to not support Autism Speaks. That's what I'm giving them. And that's this. I'm starting this today, and it's going all the way through April. And it's going to be 100 hours total of live streams. I've done 8 now.
Ignorance.
Talking about Autism Speaks, and that's exactly what she's talking about, is Autism Speaks and fundraising, which I didn't know that I had. How could I have already had an impact on that? But this is what she's complaining about, evidently.
And hate on social media and all of these things.
And like I said, the CEO and her have both sent me emails on this now.
Things, they really impact the autistic community. We need to find a common ground. We need to bring people together so we can reach that same goal that we all want. We all want more services and more support for autistic people.
I want your paycheck. That's what I want. I want to get paid like you do.
So I think it would be great, GW, if you maybe read some of the negative
oh yeah, if you put it pretty much anything about Autism Speaks and controversy, you're going to come up with all kinds of things about how the autistic community does not agree with Autism Speaks. And like I said, say whatever they want to say. You do not hear this about Shriners. You do not hear this about certain organizations at all. Ever. So the thing is why is that? They have made their bed, so to speak, and they've got a lie in it. And being an autistic person, I will use that euphemism all day because that's what's going on. They have created. I used to tell my son, you don't want to go get in a bar fight, don't go to the bar. I'm not saying that you cause or you deserve to get in a fight or anything else, but if you go to the bar, there is a possibility that you're going to get in a bar fight. So, yes, I'm going to help you out or whatever, but I'm not really going to feel sorry for you. If you put yourself in that situation knowing that. And these people have put themselves in this situation. There's no one else to blame. No other reason for them. Why would anyone have these negative thoughts about this organization if this organization did not cause that to happen? And I know I'm being really simplistic here and everything, but let's look at where the blame comes from and why. And we know a lot of the reasons why have to do with like the first and second commercials you guys made, the I Am Autism. What was the other one with your director or whatever, where she was talking about driving off the bridge? When you have so much disdain as an organization for autistic people that you demonize them, that you make us look like that, you literally say that we're worse than cancer, you cannot recover from that. You cannot say, oh, well, we didn't mean it that way. What other possible way could you mean it? Right? What else could you possibly? And when you have that outlook that someone is less than a human being, saying, well, I represent you and I want you to meet me in the middle. Fuck you. Fuck you. I am not meeting you in the middle there. I am a human being. and so that's what we're talking about here.
Comments you receive on social media, just so people are aware, because there is no, we need some awareness of these things so we can walk through them and make them better.
We need awareness of these things. Here she's saying it again. See, I'm not making this stuff up. I didn't catch this the first time. She's saying we need awareness so we can walk through them, that we know. Are you still with me, Pink? Are you still there? Am I still there? I came unplugged, I think. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? She's talking about awareness. She's using the words again. Remember what I was saying? That I told them, ask the autistic community you receive on social media so people are aware.
Because there is no, we need some awareness of these things so we can walk through them and make them better. So
she just said it again. We don't know what the autistic community's needs are. We need awareness. Now, she's French, and I know her English is broken or whatever else, but she's essentially saying we don't know what the autistic people need, so we need you to tell us so we can walk through them and make them better so that we can help. We need to know what the autistic community needs so that we can help. That's essentially what she's saying, which is an admission that they don't know. Exactly. How in the hell, if they don't know, their organization is called Autism Speaks, for Christ's sake. And they don't know. And she's complaining here about this. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have to show this video every day.
So why don't you share some of these
I'm going to have to talk about it every day. This is just crazy.
Negative comments you're receiving on social media?
Sure. So I have a few comments right here.
And now she shifts to this guy, which has nothing to do with anything. That is so weird. I don't understand this change of gears. Is this just a different part of the show? Maybe?
One of them I think is the biggest one, but very hurtful.
Yeah, well, she is autistic. I is what she says. And I believe her. I'm not gonna challenge her on that by any means.
I knew a girl who had autism. She believed she could fly and ended up in the hospital after she jumped out a window. Now, depending on how you interpreted that, don't know if that's true or not. But
now, the reason we're rolling this whole thing is because this comes directly from Autism Speaks. So that first part was a response kind of to me, or actually it's more complaining. That's one of the strangest videos I have ever seen. It was kind of like complaining. Yeah, it's so, wasn't it? Is that how it struck you? It was like she was talking to a friend and kind of complaining about, this is going on, this is not cool, this is not cool, and okay, okay. Anyway, so now we're talking to him, and this is okay. I'm just gonna say this is just a completely different thing that has nothing to do with me or Autism Speaks. I don't know.
I interpreted that as a joke, a dumb joke. And it's unacceptable and shouldn't, very insensitive and shouldn't be on anybody's platform. Another comment I got: how did bro manage to make autism his entire personality? Kind of funny to me because I do talk about autism on all my videos, but that's literally almost every autistic advocate. They talk about autism, and the way he's saying it carries a lot of weight. It's supposed to be like, hey dude, just go away, stop making autism your whole personality. Another one, he said if he never said I'm autistic on his TikTok account, bro would have no followers. Well, dude, what am I supposed to post? Because I'm an autistic advocate. I'm an autistic content creator. I don't just say I'm autistic in all my videos. I go through some other things. I delve into some other things that are humorous and fun. But yeah, it's like if you don't like it, then don't follow me. One guy said, and we'll get into this in a little bit, is bro acoustic. And let me explain that real quick. It's basically an immature trend started from like 13 and 14-year-olds in junior high, in which they're saying, oh, autistic is too hard of a term to remember or use, so I'm going to use the term acoustic instead. First of all, guys, acoustic and autistic are two different things. Acoustic is like a guitar. Autistic is a disability. And just because they rhyme doesn't give you the excuse to use acoustic as another alternative. Again, it's a little bit humorous, but also just very dumb and hateful and immature. Another
I don't know. Maybe I'm just being acoustic.
Another comment I got is, every single video is you talking about how you are autistic. Nobody cares. Find some new content. Well, my response to that is no. How about no? I'm going to keep making the content I want. If you don't like it, then leave. Why do you use your autism for clout? I don't really use my autism for clout, but... And then the last one is, where was it? Nobody cares about autism, bro. Do something else. Sad emoji, crying emoji. And then I guess he put like an emoji right before of like Greek theater masks. Don't know what that means, but...
Okay, so this looks like a piece of him just saying, okay, so they transferred into, this is a TikTok creator, and he's responding to some of the negative comments that he doesn't like, I guess, from his TikTok, I think is what they transferred into.
I laugh at these trolls, and, you always got to laugh at your haters, as my dad said, but I also... you also got to take them seriously at some point and talk about them when necessary. Just like with what we're doing, we're talking about them when necessary, because they, imagine what the comments you're getting from people who are commenting on Autism Speaks videos, even your Autism Cafe social media handles. They're literally harming and hurting organizations like Autism Speaks. And even on the other side, I'm sure there's hateful comments from
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, okay, where's this going? He didn't say my name. He didn't say it.
people who are commenting on ASAN's videos or Reddit set videos. Those are harmful to them as well, but just focusing
Reddit. Okay, see, I don't have Reddit. That's interesting.
on me, they can be harmful if I don't treat them urgently, and if I don't.
Okay, he's complaining, not complaining. He's commenting. Sorry, that was a slip.
Post the right videos and the right content, because I could make that mistake. Do you see what I'm saying, Eileen?
Yeah, no, totally. And I think your comments are negative in the sense that they're coming from people who don't know about autism. They're coming from people who are outside the autistic community and who are like criticizing you, and clearly like they don't know autism. Like they need autism awareness, like they're not accepting, and like that's the type of hate and ignorance you're dealing with. I think for Autism Speaks it's different because, and you deal with that stuff too, but it's more about the infighting. It's all the fights like within the autism community. Like, how about the puzzle piece? How about the
Yeah, okay, so what she's doing is this is with what like throwing redirecting. What's the what's the in speech the fallacy here? But she's trying to throw out a red herring. Yeah, she's using misdirection here for sure, and talking about, oh well, it's just nuanced things that these people are focusing on, and about the blue puzzle piece, and oh my goodness, we've got a bigger picture to do. No, we're talking about. I looked at it. It was like a total of $51 million that went into the organization. Now, the net was like, or the gross ended up being like 41, and then the net or whatever was like 39 or something like that. $1 million. And she gets a bonus of like $250,000 last year. Not to mention her paycheck and not to mention her expense account. So she's getting close, well over $500,000. The CEO is probably getting over $1 million because of the same types of things. He makes more money. He makes over $650,000 or somewhere around there on the books as salary. But then again, at that same time, with that statistic, Autism Speaks was only donating like $400,000, less than what the CEO makes, is what they were actually donating to anything. And that's not, of course, including all the kickbacks and the bonuses. And he had a $400,000, it was more than that actually, expense account. Expenses. Almost $500,000 of expenses. I can't even imagine living like that. And so when you want to go out to dinner and take your friends out and get everybody drunk on $100 bottle of wines or whatever, you go sit down and everything and say, yeah, well, you know, friend, I do work for Autism Speaks. Yeah. Okay. So let's write this bill off, because we talked, this was a business operation. So now all of that, him paying for his friends and everything else, because they talked about Autism Speaks legally, Autism Speaks can pay for it. And that's how a lot of these executives at that level spend money from certain organizations. Now in a actual Hopefully, like a New York Stock Exchange company or something like that. Yes, they are going to have expense accounts or whatever, but they're still going to be a little bit different, and there's going to be a lot more oversight into exactly who they're whining and dining and so forth. They're still going to do the same thing, but it's how it's handled and the oversight and who they're doing it and why and everything else is very much regulated. But here, this is basically what happens at this level, and I can't say that I know any of these people have done this, and if so, it's all legal. It's all completely legal to do this. Like I said, I've lived in a car, and I've also lived, my parents were kind of wealthy. I'm not.
Infinity loop symbol, like all of this, like futile, like very useless.
Yes, we're just going to marginalize the entire thing about where the money is going, and is this even helping autistic people? Well, she has admitted right here that she does not know what autistic people. She's an autistic person admitting that she does not know what the autistic community needs or wants, which is weird. So weird that she's still that disconnected. It's so sad to see. Yeah, it's just so weird and sad to see.
Arguments, over terminology and symbols, and most importantly,
yeah, those are not the arguments being made either. And nobody, I mean, yes, there's some talk about that, but that's not what the big problem with this organization is, and you know that. It's about you getting a $250,000 bonus. What did you do for those bonuses? How hard did you work to just get a bonus? This is people's donations. People that good-hearted people that want to help autistic people. You took $250,000 of their money. And what did you do with it? Now, you're an autistic person. So I guess you can do whatever you want to with it, right? Do you enjoy it? Do you feel guilty?
It's the spread of misinformation and disinformation about Autism Speaks as an organization that is really hurting.
Okay, none of the stuff that I've talked about has been disorganization. That Autism Speaks did put out a video in 2009 called "I Am Autism." They did put out a subsequent video where it was like their director or whatever, who did talk about driving with her daughter off a bridge, but she didn't do it because her other daughter was not autistic, while that autistic little girl was in the room right behind her. You made that video. You have made the statements you have about vaccines and so forth on your website. You have done all these things. I have not done that. This is not speaking out things that are not factual. Remember, you're autistic. Autistic people care about facts, not what we feel, not that kind of thing. We just want to know what's true. And if you were helping, then we would be adamant that you were helping. But that's not the case.
Us and hurting the autistic community. So I think
you just establish the fact that you are not in touch with the autistic community and that you don't know what the autistic community needs or wants. Now she's saying that I think she's talking about me, or maybe she might have gotten more general now, but she was definitely talking about me. But basically, I think this is basically saying I'm hurting the autistic community, which is okay, whatever.
I think the type of hate we deal with is
no, this is not hate. This is a want for justice, for what is right. This is called being autistic, and you as an autistic person should know that, and Autism Speaks should know that I identify as a PDA autistic and that I will seek justice. That I, at personal expense, won't care what happens until I see that. And it could hurt me personally. and I wouldn't care as long as I saw that justice scene. And if you are Autism Speaks and you do not know that, and you do not understand that, then you have no business having anything to do with autistic people.
Different? I mean, none of it is good, right? But yeah, the hate Autism Speaks receives is frustrating because of how it hurts the autism and autistic community.
With HubSpot Sales Hub, we've been able to find more prospects and grow our pipeline.
You know, I used to make fun of the preachers and stuff. And now if we just keep on saying it, it's gonna be true. If we keep on saying it, it's gonna be true. Hallelujah. Oh, and it never did help. I'm just keeping this muted. I don't like their music either.
Why don't I read you some of the comments I received?
Okay, so this is... Why don't I read you some of the comments I receive? Oh, boy. Do you think she... I don't think she will have the audacity to address anything I've said. I don't think so. I don't think she'll address... Maybe it will touch on what I've said or whatever, but I still really haven't made any direct accusations, really, except for you're not in touch with the autistic community.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, here is one. I hope you don't wake up tomorrow. Smiley face. Well,
I would never say something like that. That's horrible. I just lost my son. That's an awful thing to say. I would, if someone, oh no, that's so horrible. No. I'm sorry that you got that.
I wish I could do that, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to go to work, so not really an option. Let's see, next one.
Good to go on that.
You are
one.
a terrible organization. Kill yourself and end it.
Oh my word.
That's...
You know what? These could be true. These could be true comments that she gets. That doesn't mean that these are autistic people. And it could be autistic people that are simply misbehaved or immature or whatever. But it's very, very sad. And I believe she may be getting these comments. And people do have a lot of emotions towards... Yeah, people do have a lot of strong emotions towards Autism Speaks. In no way justifying that kind of thoughts, behaviors, or expressing that kind of thing. I think that's BS. That should never happen.
Pretty mild.
I may not agree with you, but I certainly would never wish you go harm or your kids. That's no.
The only thing that needs cleared up is adding an end date to your obituary. Peace sign.
That is weird. I haven't gotten these really like this before. I've gotten ones being rude and stuff, like, but not like this. Not this hateful.
Okay.
Ooh.
So, you know, I mean, some of them are like kind of creative, but you know, it's also like not super cool. Don't wake up tonight, cookie woo. Kill yourself. Okay, whatever.
No, see, if I send them a comment like this, I'm going to say, make your case. Whatever. Yeah, make your case. That's what I'm going to say. Make your case. And then let them look like an idiot. And let them do the words themselves. I'll just sit back and watch. Okay? But I would... This is so... non-cognitive, non-intellectual, so childlike that I just... no.
Kill yourself. You have no reason to live. I have a lot. One of them is wine. Kill yourself and suffocate. You know, you. And, you know, it's like really jump out the window. Kill yourself. Don't be autistic. Pretty cool. It's exactly what we're talking about.
You can't not be autistic. Like, you can't just take autism out of your brain.
So that one, don't be autistic. So we know at least one of those. That's not from an autistic perspective anyway. but we still have no idea who any of those were or what context what that was. Was that a personal Facebook? What was that? She doesn't really say. She does not identify that as Autism Speaks, by the way.
Like it's part of you. First of all, whoever said that, that's just ridiculous. Second of all, you know, the thing is, Eileen, like, let me ask you a question. Do you brush those people off, or are
So yeah, this sounds more personal.
you so affected by it because you read those comments every day?
Oh no, I wouldn't do this job if I was affecting by this, because this is like daily, but like it's not like once daily, it's like all day, every day.
All day, every day, they are getting complaints. I sure hope April's a bitch.
You know, on the Autism Speaks channel. So like, I don't think anyone who's not able to brush these people off could do this job, because these people are like so relentless in their, you know, attacks. And, you know, to me, this is not advocacy. Like, this is not how you get things down. I mean, you know, it's funny, I guess, in a way, but it's not effective advocacy. Like,
right.
Why are they doing this? You know, what are they achieving by doing this?
Right.
Yeah. What do you think, actually? That's a good question. Why do you think people do this? Why do you think they resort to insults and like spreading disinformation? Like, what are they trying to accomplish, in your opinion?
Yeah, so this is very interesting. We've had several accusations of disinformation being spread, but no explanation of what disinformation was spread. Because as far as disinformation, I have given disinformation before, and I try to get correct myself because the facts are what's important. But she never did identify what. Why
do you think they resort to insults and like spreading disinformation?
What disinformation? What disinformation has been spread? So she was kind of talking. She was, I think, almost. Well, I think she was directly, kind of talking about me, early in this video. But and she mentioned spreading disinformation at that same time. But once again, nothing was ever said as to what disinformation was spread. So please let me know.
Like, what are they trying to accomplish, in your opinion?
What I'm trying to accomplish, I will tell you directly. I would like to see, when someone donates to a organization that they believe is for autistic people, for 80% of that money, if possible, to go directly to autistic people, to supporting them, like a lot of legit organizations do, in fact do. That's what I want to see. Instead, I see you getting kickbacks, bonuses of $250,000. And Autism Speaks, as an executive, as you said, paid for your child's diagnosis and so forth. Not to mention your salary, not to mention your expense account. So we're talking, what, maybe close to $500,000 there? And this is money that people donated to what they thought were autistic people. And $400,000, less than all those kickbacks and everything you get, less than that is what actually went to autistic people. And out of that, a lot of that went to so-called research, genetic research and so forth. So it didn't actually go directly necessarily to autistic people. And that is out of the money that did. You guys give legally the least amount of money that you can give and be considered a nonprofit, which is almost nothing. They say we're between 1% and 4%.
Are accomplishing nothing, because first of all, they're just a troll commenting on something and not getting anything done. I guarantee.
Actually, she just said something was getting done, that it was making it very difficult for Autism Speaks. That's literally what she said. And she was complaining about it.
Some of these trolls, they live in their mom's basement just making 5 TikTok videos.
Actually, I'm not in my mom's basement. I'm in my father-in-law's house. To tell you the truth.
The day without showing their face, and they just comment.
Nope, my face is right here.
And hate on people. I don't even worry about.
No, I'm not hating on people. I'm hating on a system. I am hating on the injustice of it. I am hating on victimizing autistic people by taking funds, by taking good intentioned people's money who expect that money to go to help autistic people, but instead to go to like $500,000 benefit salaries and so forth for an organization that is that's earning like $59 million or something like that a year. That was way gross. But it boiled down to about 39 million net, I think. But yeah, out of all that money, at 51 million, 39 million, who cares? Only $400,000. And if that, most autistic people would not agree with where it went. So that's not hate. That's a demand for justice. So do not conflate the two. And if you are autistic, hey, bro.
About those people. What I think that they're trying to accomplish is nothing. Zip, nada, period, cut and dry.
So to you, they're not autism advocates or autistic advocates?
I think the specific comments I got, because I checked out their profiles a little bit before this podcast, I mean, they don't seem like autism advocates to me, not with the content they post. Autism advocate is somebody who posts content consistently like we do, content creators, influencers, people who uplift a certain portion of our population or a certain demographic. From what I'm seeing from these advocates, they don't do that. So they're accomplishing nothing. I guess the only thing that I could say, if I had to give you
Who are we talking about now? I thought they were talking about me. Maybe I was just being egocentric there. I thought they were talking about me for a minute again. But now he was talking about the people, it sounded like, that he was reading the comments about from his TikTok. But now it's...
An answer, aside from the word nothing, is that all they're accomplishing is just spreading more hate. And we don't need hate on this podcast or anywhere else in our advocacy for that matter.
Okay, so he said this podcast.
Okay, well then how about people, like, let's take Autism Speaks example. You know, there are a lot of people, like, beyond those like hateful messages, there are also a lot of messages spreading misinformation. On purpose or not, I don't know, but like, for instance,
maybe she is going to throw something down. Maybe she might put me in my place. Okay, here it is. This is live. She might put me in my place.
Someone said puzzle piece and blue are misrepresentation.
Oh, come on! Here we go, avoiding it again.
Of autism. I mean, okay, that's just like, that's your opinion, right? Your campaign is horrible. Autism isn't a disease and doesn't need a cure. We're not looking for a cure. We know autism isn't a disease. Like, so why are these people saying these things? You know, you treat autism like it's a disease, so you and everything you do.
And you on the Autism Speaks website have it worded like it's a disease. Autism Speaks. What is autism? Where was it? We looked at it earlier. Is a lifelong condition. Actually, that's also fits the American government's words. In fact, I think it's taken right from the American government. So, will you stop asking for money? Where is that really weird phrase that they used that was so ableist? Autism is a lifelong condition. Right here. It's a condition, a lifelong condition. That suggests that it's a disease or something. And then they get into this ableist talk saying, and an holistic person, a person who's not autistic, person's needs, strengths, challenges may change over time. See how I just did the switcheroo there? Yeah. All right, let's go back to, because I'm being entertained by this lady. She's Eileen, I think.
Don't, you know, oh, Autism Speaks is a hate group. No, we're not. Like, what is
I actually use the word cult.
the point? Why are people doing this? Because they think they're not true. It's just misinformation and disinformation. Why?
Because they're trolls. You know, that's what trolls do. I mean, haters have been around and hecklers.
Well, actually, when you identify an organization through the BITE model of authoritarian control, and it fits said model, it's not trolling. It's this giving facts or whatever. And when by putting it out in public, that is an invitation for others to pick apart those things and see if they are or are not factual.
Have been around since the dawn of man, and they've been doing, you know, whenever somebody has a new idea or an idea that's controversial or an idea that doesn't quite see eye to eye with everyone, there's going to be a group of haters that are naturally going to hate. So the reason why they do that is not only to get attention and start a movement, but they're just trying to spread harmful messages. It's not really one of those things, Eileen.
They're spreading hate because they want to spread hate, is what he's saying here.
Where I can give a logical answer. I mean, you're asking me to give a logical answer for something that's illogical.
Maybe they believe that Autism Speaks is taking money from autistic people, where it's people who have good intentions are trying to help autistic people, but it redirects those resources and makes a few people very, very wealthy. And maybe we find that upsetting because that's not what that money was intended for. That's not what it was given for. It was not given for a CEO to make have $1 million income a year with all the benefits and everything else. That's not what that money was intended for. And to speak out against that, there is nothing wrong with that. And it doesn't make a person illogical or hateful or anything else. It's a person that wants justice.
They're just not thinking, and they need to, you know,
not thinking.
Get a Q-tip, clean their ears a little bit in their brains, and start to think of smarter.
Now he's getting into, what's that called, where you start name calling and stuff. Oh, that's so. Come on, buddy.
To do that.
Hey, I thought you were autistic.
And just posting.
Just say I'm not gonna insult him like that. I don't think that. Come on, yeah. No, it's not trivial. Yeah, they are definitely trivializing things. Absolutely, it's so weird.
Q-tip, clean their ears a little bit.
Clean your ears a little bit.
Brains.
That's just being derogatory
and
there.
Start.
That's attack.
To think of smarter
personal attack
things to do than just posting hateful comments to you and
I could work at other companies, but it's not the same. They don't have the mission that USA.
So I think those comments were personal towards her. I don't think those comments were directed directly towards Autism Speaks, but evidently I've been on her mind.
As somebody who
right, and the thing is this is like when you watch politics, which I've done all my life, like with Putin now or whatever. When you look at their responses, it gives you an idea of where their minds are and what's bothering them, and they've been very, very. They're not used to this type of jousting, evidently, or this lady isn't, because she's just really putting it. She's just being, okay, bless her heart, so to speak, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but she's just being autistic. She's just putting out there what's on her mind, which is just basically, I believe she is autistic, because I think that's exactly what she did there, and since she did, it makes it very, very obvious, kind of, that it is having an impact. Just the fact that I'm talking about this.
Who works with Autism Speaks, since you do, you have to say like yes and. So for example, yes, we got to ignore the haters and the trolls, and then what do we do after that? So we got to have a good call and response. So the response, in my opinion, as a content creator, would be to veer towards the people that are supporting our organization and work with them. Find out by working with them and collaborate.
Circle the wagons. Let's be even more cultish. We're being threatened, so let's be more cultish. This is literally a cultish response, and I'm not saying that this is what he's doing or anything, but that response. Circle the wagons, double down.
With them, how we can.
This is what you expect from religious organizations and so forth.
Talk to the other side the best way possible. How can we create a good sense of urgency to them to get involved, in the conversation together as one and find some middle ground between both sides? So when I say we need to ignore the haters and the trolls, yes, we have to do that, but then we got to have a good response to it. And in a nutshell, in layman's terms, as I'm saying, work with people who support us so we can get
purple. They're always the victim. Because of autism, I can't pay for the new pool at my lake house. I know.
People from the other side to have a good
poor lady
conversation about us and find that middle ground.
I like that. And I feel like that's what you and I were doing right now, right?
Right.
We are working towards that middle ground, and I wish more people would join us. You know,
and see that once again, middle ground. What middle ground? Is someone from the Holocaust, should they agree to the middle ground? What is that middle ground? No, some things are wrong. There is no middle ground to making saying that comparing an autistic person to cancer. Telling people that it will destroy their marriages. Using those kinds of scare tactics. There is no middle ground from there. That's like saying, okay, someone saying that they want to go into a house and sexually assault 2 people. Well, let's go to the middle ground. Just sexually assault 1 person. No, there is no middle ground. No one is going to be sexually assaulted. Period. No middle ground. And sometimes that's the case. And as an autistic person, you should know this. Black and white thinking is correct thinking a lot of times. It's good that we have the gray area in mind and everything, but there is no middle ground. This is a right or wrong situation.
in our effort to bridge the gap, right?
Right.
It's really a shame that there is a gap because, again, we want the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. There's a big gap between what is right and wrong, between you personally profiting. Even as an autistic person, you're betraying your own people by living rich and lavishly because people want to help the autistic community.
So why is there so much discord and disagreement?
That's why there's so much discord and disagreement. I don't think that that is right.
And misinformation, disinformation on social media, right? There's got to be a way.
Right? There's so much disinformation. What disinformation?
To come together. You know what? We're never going to agree with everything. You know, I'm sure there are things I'd say you disagree with and vice versa. But we agree on the...
Once again, like you said, trying to trivialize it. Oh, we'll never agree on everything. But,
the most fundamental things. And I think 99.9% of the autistic community agrees on these things, and we need to find some common ground. And these comments are just not it.
Right. You know, my message to all the haters and trolls out there and to the advocates out there who I'm friends with or I'm following who don't support Autism Speaks, just let's just let my message would be, let's just say theoretically if Autism Speaks was gone tomorrow. Yes, you'd be happy, but imagine the damage that you'd be causing. Think about the other side. Think about the people who do love Autism Speaks and who do love their services.
Yeah, she does love the services. Her child got free medical care and got a free diagnosis because she's in the top. Is it 10 or whatever that get all the bonuses? I cannot believe this is the same argument as when you say ABA causes PTSD, and there are many complaints of people who have gone through ABA that say it has caused them long-term psychological problems. And my question has always been, how many autistic people do you cause long-term psychological problems and it still be okay, or it still be good, or it still be something you want to expose your child to? What kind of, quote, therapy causes long-term psychological damage? If it does, it's not therapy.
What's going to happen to them?
And the thing is, there is the expectation that that could happen, no matter what. When there is that expectation, something very wrong is going on.
And you're just unleashing a bigger monster than the one that you think is already out there. We have to step up, all of us, and we have to come together in a good light and a good sense. And it's not by clashing over a puzzle piece or an infinity symbol. Again,
$39 million donated to help autistic people. 400,000. If you went and worked and you earned $1,000 in a day's work or whatever, and you only got $4, would you think that was great? A good exchange for your work? That's what's going on here. And that's what your argument is you're saying, well, that's a good thing. That's like, and I shouldn't say, no, I won't even go there because I'll get in trouble if I go there. But no matter what, if you're saying, well, it helped somebody one time, well, maybe somebody was helped by the Crusades because they got new land. Does that justify that? Maybe the Holocaust was great because, well, one person got some new land there. So you're going to justify all that evil for 1/10 of 1% of what? Come on. When you know something is causing harm, it's time to stop, reevaluate, do something else. Do something that is not going to cause long-term psychological harm.
It's just about finding middle ground.
And there is no middle ground to that statement. You stop what's causing harm and you do something else. No middle ground. I will not ever give on that.
And for those of you out there who are making those bad comments, just try your best to at least think about who you're making those comments to. I mean, honestly, Eileen could be completely hurt and broken down by the comments that she just quits doing what she's doing. But she doesn't. She stands up here, she's doing this podcast with me, and she's fighting through those hateful comments. Now, imagine flip the script, if she was posting those hateful comments towards you, Would you be doing the same thing she's doing and fighting? Probably not. But I can't speak.
That's a lot of money to. That's a big paycheck to defend. I would hate to be getting that kind of income, probably over $500,000 a year, from what we talked about, and all of a sudden not get that kind of money. So yeah, I would probably defend it, you know. But actually, no, I wouldn't. Not in this case, because it's a justice thing for me. I'm a PDA autistic, and I couldn't do it, and I would literally turn down the money. And I have turned down big sums of money for different things on pure principle. That's just how it is.
For you guys, purpose, and the final thing is that we all need to come together and work together.
I love what you just said, GW, and I think it is beautiful. Like, seriously, that was so beautiful.
That was so beautiful. That was so hilarious. I wonder if I've gotten any other. This was also 3 weeks ago. This looks like it's all in.
Mis primeros síntomas del autismo. No sé si esto vaya.
No si hable español. That one's all in Spanish. This is also 3 weeks ago. That's the adulting one. Autistic Astor mascot 1 month ago. I'm trying to see if maybe they made more comments. I'm kind of curious now. 3 months ago, 2 months ago, so it would have been. It would have been about a month ago. I think I started making those videos. So I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna keep going. Is this?
Hola, bienvenidos a este episodio de Hablemos.
I don't speak Spanish. I wish I did, because now I'm missing out on half of it. And I live in a Hispanic community. Shame on me. I wish I had learned Hispanic. I wish I had learned Hispanic. I wish I would have learned to speak Spanish. I know a lot of the words, and there's been times where I could understand, and I kind of understand what's going on, but I don't really know it.
People with autism are people too, and they have the same.
Okay, so this is 1 month ago. So one of these videos, it didn't mention me specifically, but they were talking about me. So this is about that time where they might have been paying attention. I think
as everybody else, they want love. They want a family. They want their first kiss, you know. They want everything too. And just because we're autistic doesn't mean we get like shut out of the world, that we don't get those things. It's tough to get those things, but we're part of society too.
Okay, what's up with the Sesame Street freaking graphics? What is going on here? Is this Sesame Street? What is going on? Here's Eileen again.
Welcome to...
Eileen sent me a personal email a couple of weeks ago, basically noting that the CEO had sent me a email that I had not responded to. I'd responded to it publicly, and then I think I responded to her email publicly again. So I've had a little bit of direct communication, well, sort of, with her.
Welcome to Adulting. Welcome to Adulting on the Spectrum. In this podcast, we want to highlight...
Is this the same thing that I've already watched? Adulting on the Spectrum?
Like the real voices of autistic adults. Sweet mention.
Welcome to Adulting on the Spectrum. In this podcast, we want to highlight the real voices of autistic adults, not just inspirational stories.
Okay, so this is being produced by Autism Speaks. This is their website, Autism Speaks. They got the little puzzle piece that's now supposed to be rainbowish, but it still has a lot of blue. That's and this was put out a month ago. 0 comments on this video. Comments are open, which is interesting. It's interesting that all these comments started opening up now. Since
But people like us
said something about that.
talking about their day-to-day
I mean, that's cool.
life. Basically,
That they can still erase comments they don't like, though, if they wanted to. But I don't know if they do or not.
we want to give a voice to a variety of autistic people. I'm Andrew Comero, an autistic entrepreneur, and my co-host is Eileen Lamb. I am doing the intro today because she is unable to stop laughing trying to record this intro, and I'm sure I just didn't help. She is a photographer from France, in case you didn't know. She says she's an author all the time. Anyway, our guest today is Logan, who is an autism advocate who shares his story to inspire others. He has started Love Like Logan to spread his message to others.
I don't like the Sesame Street graphics there. No, I'm not an advocate. Nah, I'm just a cranky old man.
So welcome, Logan. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, hello everybody. I'm excited to be joining y'all.
Y'all,
Logan,
that's a very Texas accent, or very Texas word. Sometimes I think they use the word in Georgia and stuff, but primarily Texas. That's Kentucky. Do they use it in Kentucky too?
For our podcast,
I don't know. That doesn't sound like a Houston accent to me.
By asking each guest how they like to identify, and by
I can put on a fake Houston accent, but that's because I was born there.
I mean by that is we like to ask people.
And it's probably a horrible Houston accent now.
Autistic people, if they want to be called autistic person, person with autism, person on the spectrum, Asperger's, no preference. Do you have any preference?
I'm autistic. That's the only way I know, so.
So Logan, can you tell us a little bit about your autism diagnosis journey? Were you a child? Were you a grown-up? Do you remember anything about it?
Yeah, I remember it well. I was in 4th grade. I was 10 years old, and they started seeing signs in me, I guess quirks, as we could call it. And my mom took me to a doctor, and I got diagnosed that day. He spent about 2 hours.
I'm sorry. I have so many autistic friends that are from England and Australia or whatever. I am going to have to play this guy for them. I don't even know if they'll be able to understand him. This is hilarious, and I'm just laughing at it. He's got a pretty thick accent. I used to, like I said, I was originally from Houston, so I used to have a pretty thick one myself. But I'm even kind of having a hard time.
With me, and that was a hard day for my mom, as you can imagine. Getting that, she was like, "What did I do wrong? What did I do? You know, what's wrong here?" And so they said, "Your son has autism," and that broke my mother's heart. But you know,
that broke her heart.
We've come this far.
Okay, nothing but love. Okay, I am poking fun at this, but it's nothing but love. I am from the South or whatever. I'm just loving this.
And my doctor said it wasn't the end of the world. It was the beginning of a beautiful new journey with your son. And so that gave my mother hope, and that hope has carried me. And hope can do a lot. It can.
The world has that hard R. That was the type of accent that I spoke with the real hard R's.
Really.
And how old were you when you were diagnosed again?
I was 10.
Okay. And what changed after your diagnosis?
Well, I started getting the help
yeah.
I needed. I went to therapy. I went to speech therapy. I went to understanding how people interpret things, just learning language and stuff. And I was able to get modifications in school, which are needed, and with an IEP and everything.
I think he's probably on the ADHD side too. He's really, really, and I know autistic people or whatever don't necessarily sit still, but just looking at this, okay, Logan Slaughter.
I think the earliest detection is important because it helps your life. You know, I was a little bit older, 10, but it was just like, okay, everything makes sense now. And I think it really helped my life.
So your online community, social media, love like Logan is all about spreading positivity and
He said modifications, not. Okay, that's interesting.
inspiring others. Has anybody been an inspiration to you in your life? And can you tell us a bit more about your social media accounts?
Yeah, everybody's an inspiration to me. I get inspired every day. You know, my mom's a big inspiration, and really all the moms that come to me and say, you know, you tell your story, you're helping us. I'm able to sleep at night knowing my son, there's hope with him. And really all the amazing people with autism inspire me, and they just warm my heart, and it just is everything to me.
Oh, pardon me.
And it means so much to me, and that's why I keep sharing my story. And the Love Like Logan was just, it's all about my life because I'm all about love, and autism is love, I truly believe.
What do you mean by autism is love? Can you explain for our listeners?
Yes, autism is love. It means that it's a like a circle of love. It's a spectrum.
Did you know that I'm a pineapple? I'm like a pineapple. A pineapple. That's what I am. Pineapple.
It doesn't have to be negative.
It's just as relevant.
It's love. It's nurturing. It's kindness. It's all that. It's all that and more. And so I feel like
I'm a pineapple. All that and more. Pineapple.
You know, there's a lot of negativity towards autism, or people are afraid for their kids to be labeled autistic. But you know, a label is not always a bad thing, and you can look at the positive, you can look at the negative, and there's so much positive in it. And so if you apply love to everything, it helps your life, it helps you get through it. And you know, love is the key. And so I always say autism is love.
I used to talk like that when I was young. Let's love.
Love.
That's very, very nice and inspirational.
That's so wrong of me. Sorry about that.
And you know, I think love is really, really important. And for
Now,
parents,
after we're saying that, it makes like everything they say sounds so horrible.
it's kind of what keeps us going, right? I mean, honestly, you know, there are a lot of challenges with my oldest son, Charlie, who's on the spectrum. And love is really what fuels me to like make sure, you know, he's accepted and that he gets the help he deserves. But on the other end, you know, there are also, like I said, a lot of challenges that come with autism. And, you know, I think it's important to remember how broad the spectrum is because, you know, like us on this phone call, we're able to have this conversation right now, but there are people on the spectrum, adults who can't like, you know, have a conversation, who have like very challenging behaviors, sometimes like even self-harm and all of that. And so, you know, I think that autism is not
Self-harming thing is not uncommon.
positive for everybody. And yeah.
It's not, you know, there's good and bad. And, you know, I can't imagine some kids come and tell their mom, I love you, or, you know, speak like I can speak. And so I'm grateful every day that I've been able to be that voice for those without one.
Yeah, I kind of like have like a type of like survivor's guilt or something. Oh, well, thank you for the roses. I didn't realize that. Oh, shucks. Yeah, I've definitely felt this way
Kids
though.
come and tell their
Thank you.
mom,
That
I
was so
love
awesome.
you, or, you know, speak.
Yeah, I kind of like feel the survivor's guilt, like because I know some autistic people that, some do have intellectual functioning, and then I think others just are more sensitive, and I kind of feel guilty for being quote having less support needs. And because I can't speak for someone who can't speak, and I shouldn't, but then there's a lot that can't express their needs at all. And as an autistic person, I feel like I'm the closest, but I certainly still can't speak for them. So it's kind of, I really want to do my best to help, but then I don't want to overstep my bounds either. And I guess it's always like seeing where that line is and trying to do the right thing.
I can speak, and so I'm grateful every day that I've been able to be that voice for those without one. It's really important to me. And you know, I hate seeing kids.
I don't really assume that I'm necessarily anybody's voice. I'm just an old cranky old fart.
Struggle and go through this, you know. There's times in my life that you just wake up, because I have a lot of faith. God's my rock, and you just wake up sometimes and say, God, please just cure me of autism, because it gets so hard, it gets so difficult and challenging. And you know, I'd be lying if I didn't say that you wish it was curable, you wish you could have a normal day like everybody else. But I think the thing for me is that I had to accept myself. I had to accept myself that I have autism, because how could I expect other people to?
Yeah, you called that right out. You called that way before I saw it too. I agreed with you, but I was thinking, really? And yeah, you called that way out. See, I came from I don't know what it was down in the South, but I ended up with the United Methodists, but with the fundamentalists in the 80s during the Satanic Panic time. And being an autistic person, I didn't know I was autistic, but I really liked that I knew what the rules were. I knew what everything was supposed to be. It was right there in the book. So I became like pretty much obsessed with studying the Bible and so forth. And it's been my special interest all my life, even though I am a atheist now.
Accept me if I didn't accept myself. So acceptance is the cure, even when things are tough, even when you don't want to, you know, even.
No. Accepting that you have leukemia is not a cure. It's accepting that you have leukemia. That is a ridiculous thing to say. I feel ridiculous calling you out like that. I am embarrassed for you, my friend, to call you out like that.
Because how could I expect other people to accept me if I didn't accept myself? So acceptance is the cure, even when
acceptance is not the cure.
Things are tough, even when you don't want to, you know, even when you don't want to accept it, and it's hard to accept it. And it's been hard. It's been hard, but I look at my glass.
What I always say is that you should give yourself permission to be autistic, and that is the biggest step that you can take. When you say, and it kind of goes back to the I'm okay, you're okay thing, I'm okay kind of deal. But truly, that's how I had to conceptualize it for myself, was giving myself permission to be autistic.
Glass half full and stuff half empty, and that gets me through.
So, you know, I really can't complain about this stuff. This is an autistic person's opinion, and they've made no bones about that. So, I mean, I can talk about him, and I can kind of, I hope it's not, no one takes it as I'm making fun of him, but I am having a lot of fun with this.
Yeah, that's beautiful. You know, if that works for you, I think that's fantastic, and it's such a positive mindset to have, and not everybody has it. And if you can help other people with this mindset and that helps others, I think that's great.
And I say, keep your damn mouth shut, buddy. Really, do not confuse anyone, okay? The religious stuff is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous to people. Please don't.
Oh, Eileen, I have the opposite mindset, right? Like, I identify with the meme of, like, that possum in the trash. Like, get away from the trash. I, like, can't wait to be, like, 80 years old, like, yelling at people to, like, get off my lawn. Like, that.
Why is he talking about me? Get off my lawn!
That's me. Eileen, right? Isn't that me?
I guess, yeah.
Such a positive attitude that I can't relate to, but I appreciate. Did you experience bullying, and how do you handle that with such a positive outlook?
I have been mocked, and I have been criticized, and I have been through it all. But people have been so supportive and loving to me, because I think, not everybody gets to be loved, and I'm so grateful for that. My community online, they're just awesome. They're
Okay, so when I talk about online cults and how the algorithms direct you on purpose to what you want to see. So this is probably a really good example. He just mentioned online, the community online and so forth, that are just awesome. So with all people, and we're not talking about just him, with all people, particularly post-COVID, we are all kind of put into our own unique algorithm cults now, in a sense. Our own echo chambers in that respect of getting confirmation bias from the internet by the herded, exactly. And with the advertising and so forth, there is, I think, I don't want to sound George Orwellian or whatever, Orwellian. But yeah, there is a lot of influence and control as far as advertising and so forth. It can be so directed now. I mean, it can be directed to the kind of soap that you like to use. And the algorithm may know that. So yeah.
my friends, and
and this is what I kind of see here
about them. But I guess in school I wasn't included. I was overlooked. I didn't get invited to parties. I didn't have friends, and that was really hard for me, because when you're different, you're different, and you just feel like this out of pocket person. I mean, it's hard. It's really hard.
I got to the point in high school that I did not give a living crap about what people thought, and I made my own friends, which of course all probably were autistic, probably every single one of them. But I made my own circle of friends. I wasn't part of any particular group, but I was also a very ADHD, and I like people. As I got older and had more and more difficult situations where I said things or whatever from being autistic and had a very hard time, that's where I became less and less social.
And but I believe that I was born different to make a difference. And so
I always said that I thought differently. I didn't discover that I was autistic until I was 50, but I always said that I thought differently, and nobody disagreed.
So, was I bullied? I have a big personality, and I'm very upbeat and happy and very flamboyant, as you could say. So a lot of people thought I was gay, and
flamboyant,
and I'm not. I just have a big personality, and I care about people.
No, dude, you're femme. You're totally femme. You are totally femme. It's not a big personality. You are femme. And you definitely strike me as being queer. But that's how it is. I have, in my life, I've always been kind of on the femme side. And so that's no big deal. But, dude, no, you're just femme. You are way femme, dude. If you want to identify as dude, that's cool, or anything else. But no, you're just femme, man. I know. I've been there. I'm not the most. Yeah, the church has brainwashed you, whatever. And I don't think he could say that. Being in that church, in that kind of environment, I don't think he could actually say, "Oh, no, I'm just femme."
So. Not that being gay is bad.
I know I couldn't be, and you definitely couldn't say you were gay in my church.
Bad thing, because I'm very supportive of gay people and believe everybody should get to be who and what they are and love everybody. But I guess that was some bullying, just making fun of me for being who I am.
How did you come up with the idea for Love Like Logan? And was it your idea?
It really wasn't my idea. We were getting involved with a charitable event, and somebody said, how about we do Love Like Logan? Or they made up things that said "Love Like Logan," and I'm writing a children's book, so it's going to be called "Love Like Logan." So somebody just came up with that, and we thought that sound good, "Love Like Logan," because I love love and I love everybody.
So, what is one piece of advice you would give to an adult who receives a diagnosis? And separately, what is one piece of advice you would give an adult to a child who receives a diagnosis, who has a child who receives a diagnosis?
I would give that it's going to be okay. March to your own beat. You don't have to be like everybody else, and being different's okay. But the one key is to accept it, because when you accept things, you can live with things, you can find help with things, and so just accept it, and that it's okay to be different.
Even if it brings challenges in your life that are like life-threatening and make it like difficult to like find happiness, like if we're talking about, you know, aggression and self-injurious behaviors and things like that, I mean, yeah, it's okay to be different and everyone deserves to be accepted, but would it be better for some people? Maybe they didn't have those challenges.
It's harder. No two people are alike, so I can't speak how.
Would it be better for people to not have challenges? Is that a loaded question or what? No, I think it'd be a lot better if people had a lot more challenges. I mean, I think the shit should be way freaking harder. What kind of answer would you expect? That's what she said. I'm telling you. Here we go.
No two people are alike, so I can't speak how everybody's challenges are, but I can only speak what I've gone through and seen, so every circumstance
I didn't
is
want to go
different.
back this far.
But I think you should just love who you are. You should love your kid no matter how he is, or how God didn't make one flower, he made many. And each one is beautiful. And I just think I think that you should fight for your child, and whatever they're going through and whatever they're facing, stand up for your child. And autism is not easy. It is hard. It is tough. But I know that you'll probably love your child even more, even if you have somebody with autism. You'll love your kid, but you'll love me even more.
Oh, cup. I cannot believe he said that. You'll love your child even more. How about because they're human? That was an ableist thing to say. You'll love your child even more because they're autistic. I don't care if that is coming from an autistic person. Wow. Just love your kid because they're human. You don't even have to love them because they're your kid. Okay, maybe I'm just being over analytical. Maybe I'm being way too autistic here.
They're beautiful people.
And I think that's the key here, is that no matter the challenges, you will love your child, just as much, if not more, and you'll always fight for them. So I think both things are true. Yeah.
And you get that because you're a mom, so.
Totally.
You do, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
And it could be this fellow's just trying to put his thoughts together as he can, and he may not be actually communicating the thoughts in such a way that he would like to. And that could be totally possible.
Appreciate that. So what is the most difficult part about your autism?
The most difficult part is loneliness, and trusting people to not take advantage of me. I have to guard my...
Okay, you do not trust people to not take advantage of you. Ever. If you're going to learn anything in your life, buddy, you never ever trust that people will not take advantage of you, and I don't care if it's your mother. You do have to have your guard up, particularly as an autistic person, because we have a propensity, way more so, to want to trust people. And that will bite us in the butt. And I've been that naive in that way too. I've always trusted people, but I mean, at 50, I've got myself burned so many times that I've learned that you have to be very, 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 very careful. Uh, but don't ever trust anybody. As and also you have to understand that I was a correctional officer, and I was at maximum security for a decade, and I learned the more trustworthy someone is, the better con man they can be. Because a good con man is never someone that someone did not trust. People have to trust, so that person has to be the most trustworthy person that they know, and that's why there's such a good cons. So that made me kind of screwed with my head, because here the better person that person was, the more I began to kind of suspect them, which is kind of sad that I had that skepticism, so to speak.
My heart a lot.
So what I took from that is, if you do not think you will be taken, you will be. If you do not think that you will be taken, or that you can be taken, you absolutely 1000% will be taken. Because you let your guard down and you stop thinking about it, and you stopped questioning things.
Because I love everybody, I accept everybody, and I see the good in people. And but I'm a very empty, lonely person.
I don't want to be too pessimistic either. There are a lot of good people out there too.
And that is very hard for me, and that's very challenging for me in my life. It's hard to find love when you have autism. I feel like, for me, it is, and so I think the loneliness is very hard. And
I've heard that from so many guys, and for me, I was outgoing enough, or maybe confident enough, or whatever. But I was also kind of femme, so I didn't have that macho, like, I didn't scare ladies, or whatever, girls, when I was younger. And so I had a lot of access to ladies that a lot of men didn't, because wasn't so threatening. And I really never had a hard time having a girlfriend or whatever. Keeping them, now, that was completely different. But I think that I can attribute a lot of that to my autism in me. I mean, when you're having meltdowns, when you're an adult, having meltdowns as a man or whatever, and crying and so forth, particularly as an American, that is seen as very weak and so forth. And so it can be very, very difficult, and that can be very off-putting to a lot of women, and I can understand why it would be, because no matter what, you want to see the people you love be strong and be able to do things and so forth. That's not always what's possible.
That's something I struggle with.
Have you seen Love on the Spectrum, the Netflix show?
No, but I want to. I just don't have a minute to sit down and watch TV a lot, but I hope to do that soon, because I think that's awesome. I think they need to show that people with autism are people too, and they have the same needs as everybody else. They want love. They want a family. They want their first kiss, you know. They want everything too. And just because we're autistic doesn't mean we get like shut out of the world, that we don't get those things. It's tough to get those things.
Okay. I don't know how old this guy is or whatever, but this person strikes me as someone who's not lived out in the world and not had to take care of themselves and so forth, just because he has such an idealistic type of thinking, like I kind of had before I was out on my own. And this is not an autistic thing. This is a young person thing. But this seems like a very sheltered person. Yeah, his mom always took care of him. He hasn't really been out there yet. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing or anything else, but this is kind of what's speaking to his perspective here.
But we're part of society too.
And having that idealistic view of life and everything is a great, refreshing thing, but it's not going to happen.
But no, I want to see that, so I hope to soon.
So tell us about your love life. Speaking of first kisses, when was yours?
Well, I've gone out with people. I've gone out with different people. You're getting deep here. I've gone out with different people, but I haven't found that special one. And I hope to.
It was like preschool out on a playground. We were playing house, and this little girl's like, she was supposed to be the mom. She's like, well, we have to kiss. And I'm like, okay, whatever. That was my first kiss. I was all that.
That would fill my life to find that special one. But I just want someone I can
I didn't play house with her no more either.
Trust. That'll accept me for all I am, accept the autism, and
slobbery.
Be willing to walk that road with me.
That's good. And I hope you find that person.
Thank you. You know, love, I want love, but you know what? I get love every day. I get love from people, and not everybody gets love and appreciation, and that's better than anything, you know? So universal love is great too, but I'm just so blessed. And
I've heard so many religious people talk like this, just in circles about nothing. That I've seen so many, like, I'm just so blessed, universal love, blessed, and
I count my blessings every day.
You have such a positive outlook on life. I can understand why, people.
And I've got such a pessimistic outlook on life.
I thought you were gonna say I can't stand it. I'm like, me either, but like, that says stuff about me. Don't let that reflect on you. Okay.
Hey, you have to work at being happy, and you have to have a positive attitude. That's what gets you through life. And I turn my negatives into positives.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got that religious mask on, and he's definitely gone through the mind control thing of don't think and don't question religion. You can definitely see that, and the only reason I recognize that is because, oh yeah, and that's religious masking there for sure. I've never really thought of it in that context, but absolutely. And when I have the on this channel, maybe I'll put it up. This is so creepy though, but I did a character, Reverend Faithful, where I was making fun of televangelists, but I was going overboard and being very satirical about the worst things that televangelists could do and stuff. And it was like a televangelist who was talking about not being gay, and then in the video basically revealed he was gay, and it was always the ironies and so forth about what he was saying compared to what he was doing and what the Bible said and so forth. But it was pretty extreme. I took it down off of this channel. Maybe I'll put it up someday. I don't know if I'll be that brave.
And so it's up to you to be happy. It is.
I'll choose to live in the dumpster, but I appreciate it.
Let's see. Purple's not on YouTube now, but
live in the dumpster.
Yeah,
Get out of there.
Purple's comment about Reverend Faithful was, it was so creepy. Purple couldn't watch. She couldn't do it.
You need to follow Logan, Andrew. He'll get you out of the dumpster.
That's not Purple Ella. That's a different Purple, by the way.
Well, I'm not happy all the time, but life is difficult. You either go in a cave or climb a mountain. So
I don't like light, so cave it is for me. So
well, I wish you the best.
I wish you the best as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is one piece of advice you have for other adults who might just have received the diagnosis, or maybe parents of autistic children?
My advice would be, you're perfect the way you are. Don't let others make you feel small.
Nope. You're not perfect the way you are. We do have imperfections, or perceived imperfections, or things that we would prefer to have, like Pink. I'm sure she would prefer to have her arm back. That doesn't make her an imperfect person. But you have to admit your limitations and your strengths. And you don't have, and perfection should not be come into the,
You're perfect the way you are.
into the picture at all. It's not about perfection. It's about a human being and recognizing who and what a human being is. But none of us, we're not perfect, and we're never going to be perfect. We've all got our issues. That's just how it is. And I think if we accept that, then we can accept our faults. Once we accept our faults and we recognize and identify them, then we can try to work and be better.
Don't let others make you feel small. Always be who you are, and it's okay to be different. And
no, you can't. Now it sounds like I'm picking this kid apart, but no, you can't always be who you are. A lot of times, if police pick you up and your attention is drawn by the police, if you're sitting there flapping and acting autistic, they may think that you're on drugs and kill your ass right there. So, no, it is not okay to be different all the time. It can be very dangerous for autistic people. Now, it is okay to be who you are and to know who you are, but it's not. You do have to mask in the life sometimes because it will save your life. It can save your life.
And autism isn't the end of the world. It's challenging. It's very hard.
I don't even like the way autism isn't the end of the world. That's like making it look like it is, like it's a problem or something like that. An autism is another brain type, a different way of thinking because our brains are physically different. We're not a neurotypical person, but we're human. We're just humans with a different type of brain. Some cows are brown, some are white, what have you. It's just a difference.
You're going to make it. And don't let a diagnosis scare you or make you feel less than what you are. Because autism...
See, here it is. He's got this negative view. He has this negative view of autism. And this may not, I'm not saying this is his fault. But don't let the diagnosis scare you, make you feel less than what you are. So what he's talking about is that negative view of autism. Now, I'm not saying that he feels this, but he is at least expressing that there is a negative view about autistic people, or a negative concept, connotation, whatever, and he's saying don't worry about that. Okay. UK doing legal action on mental health trusts who have been detaining autistic people. Oh geez, I'm kind of getting scared on that one. I would like to know more on that, Tom.
Autism is a beautiful journey with a few bumps in the road, and it's different for everybody. You know,
autism is with a few bumps in the road. Oh my goodness!
Because autism is a beautiful journey.
You're being too. Okay, whatever, dude.
With a few bumps in the road, and it's different for everybody. You know, I can't speak for everybody how their journey is.
I would say that autism is definitely a disability. Absolutely. We also have strengths, and that we should focus on our strengths. A lot of times they ABA and so forth is focusing on those disabilities and trying to make things happen and improve those disabilities. They are called a disability because they are a disability. By definition, they're a disability. So why are you trying to improve those things? Why don't you try to improve the things that you can improve? And even if it's the brain, whatever, learning how to identify your needs or how to communicate them, whatever it is, but use your strengths instead of trying to focus on what is by definition a deficit. You're never gonna be way up here with a deficit. That's why it's called a deficit. but I have found that we can compensate with our abilities sometimes.
With it, but I know I was made.
What do you mean? No, that's scary. Detained under the mental health. Oh, is there? Okay, I don't know what's going to go on. Okay, in the 70s, when I was born in 1970, you wouldn't have wanted to be diagnosed necessarily autistic because you would go basically to what we called back then the nut house, that kind of thing. And there were institutions or whatever. And then the 80s, we decided that, oh, the nut house is not a good thing. So, and it took into like the early 90s, I think, before all of those types of institutions were actually closed down in the United States. And basically what it was kind of throw away the locked key, throw away the key kind of thing with these so-called nuts, which a lot of these people were probably autistic and so forth. And people didn't understand what was going on with them, and so they probably just treated them horribly. So when these people no longer were in these mental health institutions, they ended up being picked up and going to prison in the United States. And when I worked at maximum security prison as a corrections officer for over a decade, or about a decade, I've worked for corrections for 15 years. But anyway, I quote got all the nuts. I got the problem children, so to speak. And the reason is because I was used to dealing with my mother. I had no idea that I was autistic or anything else, but because I was autistic, it made me more equipped, and I had to deal with my mother who was autistic and so forth. It made me more well equipped to speak with these people who thought differently instead of approaching things from a neurotypical perspective. And a lot of times I was able to help those guys calm down much more easily, much more quickly than most other officers. And I had my areas where I sucked as an officer too, don't get me wrong.
This way for a reason. And I know God has a purpose for me and a plan.
God.
It might take a while to get there, but everything works out how it's supposed to. And you're not gonna go on the same time.
Everything works. Okay, this is now I'm just gonna that is a very Christian kind of way of thinking it in the United States. Everything, God has a plan for everything. So no matter how bad it is, you can excuse it away and say it's okay. No matter how horrible it is, your entire family could have gotten unlifed by a hurricane. And you could say, well, it was God's plan. It's a good thing. And I've seen that over and over and over and over in my life. And I was taught to think in that respect too. And I'm sure you were too, Pink. You evidently, what, 15, 20 years later, kind of went through similar experiences, I think. So it didn't change a whole lot. But I was, like I said, I was Methodist. But and Methodists are considered pretty moderate. But this was early 80s. I was 10 years old in 1980. Threw you out and then went on education hold you back effectively due to... Oh, I got put in... Okay, you're from the UK. I got put in the special kid classes, but then they kicked me out because I did too well. So when they separated me from all the kids and I could think, I would be able to do like all of the semester's work in 2 weeks. And then they said, okay, well, I was just holding back. Well, I wasn't. And so they put me in the regular class again. And when that happened, then all of a sudden I couldn't perform. So basically they were calling it behaviors, as ABA would. This is before ABA, but they were still using behavioral science. And saying that I was doing, and started treating my behaviors, and because I'm PDA, they started these awards, punishment systems that the ABA does, like with the tokens and all this. And this in the 70s, like 72, 74, 6, 8. And that made me despise them for many reasons. One, because they didn't follow through. And two, I felt like they were trying to bribe me just to do stuff for no reason. And I realized that I had to, quote, perform and do. And I was like, okay, so I just do whatever they say and then I get what I want. And I almost felt like, I mean, I knew that they were doing that to condition me, but knowing that, I was like, okay, fine, I'll play their game and I'll get what I want out of it. And so I learned to manipulate that way by, quote, playing the game. They did sugar addiction, salt overload. Ooh, I don't know about salt overload. I'm PDA. Yeah. And see, when I talk about cults and say that it does fit the bite model of authoritarian control, this is what I'm not talking about. I'm not trying to say to be say scary stuff or to be alarmist or anything else. And I'm not saying in that, hide your children. No, I'm just saying that these are things to be aware of and things to look out for. Because once you do, you understand what you're looking at, you can make better judgments about what you're going to do in your life or whatever. I do not have any more subscribers on YouTube. 412, which I've just got that many. Okay, the camera's going to come back on here in a second. Okay. I got a little refresher there. You were sent to a conversion camp. Like a deconversion camp or a conversion camp? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I am so sorry, Pink. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. There is a creator. Gosh, this girl is so pretty. I can't remember. Boy, I wish I could remember her name. On YouTube. And she went through some of those camps and so forth, or one of those in particular, where they were depriving them of sleep for like 36 hours and doing some really, really crazy things, extreme things. And she talks about that. I wish I could remember her name. Maybe I'll remember it.
Level as everyone else. We marched to our own beat and we marched at different times.
Hey,
so I'm sure
Grey
you can
Wolf.
relate with your kids.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. That
Grey Wolf. I hope you're still there. Are you still there? I'm gonna hopefully get back on with Purple here soon. So Pink, you should actually, you would probably love these people. These are people that I have known for a very long time, that have been my friends for a long time, and I kind of, in a sense, started this group on accident. It's really Purple, but I kind of encouraged Purple to get it started, and then Purple did, and Purple's just amazing. But these are all people that I knew just randomly from the knowing about Christianity and so forth, being an atheist, and come to find out, like, most of us are autistic, and at least half of us are trans people, and most of us in one way or another queer, And so, with that being said, knowing all these people, yeah, I have a friend named Purple and Pink, yes. Okay, TikTok's messing with me again. Okay, it says I'm good. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, that's why I say it dawned on me that I was autistic because I knew these people for years and they were my friends, and I didn't really, when somebody was like, "Oh, I got Asperger's," it didn't mean anything to me. It was just another friend. Well, yeah, well, I've got brown hair or whatever, and so once I start considered was I autistic, it just automatically made sense because I had all these friends. I was exposed to all these people that were just like me. I have a crazy pirate friend, Brent. Hey, I am a pastafarian. Revenge on yes, yes. On TikTok, see my see my series on President David Page for President. Yeah, I kind of yes, I kind of go there on that one for sure.
You can only speak for yourself. And,
Yes.
that's
Okay,
something that's very
so Zebulon, I've got TikTok going here, and I've also got a live stream going on YouTube, and I am not smart enough to put them all together, and so that everybody can see what everybody's talking about and all that stuff. Maybe at some point in time somebody can help me with it, but I am very much not good at that kind of stuff. I can build computers, but I am not good at operating them.
important because I feel like on social media, a lot of people are trying to speak on behalf of the entire community, but really, we're only expert on our own autism. I'm on the spectrum myself, Andrew
Okay,
is.
wait a minute. This is not.
Hmm. Yeah, and I love what you're saying that, you can only speak for yourself. And,
Yes.
that's something that's very important because I feel like on social media, a lot of people are trying to speak on behalf of the entire community, but really, we're only expert on our own autism. I'm on the spectrum myself, Andrew is, and we're all different from each other. And all we can do is share our own perspective, and, hope it's going to help other people. But it doesn't mean that other people are going to relate. It doesn't mean that what works for us will work for them, and so on. So
Exactly, because there's no manual.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She's trying to say, oh, well, we're all different or whatever. Yeah, we are all different. We all don't get $250,000 bonuses, not to mention expense accounts, not to mention the $300,000 salaries that came from people who donated to a foundation expecting that money to directly help autistic people. Now, the one lady, Eileen, it's definitely, she says she's autistic, and it's definitely helped her getting those $250,000 bonuses.
With autism. I mean,
Right.
no two people are alike. And I think that like movies that they've done in the
That is so minimalistic. That is insulting.
past about autism has shown not all what autism is, because it's a whole spectrum. It's not just Rain Man. And so I hope to get to work with you guys
Rain Man
a
was
lot.
not
I know we
autistic.
talked about different things, and I could help you guys get the message out there, and for people to understand it more, that it's a whole spectrum and no two people are alike. So there needs to be a new autism movie, and I would love to have my life in one, to show people what I go through and what I've gone through, and the inspiring and the good about it, and really what it is for someone every day that has to go through it.
I'm just going to ask you some quick fire questions now.
Oh,
and
quick
basically
fire
how it
questions.
works is you tell me the first answer that comes to your mind.
Okay.
Uh-oh, what's going on here? Let's see.
Okay, it's gonna be kind of difficult, but it's okay if you can't think of anything. No, it's easy. I don't know why I'm saying that. Okay. Favorite fictional world?
How about Neverland?
Gore.
Because I've always
But I won't admit that aloud.
thought of myself as Peter Pan. So,
What's your favorite subject at school?
Science.
English.
Favorite food?
What was your
Mexican, of course.
favorite subject in school?
Chicken.
Actually, it used to be Cajun food. When But now, because I spent most of my life in Colorado, it has kind of morphed into Mexican food. But when I was a kid, it was Cajun food because I lived in Spring. Now, when I lived in Spring, it was country. I understand it's kind of like a city now.
Favorite food?
Because I was like 82, 80.
Chicken. Okay.
It's what kind of chicken? No, you don't eat chicken. Like, you just eat, like, is it like fried chicken? Is it chicken wings? Like chicken
Fried
patties?
chicken, chicken tenders, all that.
I don't like eating. Eating's annoying to me.
Chicken nuggets?
That's my safe food.
Yeah, solid. Way to stick to the stereotype. I give you a high five.
Yes.
What's your favorite fast food?
Favorite fast food would be probably a Big Mac.
No, never. No. I eat fast food, but favorite? You mean as if I had liked it? I eat it because I can get it down my pipe very quickly and don't have to taste it. And it's, it is literal garbage. And it is literal animal parts and so forth. The stuff that can be eaten but is not actually beef. They also no, it's garbage. It's not good stuff. I don't. Oh, human DNA. Okay, Pink, you can stop now. Okay. We're kicking her off. We're kicking her off. Human DNA. I don't even want to know now. I'm terrified. Boy, if I knew how to kick you off.
With fries. So McDonald's.
Bless.
But I've lost 70 pounds, so I have to be careful.
Wow.
To not go back to that kind of food.
Yeah, it's tempting.
Well,
now
their
again.
soda's the best. So.
Oh, it is. I know. Yeah.
This is not an ad. Okay.
They need to pay us for saying all this.
Yeah. What's your favorite quote?
My favorite quote would be you'll never do a whole lot unless you're brave enough.
Jesus wept. That's the shortest verse of the Bible.
To try. That's a quote by Dolly Parton. I love Dolly Parton.
There's so many amazing quotes out there that I could not pick one, so I'll just pick something ridiculous to answer your damn question. That's PDA thinking right there. And that is also... hear me out here. Like I said, I just gave a smart-ass answer. Jesus wept. That means nothing to me. And that was just to answer a question because I'm kind of playing along here answering these questions or whatever. But yeah, in my life, I have just so many times thrown out. People have been like, well, why do you do that? Why do you shake your hand like that? And then I would be like, oh, well, my fingers are sore or something. And I would come up with some BS answer, not even realizing me trying to figure out why the hell I'm doing this myself. And then so I would like come up with these like wild reasons why I was doing these autistic things. This is me now looking back at how I kind of math that way.
And so I use that every day because I'm always about trying things, and you'll never know unless you're brave enough to try.
I love that. What's you? Okay, you're gonna like this.
Yeah, there's some things you're not gonna try twice. I'll just put it that way. You only get one chance.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
I love that one.
Well, again, do you want to tell people where they can find you on social media?
Yeah, go on Instagram. I'm on Instagram, Logan Slaughter. I'm on Facebook. I love talking to people, keeping up with everybody. And you'll follow my journey on there, what I'm up to and what's next. I'm writing a children's book called Love Like Logan, and I am wanting to get my story more out there and hopefully work with Autism Speaks more.
Let's hope. We would love to have you. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Have a great night, and I appreciate it.
We would love to have you. That sounded so neurotypical. It just did. Okay. I think I'm going to do one more. That was kind of fun, actually. Okay, where was I? Where did I get that one? Okay, this is all 3 months ago. That was 1 month ago. Yeah, I think it was this one. What's this? 58 seconds? What is this?
So we started We Are the Village for my son who was diagnosed with autism. When I got the autism diagnosis.
So we know that we're not in touch with the autistic community, because if we were, we would not be putting signs up with these puzzle pieces. So this is the ABA slash, yeah, I know. This is only 57 seconds or whatever. So I think I'm gonna quit this here pretty soon myself. But yeah, we've got autism. These puzzle pieces here, right off the bat.
My community did not have any resources, and I decided to become a resource.
And I just really, I just seen my sister doing it, and I just wanted to help her and have her back at whatever she was doing.
I have a little story to tell about Nelly.
Yes.
So for his open house, we were all getting shirts made for Nelly, and he was like, "Oh, well, I'm getting something different. I'm coming different than y'all. I'm coming harder than y'all." And on the actual day, he had custom autism shoes, and he had a custom autism hoodie, and this is his open house, and he still dedicated that to my son and bringing more awareness to autism.
Yeah, I try to let them know, and tell them what's going on, try to get them involved in it with it sometimes, and try to just tell them to be patient too.
Okay, that was interesting. Context would be a lot on that one. Definitely be a lot. All right, well, I think I'm going to shut it down for the evening. Excuse me. Because I've been going at this for quite a while. Let's see. I've got 10 hours and 20 minutes. So I am going to be down to 90 hours. Or, 89 something. 89 hours, 40 minutes. Out of... Yeah, I know. It's kind of, I think, I really appreciate it. I want to go through some more of these Autism Speaks videos. And some of this I like, and I really can't say anything because these are just autistic people speaking, and that's fine. I can agree with them or not agree with them, but I'm not going to say their opinion is wrong because that's their opinion. But I'm going to keep this up for probably a month now. This is David Page. Screw them. Flap hard.